Hello. Such a beautiful performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are having Kalbelia dance on stage. Let me introduce you about Kalbelia dance. Kalbelia is a folk dance performed by the Kalbelia community of Rajasthan. This dance is also known as Sapera dance, as they are known to have the main occupation of catching snakes and trading snake venoms. In this dance, males play various traditional instruments and female perform the dance. Take twirls, replicating the movement of serpent. So dear ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy globally famous Kalbelia dance. A huge round of applause for this beautiful dance performance.
Kind attention, please. So this program will be, such types of fog dunks will be daily. We will planning it from 9:50 to 10:10. I request all the delegates to come slightly 10-15 minutes before, so that you can enjoy this fog dance. I also thanks the artist for performing such a nice dance. Thank you. Today we are having is a half-day visit for the National Museum and the War Memorial, as well as to the Gene Bank in the Pusa Institute. So all are welcome there. Thank you.
लेके आओ ना वो कोने पे
consultations yesterday on the terms of references for the budget committee. As you remember, there is point 6 yet to be agreed. However, since the outstanding issue does not directly affect the work of the committee of this session, the budget committee will meet based on the rest of the terms of references we considered yesterday. We hope to get the outstanding issue cleaned up before the end of our session. The Credentials Committee was scheduled for this morning at 9. I hope they managed to make progress. They will report back to the plenary before the adoption of the report on Saturday. Our morning session will be 2 hours and a half, so we have to be very efficient in the use of our time. This afternoon, starting 3 o'clock, the duration will be 3 hours. I consider it of utmost importance we open most of the items as soon as possible. In order to make as much progress as possible, we will have an evening session today from 7:30 to until 10 p.m. However, we will take stock on progress after our afternoon session and make adjustment if needed. So, colleagues, I would like to open the agenda item 7. I will give the floor first to the Secretary to introduce the relevant working document, and afterwards I will open the floor for regional statements. Secretariat, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to present the document IT/GB-9/22/7 on the theme of the 9th session of the governing body. The Bureau of the 9th session of the governing body agreed that the theme of the 9th session of the governing body will be celebrating the guardians of crop diversity towards an inclusive post-2020 global biodiversity framework. This is to recognize and acknowledge the contributions of the guardians of crop diversity, especially farmers around the world, to the effective management of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. The theme also offers an opportunity to consider how the international treaty and the guardians of crop diversity will contribute to the implementation of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework when adopted. Based on the guidance provided by the Bureau, the Secretariat prepared this document on celebrating the guardians of crop diversity towards an inclusive post-2020 global biodiversity framework, and the governing body is invited to take note of this document, to provide guidance and adopt a resolution that is attached. Section 2 of this document describes a crucial role of and how different guardians of crop diversity have been celebrated and empowered under the treaty and in different parts of the world. Section 3 provides insights on how the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the inclusive approach of all stakeholders' involvement have been addressed under the ongoing post-2020 GBF discussions. In conclusion, the document summarizes the contributions of the guardians of crop diversity and the international treaty to the successful implementation of the post-2020 GBF when adopted. The governing body is invited to provide guidance on this document and to adopt the resolution contained in the annex to this document to recognize the contribution of the guardians to the management of PGRFA and the post-2020 GBF when adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I open the floor now for the regional statements. Ecuador.
Buenos días, señora presidenta. Buenos días con los colegas. Gracias por darme la palabra. al igual que muchos países, Ecuador reconoce la contribución de los pequeños agricultores del mundo y otros custodios de la biodiversidad de cultivos a la gestión eficaz de los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura, así como también reconoce la labor de los administradores de bancos de germoplasma e investigadores que trabajan en colaboración. El país está de acuerdo que el cambio hacia una agricultura y una producción de alimentos sostenibles es una piedra angular para la integración de la biodiversidad, ya que dicha producción contribuye a mejorar la conservación y la gestión de la biodiversidad, tomando en cuenta la revitalización y la aplicación de prácticas ancestrales. En este sentido, Ecuador apoya la adopción de la resolución teniendo en cuenta los elementos contenidos en el anexo. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no site better and more assuring than farmers with bountiful harvest. Peasants and communities have been consuming, selecting, and using a number of major and minor crops at some beautiful and other unforgiving environments around the world. We indeed have a huge amount of crop diversity being protected by these guardians of grains, some of which is in display at the venue. In addition to respecting and rewarding these guardians, it is in fact our selfish interest to support them and their activities by every possible means. GB9 will perform a human service to future generations by ensuring that best crop varieties are accessible to needy farmers and benefits are shared equitably. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. Czech Republic.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the document on this agenda item, considering the theme that was chosen for GB9, celebrating the guardians of crop diversity towards an inclusive post-2020 global biodiversity framework. We think that is the right topic that is relevant for many agenda items of this session. We congratulate the Government of India on the organization of the special event and sharing their rich experience on supporting custodians of crop diversity. We also thank other countries who share their national experience in this regard. In Europe, the community of crop guardians is very diverse, including farmers, gene bank managers, breeders, researchers, and users of PGRFA. Current strategies, for example, the European Green Deal, are increasingly focusing on more sustainable agriculture and food systems, biodiversity protection, and other environmental issues, and the community of crop guardians is very much part of it. We recognize the importance of future post-2020 global biodiversity framework that will support the connection between biodiversity management and agriculture and food production. We note the continued contribution of the world's smallholder farmers, in particular women, youth, indigenous communities, and other custodians of crop biodiversity to the effective management of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and stress the crucial role of the treaty and its direct contribution to implement the future post-2020 global biodiversity framework. We believe that the effective implementation of the new global biodiversity framework and its goals and targets will need to be supported by close collaboration of relevant actors, and particularly women, at international but especially at the national and local levels, and by the relevant mechanisms and inputs, including capacity building, sharing of knowledge, and best practices. Madam Chair, we support the adoption of the draft resolution with no amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Czech Republic. I give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North America region strongly supports what is elaborated in the document 2207. In addition, we also recommend noting that it is historically correct to also acknowledge the critical role of plant breeders as guardians of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. The enormous impact of individuals such as Erich Czermak, Nikolai Ivanovich Vavilov, Erwin Bauer, Tine Tammes, Jack Harlan, Harry Harlan, or Jack Hawkes, to name a few, are familiar to all who work with plant genetic resources for food and agriculture and are closely related to plant breeding. As early as 1907, the Austrian plant breeders Karl Frohwirth, Franz Friedrich Schindler, and Erich Czermak initiated the Vienna 8th International Agricultural Congress and adopted a resolution on conserving land races, which stated that the local land races deserve just as much attention as other land races, as well as races obtained by breeding. And they emphasized the study of local ecological adaptation of land. Now it's on. They emphasized the study of local ecological adaptation of land races and local breeding work for smallholders. So what we talk about for smallholders or on-farm conservation, that was already conceptualized in 1907 by these plant breeders. The precursors of what are today the N.E. Vavilov Institute for Plant Genetic Resources in St. Petersburg in Russia and the United States National Plant Genetic Resources Network were established in 1894 and 1898 respectively. Plant breeders have been vocal about the loss of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture ever since and supported initiatives to conserve these genetic resources for future generations. We feel this should also be reflected in the resolution to balance it a little bit as an addition. Therefore, we have some text suggestions. In the first paragraph, starting with recalling, we suggest to be more precise and not talking about crop diversity, but replacing crop diversity by recalling that genetic diversity of crops and crop wild relatives is an important foundation, and so on. The same in the second paragraph, we also suggest to emphasize recognizing that management of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture is supported by a variety of actors, and so on. And then you have the list, farmers, local and indigenous communities, gene bank managers, researchers, and plant breeders. We think it's correct to have them also in that list. The next paragraph, noting, we suggest to replace biodiversity by plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, to be specific, because this is what the treaty is about, and then continue conservation, that production contributes to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, conservation, and improved PGRFA management by mainstreaming this component of biodiversity, so inserting this component. The next paragraph, again, replacing biodiversity by plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Under the next number 1, acknowledge and celebrates, we suggest to insert after curators and users. Under 2, of farmers and breeders, inserting the breeders, and in the same paragraph also further down, where you talk to fully engaged farmers and breeders. Under number 4, you talk about the histories, Biodiversity International and the Global Crop Diversity Trust I quoted these resolutions from the beginning of the 20th century. It may be appropriate to also list here the International Association of Plant Breeders, ASINCEL, which was the historical correct name. So this group was very vocal about this issue, which is today the International Seed Federation, and these people are also at this meeting. So to balance this, we would like to see also that plant breeders are acknowledged in this context and also in the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Togo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de nous avoir donné la parole. Madame la Présidente, délégués, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Togo prend la parole au nom de la région Afrique. Et comme c'est la première fois que nous prenons la parole, je souhaiterais joindre ma voix au prédécesseur pour remercier le gouvernement de l'Inde pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité extraordinaire qui nous ont été réservés depuis notre arrivée sur ce territoire. La région Afrique tient à féliciter l'Inde pour avoir pleinement mis en œuvre le traité et promu le droit des agriculteurs. Madame la Présidente, la commémoration du thème « Célébrer les gardiens de la diversité des cultures vers un cadre mondial inclusif de la biodiversité pour l'après 2020 » est une bonne façon de reconnaître les énormes contributions des agriculteurs du monde entier à la gestion efficace de la biodiversité des cultures. La région Afrique prend note du document ITPGRFA 922/07, salue cette célébration des contributions de tous les gardiens et conservateurs de la biodiversité des cultures pour assurer que la diversité des cultures soit conservée et utilisée de manière durable pour la sécurité alimentaire mondiale d'aujourd'hui et de toujours. Nous sommes conscients des différentes aspirations régionales et nationales à travers la famille du traité, à la mise en œuvre effective du droit des agriculteurs, ces gardiens de la biodiversité agricole. Nous espérons que l'exemple de l'Inde pourra nous aider à améliorer les stratégies de renforcement des capacités, à diversifier l'utilisation des RPGA et le mécanisme de partage des avantages au profit des agriculteurs, puis et surtout à remplir notre obligation à l'égard du droit des agriculteurs. Nous souhaitons que les traités internationaux s'impliquent davantage pour faciliter la mise en œuvre du droit des agriculteurs par les parties contractantes. La région Afrique demande au secrétariat du traité de se mettre en rapport avec la biodiversité, avec Biodiversity International et le Fonds fiduciaire mondial pour explorer les possibilités de célébrer ces contributions sur une base régulière et en collaboration. L'Afrique souligne l'importance d'une approche inclusive pour la mise en œuvre du traité international et particulièrement la mise en œuvre des droits des agriculteurs. Enfin, l'Afrique remercie également le secrétariat et le bureau du traité pour leur travail acharné pendant cette période d'intercession difficile. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci le Togo. I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Como es la primera vez que mi delegación hace uso de la palabra, permítame comenzar agradeciendo al Gobierno de India por su hospitalidad y generosidad en organizar la 9ª sesión del órgano rector y a la Secretaría por facilitar la reunión. Entregamos un especial agradecimiento al personal de la Secretaría por su permanente apoyo logístico para facilitar nuestra participación. También la felicitamos a usted, señora presidenta, por su liderazgo y excelente trabajo que ha realizado en el periodo entre sesiones, junto a las y los miembros de la mesa y a la Secretaría. Señora presidenta, cuente con nuestra delegación para alcanzar un positivo resultado de esta reunión. En este tema de la agenda, queremos sumarnos a la celebración de las y los guardianes de la diversidad de cultivos. Considerando que la labor de conservar semillas, tanto para su cultivo como para realizar intercambios de semillas en ferias locales, es realizada principalmente por mujeres, nuestra delegación solicita incluir el siguiente párrafo en el proyecto de resolución. Reconoce la importante contribución que realizan las mujeres como guardianas de la diversidad de semillas y de su conocimiento asociado. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Merci. Thank you, Chile. Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. La Argentina da la bienvenida a la elección del tema de esta 9ª sesión del órgano rector. Somos un país que produce alimentos para el mundo y que al mismo tiempo ha hecho de la defensa de los derechos humanos una política de Estado. Argentina ha sostenido al más alto nivel que la defensa de la biodiversidad y los derechos humanos deben ir de la mano. En este sentido, mi país sostiene que defender los derechos de los pequeños agricultores, de los pueblos indígenas, de las mujeres, de los jóvenes y de los niños es también defender la conservación y el uso sostenible de los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura. Por lo tanto, la celebración de los guardianes de la diversidad de cultivos y la adopción de un marco mundial de biodiversidad inclusivo son prioridades para la Argentina. Dichas prioridades se reflejan en la posición de mi país, que se encuentra fuertemente comprometido con la negociación del Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad y está trabajando activamente para su adopción en el mes de diciembre. Por lo tanto, la Argentina puede apoyar el proyecto de resolución contenido en el documento ITPGRFA-9/22/7 en términos generales. Asimismo, mi país considera que el proyecto de resolución podría ser ampliado, incluyendo un claro llamado a que el Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad promueva una agricultura sostenible, más eficiente y productiva, a través de enfoques como la agroecología y la intensificación sostenible. En adición, el proyecto de resolución debería incluir un claro llamado al fortalecimiento de los aspectos relativos al acceso y la participación justa y equitativa en los beneficios derivados del uso de recursos fitogenéticos, incluyendo el conocimiento tradicional asociado. También consideramos que podría incluir un llamado para que la CBD adopte una decisión para distribuir beneficios derivados del uso de la información digital de secuencias, a fin de hacer avanzar el CBD y el tratado en forma armónica. En conclusión, mi país apoya el proyecto de resolución y considera que el mismo podría ser enriquecido, dada la gran relevancia del futuro marco mundial para el desarrollo del tratado. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Good morning to all colleagues. Brazil appreciates the work of the Secretariat in developing this document, which duly highlights the growing attention in the international arena to the connections between agrobiodiversity and food safety. We welcome the recognition and celebration of the role of the guardians of crop diversity, as much as we support the promotion of farmers' rights as one of the main pillars of implementation of the international treaty. Our only two inputs regarding the proposed draft resolution have to do with the language referring to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, taking into account the fact that the document remains under discussion in the Convention of Biological Diversity. In that sense, on paragraph 4 of the preamble, we suggest replacing the term emphasized with the alternative acknowledged. Furthermore, on operational paragraph 5, we would prefer to see reference to the implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, rather than keeping a reference to the post-2020 GBF alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. The Southwest Pacific region welcomes the opportunity the theme of this governing body provides to recognise the contribution of guardians of crop diversity and thanks the Secretariat for their work on this item. Customary ownership in the Pacific includes genetic resources, and farmers in the region have developed and cultivated land races for millennia. Yet these resources in the region and globally are disappearing as urban migration gathers pace, food habits change in the wake of globalisation, and other well-known pressures, climate change and the like. And in this regard, the region recognises and welcomes the broader community of crop guardians, including gene banks such as the Centre for Pacific Crops and Trees, and the complementary role they play in the conservation of resources in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. Togo, did you ask for the floor?
Sorry.
Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway aligns it with a statement made on behalf of the European Regional Group, and we would like to also echo the thanks to the Indian government for hosting this session. And we think the special event on Saturday really celebrated very nicely the guardians of crop diversity. So we would just like to comment a bit on some of the interventions made now. Norway supports the proposal by Chile to recognize the role of women, particularly at the local level. And regarding the interventions by Canada, we don't support the inclusion of breeders and their associations in the different paragraphs as proposed. Of course, we fully recognize the important role of breeders in continuing crop development. Plant breeding is something that is needed forever, and that is also why we have the treaty setting up a multilateral system facilitating access, particularly for plant breeders, to continue their very, very important activity. But in this regard, in this resolution, we don't think that is needed to be highlighted. In that, according to their proposal. And then a comment to the proposal by Argentina. We also think that there are many specific interesting issues being mentioned in the development of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, but we think that this resolution should be a bit more general and not highlight some specific issues as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Japan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Japon remercie au Bureau d'avoir importance sur ce sujet. Je voudrais ici exprimer nos respects pour les agriculteurs et les autres conservateurs concernés pour leur contribution significative à la diversité des ressources phytogénétiques. Japon soutient l'adoption de ce projet de résolution. Nous croyons qu'une des clés pour supporter nos gardiens sera liée à nos efforts sur la transition vers une production agricole durable. Dans cette occasion, je voudrais vous présenter des efforts récents au Japon. L'année dernière, le ministère de l'Agriculture a élaboré une nouvelle stratégie nationale à travers du système alimentaire durable qui s'appelle la stratégie Midori. Midori signifie en japonais la couleur vert. Green. Cette stratégie vise à accroître la productivité et aussi la durabilité agricole en même temps, qui est suivie des indicateurs ambitieux pour l'année 2050. Elle exprime à concentrer plus de ressources sur l'innovation pour réaliser ces objectifs concernés. On croit aussi que l'idée de cette stratégie sera utile et applicable aux pays d'Asie dans le climat similaire. Sur la base de nos expériences, le Japon a contribué à la discussion préparatoire du cadre mondial de la biodiversité pour l'après 2020. Ce cadre fournira une stratégie globale sur la biodiversité, y compris ITPGRFA. Et le Japon estime que le rôle essentiel et unique de ce traité spécialisé sur ce secteur ne sera jamais sous-estimé. Dans cette optique, le Japon apprécie les efforts significants des secrétariats sur tous les aspects dans la diversité des productions agricoles et RPGA, J'espère que des efforts consistants peuvent supporter les gardiens et à trouver des solutions distinctes. Merci.
Merci au Japon. Lebanon.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة لإعطاء الكلمة. إن إقليم الشرق الأدنى مع اعتماد الوثيقة المعنونة الاحتفال بالأوصياء على تنوع المحاصيل نحو إطار عالمي شامل للتنوع البيولوجي لما بعد 2020، لأن الاحتفال بالمزارعين هو بمثابة اعتراف كامل وصريح من قبل جميع الأطراف المتعاقدة بحقوق المزارعين وحمايتها فيما يتعلق بمساهمتهم في أي وقت في حفاظ على الموارد الوراثية النباتية وتحسينها وإتاحتها لتطوير أصناف نباتية جديدة. كما نؤكد على أهمية التعاون وربط الشراكات بين المنظمات ذات الصلة على المستويات العالمية الإقليمية والوطنية في تنفيذ الإطار العالمي للتنوع البيولوجي الجديد لما بعد 2020، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بالحفاظ على حقوق المزارعين. فنحن نشكر الأمانة والمكتب بإعداد هذه الوثيقة ونرحب باعتماد قرارها، وشكرا.
شكرا لبنان. There is a support of the text suggested by Chile, but not with Canada. So can I get back to Canada according to this amendments of the text?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I tried in my intervention, which I kept quite short, to elaborate a little bit the role. Of course, as Norway said, the treaty came about because plant breeders were behind it. So there you can say, even with that initiative, plant breeders contribute as guardians of biodiversity, because I think this treaty has also was very much initiated by them and has their support and depends on their support as users. In addition, historically, and I'm willing to talk a little bit with Norway on the side about that, I think it is correct to acknowledge that it was plant breeders who really understood how critical the conservation activities are. In addition, and this I found very remarkable, it was the plant breeders in this resolution in 1907, they pointed at the relevance of smallholders and maybe on-farm conservation. They didn't have that terminology at that time. So I think it is correct to also show respect to these early initiatives in a resolution here, and I would therefore I suggest to make those inclusions in the text that I proposed on behalf of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I'll get back to Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Canada for their explanation. And I think it is very interesting to look at the history, but I don't think that this resolution can capture all the different elements. And when you look at the decision to negotiate the treaty, because we had the international undertaking, but the decision to negotiate the treaty after the CBD's adoption, it was mainly two reasons to do this. That was because of the international gene banks, how to regulate those, and because of the outstanding issue on farmers' rights. And I think we could go into very lengthy discussions if we even go further back in the history apart from that. But that are the kind of the two reasons for starting the negotiations on the treaty. So that's why we think we shouldn't expand this resolution. Here we have a nice focus on a quite general level, celebrating guardians of crop diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for asking for the floor again. Our delegation would just appreciate some clarification. Are we going to have the text on screen to debate on the paragraphs? Because it would make it easier for other delegations to participate as well. Thank you.
Colleagues, at this stage we cannot project the text and discuss it, so I will call for a small group to discuss this issue. I suggest Canada, Norway, Argentina, and India. I will just ask you to find a solution and to make a resolution that would be general if we don't find a consensus, and not to go into details and try to make a certain consensus between you and get back to us later. Thank you. I give the floor to Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole accordée, mais vous êtes allé à une conclusion alors qu'il n'y avait qu'une partie qui posait problème, d'intégrer d'autres éléments. C'est ce que je voulais dire, Madame la Présidente. Les documents que nous avons adoptés hier sur le développement des capacités reprend le point de vue du Canada en intégrant tous les bénéficiaires, tous les gardiens de la biodiversité ou des ressources phytogénétiques. Donc nous restons dans la position exprimée par le Togo et la Norvège qui dit nous restons dans un contexte général. Donc ramener à un groupe, c'est comme s'il y a un problème. Nous pensons que notre collègue du Canada pouvait dire de manière stricte sensu ce qu'il pense. Et comme ça, ça permettrait d'évoluer. Puisque si vous devez former, vous en avez déjà formé 3 groupes des amis du président, il y en aura 50 à la fin de la réunion, on ne pourra pas terminer. Merci.
Merci à la République démocratique du Congo. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Voy a ser rápido. Es una reflexión para los colegas de Canadá. Yo soy un investigador de 30 años dedicado al fitomejoramiento y a bancos de germplasma. Y sé perfectamente que hay que reconocer a los investigadores, a los fitomejoradores. Es obvio eso, porque realizan una gran labor. Pero estamos discutiendo un documento de quiénes son los guardianes de las semillas. Quiénes durante miles de años han guardado estas semillas. Es el tema de esta 9ª reunión. Y por eso es una resolución de esta naturaleza, inclusive incluir a las mujeres y reconocer que las mujeres han jugado un papel fundamental en este proceso. Entonces, llamo a la reflexión a Canadá, que a los investigadores se nos reconoce en varios foros, pero en este documento tenemos que reconocer específicamente a esos guardianes de las semillas y reconocerlos. Vimos en el evento del sábado, agricultores aquí, la cultura milenaria, cómo se han esforzado y han domesticado las semillas durante miles de años. Los fitomejoradores, los investigadores, lo que hacemos es apoyar esos procesos. Así que llamo nuevamente a que podamos aprobar esta resolución. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. Burkina Faso.
Ok, merci Madame la Présidente. Nous pensons qu'au niveau du Burkina Faso, eh bien, la biodiversité, pour qu'elle existe dans nos banques de gènes, il faut qu'elle existe sur le terrain. Et le thème est approprié parce que les gardiens de cette biodiversité, ce sont des acteurs anonymes qui sont sur le terrain au quotidien, qui, avec la nature, travaillent à nous donner ces gènes que nous conservons parfois dans les banques de gènes et que nous mettons justement à la disposition de certains pour les utiliser, pour les transformer. Et donc, nous pensons, Madame la Présidente, que le thème est très approprié et effectivement, il faut reconnaître le rôle des femmes, comme le Canada l'a proposé dans son amendement, dans ce maintien de la biodiversité et des gènes. Cependant, nous pensons que si le Canada peut accepter retirer juste ce passage sur les obtenteurs, ça nous permettra donc d'avancer rapidement. Parce que nous pensons que c'est quelque chose de trop et même s'ils ont une contribution, c'est en amont. Donc pour nous, si le Canada peut accepter pour ne pas vraiment nous retarder, de retirer juste ce mot sur les absentaires, mais on maintient sa contribution par rapport aux femmes. Merci.
Merci au Burkina Faso. I'm getting back again to Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps the only argument I can put forward is when we use the language plant breeders, that includes, of course, also farmer breeders. It's not only, I don't say plant breeding companies or whatever that. I say plant breeders, who many have engaged 10,000 years ago. We don't even know how they have done it. So I think it is even correct in that regard that, I mean, it includes the farmers and the farmer breeders. In addition, of course, we have science. Science evolved, and science is about becoming conscious about problems and issues. And there we have to thank the plant breeders with a modern scientific background who made us aware of the loss of this diversity. And what is for sure, if these plant breeders had not established the gene banks, I mentioned 2 of them, we would have lost a lot of biodiversity. That also now goes back to farmers. So in my view, it is correct, and perhaps with having in mind that plant breeders includes also farmer breeders, it's perhaps acceptable to the group. I just feel it is correct to add this group, including the farmer breeders and also the modern, more modern or scientific background breeders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Are we okay with this explanation from Canada? Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. شكرا حضرة الرئيسة. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. بحكم أن وفد بلادي يأخذ المايك لأول مرة، أود أن أشكر حكومة الهند والشعب الهندي على حسن الضيافة والاستقبال، كما أشكر كافة الفرق في الأمانة العامة للمعاهدة على التنظيم والإعداد وكافة الدعم. ونحن ندعم ما جاء في الوثيقة والتي تم التطرق إليه من قبل مندوب لبنان بشأن الشرق الأدنى بهذا الخصوص، وندعم ما جاء في الوثيقة الفقرة 16، ونؤكد على تعزيز نظام الإنتاج المستدام والتنوع البيولوجي، خاصة في ظل التحديات من جفاف وتغير مناخي، ومنها على سبيل المثال البنوك الجينية المجتمعية وسجلات التنوع البيولوجي ومعارض البذور وتربية النباتات، وكذلك معارض البذور كأدوات لأعمال حقوق المزارعين. شكرا حضرة الرئيسة.
شكرا للعربية السعودية. Dear colleagues, I would like to close this agenda item, and I will give the responsibility to the small group to discuss this issue, try to find a solution, a consensus, and get back to us later. Sorry. Just we don't want to debate again, as the small group will discuss this issue, so we can advance in our agenda item. Sorry, colleagues. I will ask Philippine and Niger, who are asking for the floor, if they can just join this small group, if it is their intervention is according to this issue. Thank you. Philippine?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Philippine. Niger? Thank you, colleagues.
Ok, merci beaucoup, ça me concerne.
Merci, au Niger. Peru, do you want to take the floor? Perú.
Sí. Muchas gracias. Buenos días con todos. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, al ser la primera intervención del Perú en esta novena reunión, agradece al Gobierno de la India y a la Secretaría del Tratado por la acogida y participación en este importante evento. En este tema sobre guardianes de la diversidad biológica o de la agrobiodiversidad, mi país ve con mucho agrado el hecho de haber considerado en esta agenda celebrar a los guardianes de la diversidad de cultivos, con lo cual se está reconociendo su contribución a la conservación y utilización sostenible de los recursos fitogenéticos, los mismos que están asociados a muchos conocimientos tradicionales, más aún considerando que específicamente en mi país está implementando la agricultura familiar. Para mi país es de mucha importancia este tema. En ese sentido, apoya la sugerencia de Chile para la inclusión de la mujer campesina en esta importante actividad y sugiere que se debe precisar, además de que existen fitomejoradores que son agricultores conservacionistas que manejan por año esta agrobiodiversidad, teniendo en cuenta que en muchos países hay experiencias relacionadas a ellos, y en mi país es uno de ellos. Gracias a los agricultores curiosos, como se les llama en las chacras, se ha obtenido una gran diversidad o una gran variabilidad genética de muchas especies, principalmente, como ya conocen ustedes, de las papas nativas. En ese sentido, sugiero de que en aras de llegar a un buen acuerdo se precise que también existen fitomejoradores que son campesinos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Pérou. Chers collègues, essayez d'être bref. Je donnerai la parole à la République démocratique du Congo, suivi du Cameroun et du Canada. Mais soyez brefs, s'il vous plaît, pour qu'on puisse avancer dans notre agenda.
Allô, merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole. Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas pour s'opposer à la dernière décision que vous avez donnée, mais le petit groupe va discuter de quoi? Je voudrais que la plénière donne une précision sur le point de discussion, puisque le libellé du terme est clair. En français, célébrer les gardiens, c'est pluriel. Donc il n'y a personne qui est laissé de côté. Donc je crois qu'en anglais, on doit avoir ajouté S. Donc personne n'est laissé de côté. Je voudrais que, en renvoyant le point au groupe, que vous soyez précis sur ce qu'ils vont discuter, au lieu qu'on nous ramène encore une autre résolution. Donc on soit précis sur le point de discussion dans le petit groupe. Puisque je pense que le libellé est clair, il est pluriel, et tout le monde, personne n'est laissé de côté. Merci.
Merci à la République démocratique du Congo. Cameroun.
Madam Chair, we thank you very much, and we appreciate We appreciate your guidance. It's true that we are discussing something that we are not seeing, but I happen to be close to Canada here, and I whispered to him, and he gave me the text that he wants to, or he showed me the text that he wants to add. And I believe there's not much insight on which we can open a debate here, including what Argentina said. We think, Madam Chair, that really, if we want to make a headway, we don't have any problem with the addition of Canada, neither that of Argentina. We can add them in the text and not to create another group for just a small addition. These are small technical terms. We might, including when Canada said breeders, including farmers. I think that may play the trick. So let's agree on those two issues and we move ahead instead of creating another group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cameron. Canada, did you ask for the floor?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. We support what was mentioned by Peru, that yes, thank you. Also, to repeat, we support what Peru said, that the farmer breeders, of course, are very important and should be, they were in our understanding included in the word breeders. But perhaps it helps by saying breeders and farmer breeders. If we not only insert breeders and farmer breeders, I think that is also what Cameroon suggested. Maybe that would be inclusive and cover that. In addition, I want to mention that we support also what was suggested by Argentina, that women as guardians are mentioned in a separate paragraph. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. If there is a consensus and we accept the explanation of Canada and other interventions, can we agree to have a common text, but it will be made by the small group to get back to us with the finalized one? So we will wait for the feedback of the small group. Thank you. Canada, are you asking for the floor? No. Okay, thank you. So let's move to the third part of the agenda item, implementation of the international treaty and the funding strategy. Following the agreement of the Bureau to open the item 10 after item 7, I therefore now open the item 10 on the funding strategy of the international treaty. I recall that at its 8th session, the governing body decided to adapt the funding strategy of the international treaty for the period of 2020 to 2025, as contained in the Annex 1 to Resolution 3/2019, in order to enhance the availability, transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness of the provision of financial resources to implement activities under this treaty. In doing so, it called on the funding committee to develop a strategy to mobilize funds from food processing industry as called for the Article 13.6 of the treaty. I will give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the item in the related document. Secretariat, please, the floor is yours.
Madam Co-Chair, distinguished delegates, as recalled by the Chairperson through Resolution 3/2019, the 8th session of the governing body decided to adopt the funding strategy for the international treaty for the period 2020 to 2025. It also decided to make the Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization a standing committee composed of up to 3 representatives from each region. Despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, considerable progress has been made in the implementation of the treaty's new funding strategy during this intersessional period, which is detailed in the report of the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization to the 9th session of the governing body, as provided through Working Document 10. The Funding Committee held 5 meetings in this intersessional period, all of which were conducted in virtual modality. The committee also carried out other aspects of its work through electronic means. Through Resolution 3/2019, the governing body decided that the meetings of the Funding Committee would be open to silent observers, unless the committee decided otherwise, and requested the co-chairs to continue to invite active observers on the basis of expertise and relevance, and to encourage participation from a wide range of experts and stakeholders involved in the implementation of the funding strategy as appropriate. On this basis, a number of observers, including active observers, participated in the meetings of the Funding Committee to inform its work. This included active observers from the Global Crop Diversity Trust, the Agribusiness Research and Analysis Sector, the European Union, FAO's Resource Mobilization and Private Sector Partnerships Division, and FAO's Global Environment Facility Unit. In order to improve linkages with the implementation of other programs of work of the International Treaty, the Secretary also provided updates to the Funding Committee in relation to the work of the Compliance Committee so as to coordinate and streamline future reporting. The proceedings of the committee's meetings are provided through other documents and are also published on the treaty's website on the SFC meeting pages. There are also links provided in the committee's report to the governing body. Information documents related to this item on the funding strategy of the treaty are also provided to the governing body through documents 10/Inf1, the report on the evaluation of the 3rd project cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund, and 10/Inf2, the report on the Benefit Sharing Fund for the period 2020 to 2021. The report on the Benefit Sharing Fund provides an overview of the results achieved and a number of infographics and human interest stories to support awareness raising and visibility of the Benefit Sharing Fund. I now hand over to the co-chairs of the Funding Committee to introduce the working document under this agenda item. Thank you.
Co-chairs.
I'm waiting for, all right. Thank you very much, Secretariat. Distinguished delegates, I am Eric Bensokwe from Ghana, and I'm introducing this document as the co-chairperson of the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy. I will be doing this with my fellow co-chairperson, Ms. Kathleen Skoll, from the USA. As noted by the Secretariat, the report of the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization to the 9th session of the governing body is provided through document IT/GB9/22/10 and details the work undertaken by the committee during this intersessional period. It also contains a draft resolution for the consideration of the governing body, which includes the appendix, Draft Food Processing Industry Engagement Strategy, for the governing body's consideration. The report contains an introduction, which provides some information on how it is structured, some background information on the work of the committee, and an overview of procedural arrangements. It also contains some highlights of the progress of the work of the funding committee during this intersessional period. This work is further detailed in the subsequent section of the report, Section 2, Implementation of the Funding Strategy. This section is structured under the 3 thematic focus areas of the Funding Strategy's operational plan, which are resource mobilization, benefit sharing fund operations, and monitoring and review. Some highlights of the work of the committee since GB8 comes across these areas. The development and implementation of a 5-year operational plan for the funding strategy for the period 2020 to 2025 to enable the funding committee to take forward its work. This responds to paragraph 44 of the funding strategy, which states that the committee will develop an operational plan for the implementation of the funding strategy that will be reviewed and updated on a biennial basis. The development of a draft food processing industry engagement strategy, which is put forward today under this agenda item for the governing body's consideration and approval. This follows the request made by the governing body at GB8, which called on the funding committee to develop a strategy to mobilize funds from food processing industries as called for in Article 13.6 of the treaty. The development and implementation of a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework for the Benefit Sharing Fund, which has informed the design of the 5th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund program. This responds to Article 41, Annex 2 of the funding strategy, which states that the MEL framework will be further developed under the guidance of the funding committee and will link outcomes and outputs within the storyline and theory of change of the Benefit Sharing Fund, which with clear targets and indicators established to enable the monitoring and evaluation of the projects and programs. The finalization and launch of the 5th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund program has been done with at least USD $9.3 million available for its implementation. Guidance on the 4th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund provided by the committee is based on the COVID-19 impact analysis undertaken, and the finalization of the independent evaluation of the 3rd cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund was finalized with inputs by the funding committee through a special webinar. I will now invite my co-chair, Ms. Kroll, to provide some information to the governing body on the appendix to the draft resolution, the draft food processing industry engagement strategy. Thank you. Ms. Kroll.
The mic to the U.S., please.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair. Parties will recall Article 13.6 of the International Treaty states that the treaty's contracting parties shall consider modalities of a strategy of voluntary benefit sharing contributions whereby food processing industries that benefit from plant genetic resources for food and agriculture shall contribute to the multilateral system. This article, along with the request made by the treaty's governing body to develop a strategy to mobilize funds from food processing industries, as called for in Article 13.6 of the treaty, constitute the mandate for the development of this food processing industry engagement strategy. At its second meeting, the committee finalized an operational plan for the funding strategy from 2020 to 2025 and included the development of a strategy to mobilize funds from food processing industries as one of its main work streams. A draft skeleton outline of the strategy was prepared and discussed at the committee's third meeting. Based upon the committee's discussions, a further draft was made available for the committee's review and inputs prior to its fourth meeting via an electronic checkpoint, which was open over a 7-week period. A full first draft was considered at the committee's fourth meeting and finalized for submission to the governing body session. In developing the draft strategy, the previous experiences of engaging with the private sector for treaty implementation has been taken into account, as well as the recommendations arising from the 2019 independent evaluation of FAO's 2013 private sector partnership strategy, as documented in FAO's new private sector engagement strategy, and input from external experts. This included from the Global Crop Diversity Trust and agribusiness researchers who provided analysis on the food processing industry for the committee's consideration. The draft strategy is provided to the governing body through Working Document 10. It is contained in the appendix to the draft resolution. In the first part, some background and context is provided, as well as some information on the evolution, experience, and opportunities for the treaty's engagement with the private sector. The second part contains the strategy itself, which includes a vision and objective aligned with those of the treaty's overall funding strategy for 2020 to 2025. It articulates an approach which includes utilizing a stepwise modality to enable the development, testing, and refining of concepts, models, and tools to inform a targeted and effective set of actions for the treaty's engagement with the food processing industry. This approach allows for regular review, learning, and consultation with industry stakeholders to deepen the joint understanding and identification of opportunities of mutual interest for building strategic and sustainable partnerships between the treaty and the food processing industry. A description of the food processing industry, including its scope and sectors and possible areas for engagement, is provided, as well as a rationale for treaty and food processing industry partnerships. The strategy also goes into supporting international, regional, and national engagement opportunities, taking into account different national and regional contexts, and sets out broad principles for engagement and assessing and managing risk. A final section articulates the implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and replanning arrangements in line with the monitoring and review arrangements of the treaty's funding strategy. Through its discussions, the committee noted that the strategy should include an implementation, monitoring, and evaluation plan, and agreed it should be a living document and continue to be updated. This plan has been developed by the committee for an inception phase, the link to which is provided in the strategy and through the reports of the standing committee. We are asking the governing body to consider the draft food processing industry engagement strategy and approve it so that its implementation can commence in the biennium ahead. In closing, I would like to thank the committee members for their work on the strategy during the intersessional period, as well as the Secretariat for all of their support to our work. Thank you, distinguished delegates, and I hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, co-chairs. Thank you, Secretariat. I open the floor for general statements on this item. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm making this statement on behalf of the North American region. North America welcomes the report by the Funding Committee on the work done during the current biennium. The report presents a commendable list of accomplishments, including developing the operational plan and the food processing industry engagement strategy, preparing the report on the benefit sharing fund, finalizing the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework, and launching the 5th call for proposals. North America supports the adoption of the food processing industry engagement strategy. Now, regarding the draft resolution, we would like to make changes to 2 paragraphs. For paragraph 4, the 2nd line, we suggest adding agricultural in front of biodiversity. This change would clarify the scope and stay within the boundaries of the treaty. And in fact, the term agricultural biodiversity has an internationally agreed upon definition under CBD. As for paragraph 12, we suggest the following changes: to replace the word implement with regularly monitor and review progress on the implementation of, and then add at the end of the paragraph and make recommendations for adjustments, if any. We wish to make these changes because asking the committee to take on implementation is too broad a request, and as such, the suggested text clarifies the role of the committee and in fact comes from the engagement strategy itself. We would like to thank all of those who have made financial contributions to the treaty's funds during the current biennium. We encourage the funding committee to continue to focus on resource mobilization in the coming period so that we can make progress toward the treaty's objectives for the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Strong follow-through on monitoring, learning, and review is particularly important to demonstrating the value of the treaty to potential funders. I will send the suggested changes by email momentarily. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. On behalf of North America, France.
Je vous remercie. Merci Madame la Présidente. Comme je m'exprime au nom du groupe Régional Europe, je continuerai en anglais. We consider that the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization has conducted important work to develop and finalize an operational plan for the funding strategy and to draft a strategy to mobilize funds from food processing industries as requested by GB8. We would like to thank the committee as well as other stakeholders that actively took part in the working sessions, especially considering the circumstances of the global pandemic. We strongly welcome the launch of the 5th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund and thank the donors who have contributed to it and thank the funding committee for its work in its design and launch. It is with great satisfaction that we take note of the results received so far through the 4th project cycle. We appreciate the financial contribution made by Germany, Italy, Ireland, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, and the European Union during the 2020-2021 biennium. They reaffirm the strong commitment of the European Regional Group to the international treaty. We also welcome and thank the continued annual contribution of the French Interprofessional Organization for Seeds and Plants, SEMAE, of 175,000 euros since 2017, and appeal to other private sector organizations to consider making voluntary contributions. Regarding resources mobilization, we would like to highlight the importance of the work undertaken by the committee to build on existing strategies and to develop links with other international mechanisms and agencies. We hope that such partnerships will increase the visibility of the treaty and create more synergies. We agree with the proposal to amend the text of paragraph 29K of the funding strategy of the International Treaty 2020-2025 in order to align it with Article 13.4 of the treaty. We very much welcome the draft food processing industry engagement strategy, which is an important first step in formally recognizing the need for contributions from all actors and industries that benefit from PGRFA. We note with appreciation the mainstreaming of the Sustainable Development Goals within the text of the draft strategy, and would like to stress the importance of also including this aspect within the text of the resolution. We will provide the proposed amendments in relation to this. Recognize the mutual benefits that would result from the involvement of the food processing industry, but would like to suggest a more cautious approach regarding a formal recognition of benefits for the industry resulting from such partnerships. We will propose amendments accordingly. In addition, when it comes to formal engagement with the private sector, the inclusion of considerations related to human and workers' rights as set out in FAO strategy for private sector engagement should be specifically addressed. We will also provide the proposed amendment in relation to this within the principle for engagement section of the draft strategy. Early involvement of representative of the food processing industry already in the inception phase of the implementation, monitoring and review plan of the food processing industry engagement strategy is therefore key. Therefore, we strongly support the rapid establishment of the food processing industry sounding board, along the decision and guidance given by the 5th meeting of the Standing Committee. We also welcome the finalization of the monitoring, evaluation and learning framework of the BSF as an integral part of the monitoring of the overall funding strategy. And to finish with, as non-monetary benefit sharing is important for the successful implementation of the international treaty, we appreciate that the development of a methodology to measure non-monetary benefit sharing is included in the committee's operation plan for the biennium 2022-2023. We propose to also invite contracting parties to share views and experiences in non-monetary benefit sharing. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente, et mes excuses pour cette déclaration un peu longue. Merci.
Merci à la France. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a statement on behalf of the Asian region. The Asia region thanks the Secretariat for preparing the documents on the agenda of the funding strategy, and also thanks the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resources Mobilization for its work during the intersession, including the development of the operational plan, the food processing industry engagement plan, and the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework for the Benefit Sharing Fund. We sincerely appreciate the contributions of donors to the Benefit Sharing Fund and the work done to operationalize its 5th cycle. The Asia region welcomes the development of the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework for the Benefit Sharing Fund. This should allow us to measure the effectiveness of the projects and programs over time, generating lessons to be learned for future programming. We think that such lessons learned are critical to the long-term success of the Benefit Sharing Fund and its ability to widen the net of support from all funding sources through increased transparency and governance. We think that lessons learned should be shared across all regions and to potential donors to stimulate their interest in the treaty, and would like to request the governing body to support such measures. The private sector is increasingly an important player in helping to implement the treaty's objectives. Its voluntary participation is increasingly contributing to safeguarding food and nutrition security, improving rural livelihoods and economies, supporting the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, and meeting the challenges of adapting to climate change and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. To facilitate even greater voluntary participation, we believe it's important to promote greater awareness about the treaty and to share best practices. We do not think the treaty should attempt to provide a one-size-fits-all implementation strategy for the food processing industry, but provide practical, flexible, and user-friendly guides showcasing how industry participants can voluntarily engage through the treaty processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm speaking on national capacity. But before I start my statement on this specific item of the agenda, I would like to express our concern regarding the proliferation of small groups during this session of the governing body, as many country parts are represented by small delegations that will not be able to follow discussions as they may be willing to. Therefore, we still think that the best way to move forward is to project the text in the screen so as we all can reflect on and debate about proposals made here in this conference room. Now, moving on to our statement on item 10 of the agenda, it's our opinion that the predictable and appropriate means of implementation are crucial to the achievement of the goals set up by this treaty. These means of implementation shall necessarily include a funding strategy that's transparent, efficient, and effective in mobilizing financial resources to development of the many programs and activities established under this treaty. Brazil, therefore, commends the Funding Committee for the work undertaken since the 8th session of the governing body in relation to the implementation of the Funding Strategy 2020-2025. More specifically, we welcome the inclusion on the draft resolution proposal of clear reference to the mandatory user-based income from the multilateral system to the benefit sharing fund. Nevertheless, we highlight that the fund still lacks more resources, which must also be more practicable and preferably geared towards the needs of the developing member states. Moreover, noting that the percentage of income brought by SMTAs in the context of the MLS remains extremely meager, Brazil also emphasized that information on SMTAs that generate such revenue must be made available on regular basis. Finally, Brazil expresses its willingness in constructively taking part in the food processing industry engagement strategy, which, in our view, must benefit from the experience of companies that already share monetary benefits within the MLS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. باعتبار أن نتكلم لأول مرة فأرجو أن تقبل من إقليم الشرق الأدنى الشكر للحكومة الهندية على حسن ضيافتها والشكر موصول للمعاهدة على حسن تنظيم هذه الدورة. تقدم الشرق الأدنى بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لأعضاء لجنة التمويل على الجهود التي بذلوها بين الدورتين، حيث تم عقد 5 اجتماعات افتراضية، وهذا ليس بالعمل السهل. لقد نظرت دول الشرق الأدنى في التقييم المقدم من اللجنة، وتم الوقوف على التقدم في عمل هذه اللجنة، وسأختصر في تقديمي لضيق الوقت وأشير إلى أهمية وضع الخطة التشغيلية لاستراتيجية التمويل، ووضع مشروع استراتيجية وخطة إشراق قطاع تجهيز الأغذية، ووضع إطار الرصد والتقييم والتعلم لصندوق تقاسم المنافع. إن دول الشرق الأدنى ترحب بتقرير اللجنة وبالتقدم المحرز في تنفيذ استراتيجية التمويل وما سيتم إحرازه مستقبلا من نجاح، وتوافق على إضافة تكاليف اجتماعات اللجنة ضمن الميزانية الإدارية الأساسية التي سيعتمدها الجهاز الرئاسي. كما نؤكد على ضرورة تفعيل النظام متعدد الأطراف كأداة أساسية وفاعلة لتدفق الأموال والتي تضمن تنفيذ المعاهدة وتقاسم المنافع بشكل فعال وعادل. أن الشرق الأدنى يوافق على استراتيجية وخطة إشراق قطاع تجهيز الأغذية وتحث على ضرورة تحديث وتطوير منتظم لهذه الاستراتيجية. كما لا يفوتني أن أعبر عن ترحيب الشرق الأدنى بإطلاق الدورة الخامسة لصندوق تقاسم المنافع، كما يرحب بإطار الرصد والتقييم وتحديثه باستمرار. كما يتمنى الشرق الأدنى للجنة دوام النجاح والتوفيق وإنجاز مهامه على الشكل الأمثل. شكرا.
شكرا. سوريا. أرجنتينا.
Gracias, señora presidenta. La Argentina da la bienvenida al informe del Comité Permanente de Financiamiento y al proyecto de resolución contenido en el anexo del documento. Mi país reitera la importancia, como señalado por Brasil, de la disponibilidad de transparencia, eficiencia y efectividad de la provisión de recursos financieros para la implementación de actividades bajo el tratado. En este sentido, también celebramos que en la 8ª reunión se decidiera hacer permanente el Comité de Financiamiento. Estimados delegados, mi delegación da la bienvenida a las donaciones realizadas al Fondo de Participación en Beneficios y llama a las partes contratantes, que son países desarrollados, al sector privado y a otros donantes, a aumentar las contribuciones al mismo. La Argentina llama también a resolver las diferencias en torno a la meta financiera para el Fondo de Distribución de Beneficios y eliminar los corchetes de la misma. En relación al proyecto de estrategia para la industria procesadora de alimentos, la Argentina da la bienvenida a la misma. Tenemos sugerencias menores de edición, incluyendo en relación a las referencias al primer proyecto del Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad en el párrafo 5, el cual quiero destacar es un documento que no fue negociado y no tiene naturaleza intergubernamental. Asimismo, en relación a la referencia a futuras áreas a ser exploradas en el párrafo 26, consideramos que debería incluirse la diversidad completa de alimentos, especialmente aquellos que son nutritivos, y no focalizarse en alimentos basados en plantas. Por último, en relación al párrafo 35F, relativo a la evaluación y manejo del riesgo en el trabajo del tratado con el sector privado, la referencia a la prevención del lavado de imagen debería incluir no solo el blue washing, sino también, dado que este es un tratado también de naturaleza ambiental, el greenwashing. Hemos enviado estas sugerencias por escrito a la Secretaría. Señora Presidenta, para concluir, la Argentina destaca la centralidad que tiene el aumento de la movilización de recursos y la provisión de financiamiento para la implementación de todos los tratados internacionales sobre biodiversidad en los países en desarrollo. Esperamos que el Tratado Internacional continúe aumentando el apoyo a los países en desarrollo para hacer de la conservación y el uso sostenible de los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura una realidad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Before giving the floor to Norway, I will give the floor to Malawi and Malaysia because they didn't manage to request the floor electronically. Malaysia.
Madam Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of Malaysian delegates. As Malaysia speaks for the first time in the plenary, we would like to express our gratitude to the Government of India for hosting the 9th Governing Body meeting. We would also like to congratulate and thank Madam Chair for chairing the sessions and the works which have been carried out in the past few years. Malaysia welcomes and supports the suggestions by the Standing Committee on the Strategy of Engagement with Food Processing Industry. The food processing industry plays an important role in the supply chain of processed food derived from the PGRFA, especially in the MLS worldwide. It has contributed to the economic growth and sustainable socio-economic development of a country. Therefore, the proposed strategy may secure sustainable funding for benefit sharing fund. However, more inputs, discussion and engagement need to be conducted, which will involve the relevant players. Malaysia congratulates the Secretariat for the successful launch of the new call of proposal for the 5th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund, and Malaysia has been involved in the previous BSF cycles. However, implementation of the project at national and regional levels was affected by the pandemic, hence delayed the progress. It has been observed that the farmers were socially and economically affected by the pandemic. In this regard, Malaysia proposes regular monitoring by the contracting parties to ensure an efficient germplasm exchange and implementation of farmers' rights. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Malawi is taking the floor for the first time, Malawi delegation congratulates you and the entire Bureau for all the effort which you've made during this GB9 to take place. We would also like to congratulate the Secretary and the entire Secretariat for all the preparatory work for this meeting. Malawi also appreciates all the work done by various committees during the intersession period. We also express our gratitude to the Indian government for hosting GB9 in such fashionable manner and the warm welcome and hospitality provided. Malawi delegation is very optimistic that GB9 will be a springboard for the successful implementation of the treaty, considering that issues of MLS, farmers' rights, GSI, and other key components of the treaty will be discussed and possibly resolved. In a special way, Malawi delegation, on behalf of Zimbabwe and Mozambique delegations, appreciates the support from the governments of Germany and Norway through the treaty towards the implementation of the Cyclone Idai project, which has seen farmers accessing materials from the gene banks as local seed system restoration process after the devastating effects of Cyclone Idai on local seed systems in the 3 countries. And Malawi delegation looks forward to a very successful GB9. I now take the floor on behalf of the African Region Group on the agenda item number 10, which is talking about funding strategy. The region thanks the Standing Committee on the Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization for the work done and the progress made to reach this far. The region notes the guidance provided by this committee, more especially on the 5th Benefit Sharing Fund projects under review. The African Group analyzed the documents and endorses the resolutions in the areas outlined in the documents. And the region notes the proposed resolution for the implementation of fundraising strategy from 2020 to 2025. Particularly, the region notes the following areas: generous support provided by the donors towards activities of the Standing Committee and the 5th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund. Need to improve funding opportunities for the implementation of the international treaty, such as raising funds from the food processing industry. The region appreciates the initiative highlighted. And also, it notes the issue on strengthening the links between different funding sources and partners through collaborative planning and co-expenditure opportunities. And also, it notes the provision for a process of monitoring, evaluation, and learning from the lessons, experiences, and information acquired through the previous implementation phases. In summary, I think the region agrees with the resolutions provided in the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway aligns itself with the regional statement made by ERG. We fully support the strengthened efforts to engage the private sector to contribute with financial resources to implement the treaty. In addition, the Benefit Sharing Fund is a key part of the funding strategy and resource mechanism of the treaty. The previous project cycles of the Benefit Sharing Fund have resulted in impressive results. Norway would like to congratulate all partners in the Benefit Sharing Fund projects with their achievements, of which some are also so nicely documented in the Benefit Sharing Fund exhibit in the lobby outside this meeting room. Norway welcomes the launch of the 5th project cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund. Norway has provided an annual contribution to the BSF equal to 0.1% of annual seed sales for 14 years. Since our agriculture production is very limited, this amounts to a very modest contribution of about $130,000 in 2022. Therefore, Norway is pleased that we at this session of the governing body can announce an additional support to the Benefit Sharing Fund of 40 million Norwegian crowns, which is almost $4 million. Together with the contributions of other donors, we are confident that the 5th project cycle will support the strengthening of on-farm management of crop diversity around the world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Norway. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. The Southwest Pacific region thanks the Funding Committee for their report and the very substantial body of work that it embodies. We support adoption of the report and support North America's suggestions for paragraphs 4 and 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Japan.
Sorry to take the floor again, but we are now intervening as Japan. Together with the region, we broadly support the documents that are presented here for adoption. We have just minor technical amendments to the draft resolutions on paragraph 4, 8, 12 related to issues on governance and budgetary implications. I don't know whether we should just send them these into writing, but just very quickly, just on paragraph 4, we just have minor amendments on just directions provided to the FAO with links to the GEF, just to highlight the relationship between the organizations. Paragraph 8, as an acting funding committee member, we think that we really worked well with additional meetings virtually, and we think that this practice should be upheld. So we have suggestions on language that calls for efficiency here. On paragraph 12, we can certainly support the language that was suggested by North America, but we have something similar in line, which we will submit in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. If there are no other contracting parties requesting the floor, I will give the floor to the observers. Euroseeds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to take the floor on behalf of the seed industry. And first of all, because this is the first time we are taking the floor, I would also like to thank the Government of India for the very warm welcome that we are all receiving here in Delhi. So on this topic, the seed sector would like to express its appreciation for the work done by the Committee on the Funding Strategy and Research Mobilization in the past biennium. We note that the operational plan for 2020-2025 includes major milestones and outputs, and we compliment the committee for having carried out an important part of those already. Nevertheless, still key elements remain, and we believe that it is important that the committee further works on those in the next biennium. One element included in the operational plan is a methodology for measuring non-monetary benefit sharing. Developing such methodology could be a first step towards a better recognition of the value that non-monetary benefit sharing brings to germplasm collection management efforts in gene banks, to farmers, and to communities that have a key role in conserving genetic resources. We are of the view that it is high time that this step is finally done. Several stakeholder groups are actively engaged in non-monetary benefit sharing activities, including the seed sector. As part of their day-to-day activities, seed companies participate in numerous public-private partnerships focusing on regenerating, evaluating, and characterizing material for gene banks. Many are also engaged in capacity development with local farmers and communities and are keen on providing improved genetics, knowledge, and know-how with the aim of opening pathways for farmers to improve their livelihoods. We are of the view that direct insights from stakeholder groups which are active in delivering in-kind benefit sharing could be useful for the committee when working on the methodology for measuring non-monetary benefit sharing. The seed sector thus would welcome a possibility to provide input and share its experience in non-monetary benefit sharing with the committee when work on the methodology is envisaged. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Aerocities. I see the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole accordée. J'interviens pour soutenir la position exprimée par la région Afrique à travers notre délégué du Malawi. Mais j'ai juste une petite question de clarification. Je ne sais pas si c'est le rendu en français qui pose problème. Dans la stratégie de financement, le point 7, nous souhaitons qu'il soit clarifié. Il est écrit ainsi. Note l'incohérence entre les textes de l'alinéa 4 du paragraphe 29 de la stratégie de financement du traité pour la période 2020-2025, tel qu'il figure à l'annexe 1 de la résolution 3 jusqu'à la fin. Ce paragraphe-là, est-ce qu'il peut être amélioré puisque nous n'arrivons pas à très bien le comprendre? C'est l'unique bémol qu'il y a dans la stratégie. S'il peut être bien exprimé, ou bien peut-être qu'en anglais, il est bien écrit, si on peut bien le clarifier. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci à la République démocratique du Congo. Le secrétariat expliquera ce qui concerne le texte donc, à la RDC pour expliquer le texte si c'est juste une infidélité de traduction du texte anglais qui est le texte original. Le Burkina. Vous avez demandé la parole? Oui?
Oui, Madame la Présidente. Merci, c'est juste pour marquer notre accord avec cette stratégie de financement. Nous félicitons l'équipe qui a vraiment fait des propositions et nous tenons également à féliciter la Suède qui, de façon concrète, a fait des propositions. Nous pensons que le fonds de partage des avantages, si le système multilatéral n'est pas efficacement résolu, eh bien, ça va poser un problème au niveau du traité. Parce que sur le terrain, les agriculteurs que nous célébrons aujourd'hui, pour la majorité d'entre eux, ils ne voient pas l'impact du traité sur le terrain. De façon concrète, qu'est-ce que le traité leur apporte en termes d'avantages monétaires ou non monétaires? Je pense que si on ne s'arrête pas pour régler efficacement ce financement pour que nous soyons impactants sur le terrain, réellement, eh bien, le traité va poser des problèmes. Et donc, nous interpellons en tout cas chacun à faire du mieux pour que la stratégie de financement puisse améliorer le système multilatéral. Merci.
Merci. Au Burkina Faso. CTDT.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking on behalf of the civil society organizations. recalling the governing body resolution 3/2019 as contained in Annex 1, where it was decided to establish a funding strategy to support the implementation of the treaty through a wide range of funding strategies. Appreciating the work of the funding committee, which reviewed the requests made by the governing body through resolution 3/2019, which identified 7 funding streams, which include the following: national budgets and priorities, bilateral programs, multilateral mechanisms, food processing industry engagement strategy, innovative funding, provision of criteria as called for in Article 13.4 of the treaty, visibility of outreach and communication. Appreciating the contribution of a number of countries to the funding strategy, it is critical to note that the amount contributed to support the work of the treaty to date so far is way below the targeted amount as articulated in Resolution 3/2019. Due to the limited funding, initiatives on the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture has dwindled globally. The world is in dire need of these diverse plant genetic resources material in order to fight malnutrition, hunger, poverty, and climate change. The voluntary funding mechanism has failed to mobilize and secure the required resources for plant genetic resources conservation and sustainable use by the communities. In order to improve the funding strategy mechanism, it must be based on mandatory user-based income, which will enhance a predictable flow of resources that is transparent, consistent, reliable, and efficient. There is need to enhance resource mobilization through enumeration of modalities of voluntary benefit sharing, whereby food processing industries that benefit from plant genetic resources for food and agriculture contribute to the multilateral system in accordance with Article 13.6 of the treaty. The funding strategy is essential to support the benefit sharing fund that is critical to enhance conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Until this funding strategy is effectively operational, there is no need to engage in discussions to open up Annex 1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CTDT. Based on the discussions and the suggestion of the floor, I ask delegates to submit their proposals to the Secretariat. They will prepare the text and share it with the co-chairs and then get back to the plenary for final discussion. Thank you. There is the floor from... Is there an observer asking for the floor? Yes. Colleagues, let's move now to the agenda item number 8. Proposal for an amendment of the international treaty, and 9.2 updates on any informal consultations on enhancement of the multilateral system. Following the request of one region, the Bureau decided that the agenda item 8 and 9.2 will be opened together. I therefore now open item 8, proposal for an amendment of the international treaty, and at the same time 9.2 updates on any informal consultations on the enhancement of multilateral system. For item 8, I recall that in 2017, the Secretariat received a proposal from the government of Switzerland for amending the international treaty. Under Article 23 of the treaty, amendments may be proposed by any contracting party for adoption at a session of the governing body. All amendments shall be made by consensus of the contracting parties present at the governing body session. The working document prepared for this agenda item, namely work document 8, contains the proposal as submitted by the government of Switzerland to the 7th session of the governing body. At that session, the governing body took note of the proposal and requested the ad hoc open-ended working group to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system to consider it, together with other proposals presented at the 7th session of the governing body. At the last session of the governing body, the government of Switzerland reaffirmed its proposal for an amendment of the international treaty, and that it be again considered at this session of the governing body. For agenda item 9.2, I will give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the related documentation. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat will provide a brief introduction to the documentation for agenda item 9.2, indicating which documents are there and their structure. The governing body, at GB8, could not reach consensus on measures to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system. It took note of the need to take stock and assess next steps on further work on enhancement. The governing body encouraged informal consultations among contracting parties, and especially national consultations among sectors and stakeholders. Throughout the biennium, the Bureau considered developments on informal consultations in the different regions. It agreed on the value of sharing information on informals across regions and among contracting parties, noting that it would be only appropriate for those conducting such informal consultations to make such information available. The document 9.2 provides a summary of informal consultations the Secretary was informed about. The reports on all informal consultations, as provided by the respective conveners or facilitators, are given in the information documents provided under this agenda item. The government of Switzerland convened 3 informal consultations in 2021 and 2022. The most recent one was held in hybrid manner in Geneva in July 2022. The meeting was facilitated by Mr. François Pitou from Switzerland and Mr. Sunila Shak from India. A summary of this consultation is provided in the document 9.2/information 1. The first 2 informal consultations were held virtually in January and December 2021. A summary of these are provided in 9.2/info 2. The governing body is invited to consider this document and the reports contained in the information documents, and to give further guidance on the measures it considers necessary for the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system, and any related processes and timelines. The governing body may wish to take stock of progress made so far and decide on next steps, including the nature and design of a process forward. Should the governing body agree on a further formal process, and in order to facilitate discussions at the session, indicative text elements are provided in the Appendix 1 to the document as possible starting point and without prejudice of any other approach that the governing body may wish to adopt. Such elements derive from the report prepared by the two co-facilitators of the recent hybrid informal consultation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will give the floor now to Switzerland to provide any comments on item 8 and then to report with India on the informal consultations mentioned in the documents just presented by the Secretariat. Please, Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, to allow me and my co-facilitator to give a brief outcome of the informal meetings that were held in the biennium and facilitated by Switzerland and India. I will start with a short report on the two virtual meetings that took place in 2021, and my co-facilitator, Sunil Arshak from India, will continue with the report of the hybrid informal consultation that took place this July, in Geneva. Alors, colleagues, in keeping with the guidance given by the governing body 8, the aim of this virtual informal consultation was to provide an informal platform to take stock of the progress made so far in the process established under the international treaty to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system and exchange views and ideas on how to best move forward. This also meant to exchange views on the expectation from GB9 regarding next steps and on possible elements to facilitate discussion in this GB9. Those meetings were held in a completely informal setting under the Chatham House rules. In the two informal meetings, we had participants representing all FAO regional groups and most stakeholder groups. And all participants appreciated the possibility to have informal discussion on this matter, especially given that much time has passed since GB8. Colleagues, let me recall three of the main outcomes of these meetings. The first one is that the participants strongly emphasized the great importance of the multilateral system for the international treaty. When I said great importance, it's maybe not strong enough. It's just that without a functioning multilateral system, then the international treaty is not effective. The second one is that there was a general recognition of the need to have a discussion on the enhancement of the multilateral system at GB9, with the expectation that this governing body should set a clear way forward on negotiating the enhancement of MLS, to define the format on which this negotiation will proceed, and to agree on the issue that needs to be discussed. And last but not least, participants shared a strong recognition of the need for trust building between contracting parties and with stakeholders in order to improve common understanding of the proposal and their impacts. In addition, following these two informal consultations, Switzerland has also prepared stock-taking documents, which is actually also annexed in one of these information documents. The objective of the stock-taking document is to try to reflect where we are in the process of enhancing the multilateral system. In concluding, let me very much thank all participants for their readiness to discuss the enhancements of the multilateral system with an open mind and in a constructive spirit. I sincerely hope that we will show the same spirit in our deliberations during this week. Now I would request you to let India to report on the informal consultation of last July.
India.
Yeah.
Thank you, Francois, and thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. Dear colleagues, India had the pleasure to co-facilitate an informal consultation together with Switzerland. We were 23 participants to meet physically in Geneva 2 months ago at the United Nations office, and 32 participants connected remotely. Participants from all FAO regions, as well as representatives from some key stakeholder groups participated in the meeting. The meeting was held informally, as mentioned earlier, under Chatham House rules. On a personal note, I must add that it was really a great occasion to meet again many colleagues face to face. After almost 3 years of not having any physical meeting on the treaty. Colleagues, in Geneva, we discussed our shared aims of enhancing the multilateral system. We reflected on progress made, and we looked into options on the way forward. Participants agreed that a fully functional, user-friendly, and simple multilateral system is central for the functioning and success of the international treaty. Without a formal process, it would not be possible to achieve the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system, and it will be important for GB9 to discuss further steps. In this context, participants found that it would be useful for GB9 to build upon the aims of the previous mandate to decide on common aims that would be shared by all contracting parties. Colleagues, you will find the information document 9.2 Inf 1 has elements for a common aim of possible future process, possible elements for designing it, and possible parameters to guide a future process. The document also contains further reflections on the outcomes of the meeting that you may be interested in. During the informal, there was consensus that it would be useful for GB9 to build upon the aims of the previous mandate. Consequently, participants identified elements that could be taken into account as common aims for contracting parties for enhancing the multilateral system. Madam Chair, as co-facilitators, we strongly believe that consensus is possible, indeed possible, at GB9 around the following key elements discussed during the informals. Number one, GB9 may like to develop a new mandate and revised terms of reference for an intersessional group to finalize the enhancement of the multilateral system's functioning. Number two, a future process should build upon what has already been achieved both in terms of structure as well as content, integrate new ideas if relevant, and address in a balanced manner all three blocks of the package of measures developed by the previous working group, that are revised SMTA, expansion of the Annex 1, and implementation of the measures through a resolution from governing body. In particular, the report of the 9th meeting of ad hoc open-ended working group on enhanced functioning of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing of June 2019 should be taken into account as an input to any future process. It is also imperative that any future process accords early attention to the key issues that were sticky, such as digital sequence information and payment rates. Regarding DSI, participants discussed its relation with the treaty scope, its possible implication to benefit sharing under the international treaty, its relation to the other two objectives of the international treaty, and possible interaction and collaboration with the Convention on Biological Diversity. Finally, let me echo the thanks expressed by Switzerland. It was great to see the constructive and open spirit combined with fresh ideas, and I look forward to a similar atmosphere when we now deliberate on this item at GB9. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I now hand over the floor back to Francois.
Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And following these report on the informal consultation. I would like now, since Switzerland was the country who made the proposal of enhancement of Annex 1, to make a brief statement on behalf of Switzerland. And just to support my colleague from Japan, I will speak in French from now for the second part of my intervention. Permettez-moi maintenant d'intervenir au nom de la Suisse sur les points 8 et 9.2. En ce qui concerne le point 8, la Suisse souhaite confirmer que notre proposition d'élargissement du champ d'application de l'annexe 1 est toujours sur la table comme une partie intégrante du renforcement du système multilatéral. Nous notons également que lors des 2 dernières réunions de l'organe directeur, la proposition faite par la Suisse a fait l'objet de nombreuses contributions et suggestions constructives par les autres parties contractantes. En ce qui concerne le point 9.2 et le renforcement du système multilatéral, la Suisse est favorable à une approche 3 piliers, plus spécifiquement 1. La révision de l'accord standard de transfert de matériel, 2. L'élargissement de la couverture de l'annexe 1 et 3. Un catalogue de mesures supplémentaires pertinentes dans le cadre du programme de travail multi-annuel du traité international. Nous sommes d'avis que, comme suggéré lors des consultations informelles, l'organe directeur se concentre sur la mise en place des étapes suivantes du processus intersessionnel pour le renforcement du système multilatéral. Selon la pratique habituelle, la délégation suisse suggère à cet effet la mise en place d'un groupe de contact. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour la préparation des éléments pour une résolution. À notre avis, ces éléments forment une bonne base pour les délibérations du groupe de contact. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci à la Suisse. Thank you, India. I will now open the floor and invite delegates to report on the informal consultations and on the enhancement of the multilateral system. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Por claridad, ¿está invitando intervenciones sobre los puntos de agenda 8 y 9.2?
Sí, Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Entonces, procederé a hacer una intervención en nombre de los países de América Latina y el Caribe en relación a los temas 8 y 9.2 de la agenda. Señora presidenta, el sistema multilateral de acceso y distribución de beneficios es una de las piezas fundamentales del tratado internacional. No obstante, como todos bien sabemos, su funcionamiento no ha estado a la altura de las expectativas que las partes contratantes tuvieron en el momento de su creación. En particular, el GRULAC observa que la cantidad de recursos derivados de los artículos 6.7 y 6.8 del Acuerdo Normalizado de Transferencias ha sido muy inferior a la prevista y que la cantidad de recursos depositados no creció como se espera. El GRULAC considera que el sistema debe ser mejorado con la inclusión de herramientas eficientes de monitoreo y transparencia. Asimismo, afirmamos que el sistema multilateral debe considerar nuevas tecnologías y formas de hacer uso de los recursos fitogenéticos, como por ejemplo la información digital de secuencias, o DSI. En este sentido, el GRULAC reconoce la necesidad de retomar las discusiones formales sobre la mejora del sistema multilateral, con el objetivo de hacer avanzar el tratado en todos sus temas, los cuales incluyen la estrategia de financiamiento, los derechos del agricultor y la conservación y uso sostenible de los recursos fitogenéticos. Por lo tanto, el GRULAC apoya en términos generales los elementos para una resolución contenidos en el documento IT-GB-9/22/9.2. Asimismo, consideramos relevante una discusión detallada de los mismos, en particular de los objetivos compartidos y las características del proceso entre sesiones. En relación al tema 8 de la agenda, consideramos que la propuesta de enmienda del tratado debe ser discutida en la sección de objetivos compartidos de los elementos para el proyecto de resolución del tema 9.2 y no como un tema en separado. Con respecto a las modalidades del proceso entre sesiones, el GRULAC favorece que sea una negociación formal, como señalé, y que su finalización esté planificada para la 11ª reunión del órgano rector. En adición, apoyamos que el grupo sea de composición abierta, siempre y cuando se garanticen los recursos para asegurar la participación de los delegados de los países en desarrollo, así como para las consultas regionales que se realicen. Por último, consideramos relevante fortalecer el rol de la mesa en la supervisión del proceso, para garantizar la naturaleza intergubernamental del mismo y el correcto flujo de comunicación hacia las diferentes partes contratantes. Estimados delegados, señora presidenta, el GRULAC ha venido con espíritu constructivo a esta 9ª reunión del órgano rector y esperamos una resolución positiva de este tan importante tema de agenda. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Dear colleagues, I was informed that the interpreters will stop now, so we will keep the order of the request of the floor, and we will be back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you. And announcements from the Secretariat.
Madam Chair, just a few quick announcements before you break for the side events and lunch. As Madam Chair had indicated, once we resume in the afternoon, you will continue with the statements and the order of requests that we have here already on the screen. We have Canada, Australia, Norway, Uganda, and France. So we'll start with those and then continue if there are any further requests for the floor to continue. So as I indicated, of course, there are side events taking place every day. So you are encouraged to attend them. There's sufficient time to do so. Today we have in committee room 13 Svalbard Seed Vault, organized by the NordGen and Global Crop Diversity Trust. You're encouraged to attend that as well as the committee in room 5, CG Centers Operations under the Plant Treaty Framework. And then there is another one in committee room for policies and practices for the realization of farmers' rights. So there is, I believe, sufficient time for you to have a quick lunch and then go to those side events. And the organizers of the Svalbard Global Seed Vault have promised that if you attend, they will finish on time to enable those who wish to go on the cultural visit to do so. Yesterday we had, just a quick clarification, yesterday you will recall that we had welcomed some new members. There was a bit of confusion with regard to the 4th member we welcomed for the Dominican Republic, South Sudan and Mozambique. The treaty has entered into force because they had deposited their instruments of ratification long ago. Nigeria deposited its instrument of ratification just a few weeks ago, so it's still waiting for the 90 days to elapse, so that it's clear that they have done so. There seemed to have been a misunderstanding that they had not done so. And as is the usual practice in previous occasions when countries are in that transition period and they attend the governing body session, they are usually allowed to come and sit amongst the contracting parties, take part in the discussions, but not on the understanding that they will not vote if ever the possibility of voting arises. So, so that's a quick update and clarification on that fact. I mean, it is a recognition of the fact that they have deposited the instruments of ratification is an unequivocal expression of desire to join the treaty, and also the effort to attend this session is also an expression of that intent as well. The Budget Committee will meet this evening at 10 p.m. in co-meeting room 11 for just their first introductory meeting. We are still waiting for the nomination from G77 of the co-chair of that Budget Committee so that they can start their work in earnest. I've been asked to announce by the host government that the welcome packs, which is the backpack and the contents, they are still outstanding. Those who have not, or delegates that have not collected theirs, are invited to go to the registration desk and collect that welcome pack. When we resume in the afternoon, there will be a bit of rearrangement of the room, so you might not find your nameplate where you are sitting right now, just to ensure that we have a more effective, efficient way of bringing together the contracting parties in the middle rows. We had intended to do that earlier in the morning, but it needed reprogramming of the console, which would have taken much longer. So we used the opportunity of the lunch break to do that. So you might have to spend a few moments identifying where your new nameplate will be. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, with that. Okay.
Thank you, Secretariat. The interventions of the countries, of the parties. We will start by Canada, Australia, then Norway, Uganda, France, Syrian Arab Republic, Philippines, Brazil, Germany, Georgia, Iceland. Because of the change of the places, there will be maybe some technical little incommodities. So you just ask for the floor as follows. We will see the number of the place, but not yet the country. So we will manage this manner. Thank you. Canada.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a statement on behalf of the North America region. The North America region is fully and remains fully committed to achieving the objectives of the treaty. Therefore, the region has been actively engaged in the ad hoc open-ended working group to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system between 2013 and 2019. Great progress was made involving compromises from all parties to the treaty in the expansion of Annex I, in formulating a revised SMTA that would have ensured more reliable and more predictable income for the benefit sharing fund, and in elaborating a resolution with a process for achieving an enhancement. It is in our region's interest to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system, and we thank Switzerland and India for their sincere efforts to keep a dialogue going on this matter. However, it only makes sense to restart a formal process for negotiation if it can be foreseen that compromise on disputed items is achievable. We listen carefully to other views in order to decide what we see as the best way forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Australia.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you, Chair. The Southwest Pacific region acknowledges the contribution that the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing established under the International Treaty on Plant-Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture makes to the conservation and sustainable use of genetic resources in our region. The region considers that the plant treaty has established a functioning access and benefit sharing system, but notwithstanding the value it generates, it's widely recognised that it has not achieved its full potential. Discussions on the enhancement of the functioning of the MLS began in 2013 with the aim of making the MLS more attractive to users and assuring a predictable and sustainable flow of income into the benefit sharing fund. The Southwest Pacific region acknowledges the work of the open-ended working group on enhancing the functioning of the multilateral system to identify obstacles to the multilateral system achieving its potential and the substantial progress made towards a package of measures that would address these obstacles. At GB8, the governing body could not reach consensus on the package of measures or even whether to continue intersessional work to further develop the package. It took note of the need to take stock and to assess the next steps on further work on enhancement of the MLS and consequently encouraged informal consultations among contracting parties. And the Southwest Pacific region thanks the Swiss government for its leadership in facilitating informal consultations following GB8 and the support of the Indian government and the Secretariat for those discussions. The region recognises that coming out of those discussions, there remains mixed views on restarting a process for enhancing the functioning of the MLS. Some contracting parties strongly support resuming a formal process, while others are willing to consider resuming this work, but are cautious, given the resourcing needs both for the plant treaty and for contracting parties. The Southwest Pacific region acknowledges that discussions in the previous working group and the more recent informal process reflects a strong commitment of all contracting parties to fully implementing the plant treaty, but we respect the caution expressed by some about resuming a formal process unless there is confidence the process will deliver a successful and timely outcome. The region also notes the proposal of the Swiss government for an amendment to the plant treaty to expand the annex to include all PGRFA. The region welcomes consideration of this proposal along with other work on enhancement, as many of the obstacles to the MLS achieving its full potential are interlinked and best addressed as a package. The region considers that the obstacles identified by the previous working group remain important to address and is open to considering an efficient process that builds on the progress made earlier if it is reasonably likely to deliver a successful and timely outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we would like to thank Switzerland for its leadership in facilitating informal consultations during the last biennium. Norway thinks that we were very close to finalize the enhancement process at the last session of the GB. We consider the recommendations from the informal consultation process to be a good basis for further discussions on how to restart the enhancement process. With this short intervention, we just want to signal our support of starting and hopefully finalizing the enhancement process as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uganda takes the floor on behalf of the Africa Region Group. Madam Chair, the Africa Region delegation takes note of the proposed amendment to Annex 1 of the treaty and the fact that this matter was not conclusively resolved by the GB8 because the current operations of the MLS critically need enhancement to yield tangible benefits. The Africa delegation equally believes that the discussion on the enhancement of the MLS is critical to the implementation of the treaty and any amendments thereto. We note and feel that the amendments can only be conclusively discussed after considering the substantive items and reports on operations of the MLS, the GLIS, and farmers' rights. Madam Chair, the Africa Region delegation accordingly agrees that these matters being discussed together currently will greatly enhance our understanding of the issues. And we note that matters of enhancing the functioning of the MLS require conclusive resolution at a governing body session. We also note that the governing body of the 8th session did not agree on any formal intersessional processes to move the process forward. And despite the great efforts to stride and take it forward over the years, the issues that led to the impasse remain valid and critical to the implementation of the treaty. We take note of the documents prepared by the Secretariat on this matter, and mainly the outcome of the informal consultative processes during the intersessional period, as encouraged by the governing body of the 8th session. And we thank the governments of Switzerland and India for facilitating the informal consultative processes. The delegation from Africa acknowledges the efforts and progress that were made, particularly in reviewing the MLS instruments and identifying issues of concern, clarifying the purpose of enhancing the MLS, as well as understanding and agreeing that the purpose is to effectively monitor access of material in the MLS and enhance benefits that accrue therefrom. Madam Chair, the Africa delegation encourages contracting parties at this GB9 to take a decision on these matters by resolving to resume engagements on enhancing the MLS formally with facilitated representation and participation from all regions. We accordingly propose that to clearly refine the terms of reference that will steer us forward, a contact group is established to discuss the critical issues that need to be considered, including matters on expanding utilization and amendment to Annex 1 of the treaty. And these should include genetic sequence data and digital sequence information in the MLS. I thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. France.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Donc je vais m'exprimer sur le seul item numéro 8 au nom du groupe régional Europe On a un autre papier sur le point numéro 9.2, mais exprimé que du point de vue de l'Union européenne. Et donc c'est pour ça que je vais parler en anglais. Strengthening the implementation of all objectives of the treaty, including the facilitation of the access of farmers, the scientific community, and the breeders worldwide to a broader range of PGRFA is crucial. We need to enhance breeding and research for climate change, adaptation for food system, and to improve food security in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Access to PGRFA is an essential and intrinsic benefit provided by the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. Therefore, we consider that the amendment of Annex 1 of the International Treaty is one of the key aspects to improve the functioning of its MLS. The European Regional Group, therefore, supports the proposal made by Switzerland in this regard. Therefore, the European Regional Group agrees with your proposal to consider Agenda Item 8 in the context of the general discussions on the enhancement of the MLS related to the multilateral system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, la France. Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. بالحقيقة كلنا هنا مجتمعين لتنفيذ المعاهدة بشكل سلس ويسر، ورأينا في هذا المجال لا يفسد للود قضية، فإن الشرق الأدنى لا يوافق على تمديد أو توسيع الملحق الأول بشكل جزئي، أما بلادي فهي تمتنع عن الموافقة عن هذا، وذلك أو كلا الرأيين مرتبطان بمصير النظام متعدد الأطراف وما سيحصل به من تعديل بما يضمن تقاسم المنافع بشكل فعال وعادل، وخاصة في مجال نقل التكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا سوريا. Philippines.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be giving the statement in behalf of Asia. Statement from the Asian region for agenda items 8 and 9. Agenda item number 8, proposal for amendment of the International Treaty. Article 2 of the treaty provides for treaty's objectives as follows. Number 1, the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. And 2, the fair and equitable benefit sharing, which aim to contribute to sustainable agriculture and food security. As the two objectives are closely linked, the amendment proposed by Switzerland should be discussed together with discussions on the enhancement of multilateral system. Thus, I would like to proceed to agenda item number 9, the MLS and benefit sharing. The Asia region thanks the Secretariat for the effective operation of the multilateral system and the provision of support to users, including the publication of the educational module. We also appreciate the efforts of providers, namely national gene banks, Article 15 institutions, and natural and legal persons to continue the provision of materials despite challenges posed by the pandemic. We support the preparation of a briefing note to encourage natural and legal persons within the contracting parties' jurisdiction to include their plant genetic resources for food and agriculture in the multilateral system to make it more attractive. The Asia region in particular expresses our gratitude to the government of Switzerland and the government of India for facilitating the informal consultations during the intersessional period. We recognize the importance of arriving at a fully functional, simple, and user-friendly multilateral system given the important role it can play in achieving global food security. We emphasize the importance of conducting balanced discussions on enhancing the functioning of the multilateral system, involving all relevant stakeholders, for a productive process ensuring a fruitful outcome. Furthermore, we think that it is imperative to consider various elements of the enhancement in a balanced manner in view of practical realities to come to an agreement on a package deal. We stress the importance of ensuring a transparent, open, and balanced participation of the contracting parties in the intersessional work process and to build on any progress achieved so far. The Asia region believes that a treaty is the best forum to discuss all issues related to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, including genetic sequence data, considering the nature of the treaty as a specialized access and benefit sharing instrument on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Recalling the preamble of the treaty, which recognizes the special nature of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, their distinctive features and problems that need distinctive solutions, it is important for all of us to ensure that all issues be dealt with under the auspices of the governing body of the international treaty. Asia region is committed to provide such distinctive solutions for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture within the treaty. Regarding the European Union proposal on multiple-use crops, Asia region would like to recall that the interpretation of a treaty rests on each contracting party as a general rule. Parties can certainly share their interpretations and best practices in implementing Article 12.3, open bracket A, while taking into account ways to ensure the integrity of the treaty. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Philippine. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just a second. 1 minute. Firstly, Brazil fully supports the statement delivered by the distinguished GRULAC representative. We came to the session imbued with enthusiasm to unlock the impasse that surrounds the multilateral system ever since GB8. Unless we effectively tackle this issue, we will be failing to tend for an essential pillar of the treaty. The multilateral system has the potential to, at the same time, strengthen food safety, support sustainable agriculture, foster scientific innovation, and promote fair and equitable benefit sharing. That potential, however, remains regrettably unfulfilled. The volume of resources derived from the use of MLS is historically insignificant. The support provided by the Benefit Sharing Fund to the projects that are selected at each cycle does not come from actual benefit sharing, but rather from voluntary contributions, which cannot be considered a long-lasting, sustainable source. Brazil strongly supports the re-establishment of a formal consultation process about the enhancement of the multilateral system. We accept the elements of the proposed resolution as a starting point for our discussions on the way forward, as we highlight the need to confer equal relevance to the objectives of expanding Annex I and reforming the Standard Material Transfer Agreement, with a view to increasing the distribution of monetary benefits. We must not refrain from also addressing the implications of digital sequence information, either, given the importance of DSI for research and innovation and its capacity of generating benefit sharing. Regarding item 8, once more, as stated by the distinguished representative of GRULAC, Brazil opposes the separate treatment of matters relating to the enhancement of the multilateral system. It is our understanding that any discussion on the expansion of the list of crops that are available in the multilateral system must necessarily occur in an integrated manner with the other fundamental aspects of this question, under a newly established formal process.
We recognize and appreciate the efforts made by Switzerland and India when organizing informal consultations on the aforementioned subject during the intersessional period. But it is our position that the proposed amendment must not be discussed by this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Germany.
Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We have taken note of the reports provided by Switzerland about the informal consultations they have organized during this intersessional period related to the enhancement of the multilateral system. And we thank our Swiss colleagues for their efforts. We agree with many of the points expressed in the reports by Switzerland and by the co-facilitators of the informal consultation held in Geneva in July 2022. While we take note that there are also differences in views and vision. The EU has held several consultations among its member states related to the enhancement of the MLS. Reviewing the past process and the results, we have identified a series of aspects which we consider important to be addressed in order to improve the existing MLS and move further towards its enhancement. These aspects relate to or are in addition to major unresolved issues in the draft package of measures presented at GB8 in November 2019. Among these aspects are the following. Firstly, that the governing body develops a shared vision of the key roles and functions of the multilateral system as a necessary common basis on which the aims and approach of a new enhancement process can be developed. Secondly, measures are required to improve the inclusion of material in the multilateral system, which currently consists of fragmented and incomplete availability and accessibility of Annex I material. Thirdly, the incomplete availability and accessibility of Annex I material creates the uncertainty of a real and effective increase in availability of additional material if Annex I were expanded as part of the enhancement process. Mechanisms ensuring a real flow of additional material and its availability in the multilateral system could be developed to ensure users would buy into the new system. Fourthly, the EU also sees an urgent need to bring the key importance of non-monetary benefit sharing within the treaty and the MLS back into focus. Facilitated access to and availability of the global gene pool in the multilateral system already in itself represents an enormous non-monetary benefit, and users and farmers ultimately benefit from many other non-monetary benefit sharing within the MLS. We recommend that the Funding Committee addresses the development of measures of non-monetary benefit sharing as a priority in order to support the enhancement of the multilateral system. Furthermore, the monetary benefit sharing is an important aspect of the multilateral system, and a regular and predictable flow of contributions into the benefit sharing fund very desirable. We see the need for developing realistic expectations regarding the steady flow of income in an enhanced MLS, as well as a realistic view of the contribution that the benefit-sharing fund would provide to the overall funding strategy framework and implementation of the treaty. The multilateral system is a key resource for users in the EU. A well-functioning, user-friendly and simple multilateral system provides critical support in addressing the growing challenges to agriculture and food security posed by global changes. The EU stands ready to support and actively develop and contribute to a new process, to jointly work on improving the multilateral system. We therefore support the proposal of Switzerland to establish a contact group in this regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Georgia.
Я тоже поддерживаю предложение Швейцарии по этой вопросу. Спасибо.
Thank you, Georgia. Iceland. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My statement will reflect to Agenda Item 8 and Agenda Item 9.2. Madam Chair, I am speaking on behalf of Malaysian delegates. Malaysia acknowledges the proposal from the government of Switzerland to amend ITPGRFA and expand the list of Annex 1 crops. Malaysia reiterates that among the objectives of ITPGRFA is to provide access to PGRFA in which they shall be available for conservation and sustainable use. The benefit sharing derived from the sustainable use is important for the purpose of global and national food security. Malaysia looks forward for the expansion of the Annex 1 crops list by emphasizing on crops that would have positive long-term impacts. It is believed that this action will lead towards resolving the issues related to climate change adaptation and sustainable crop productivity. We encourage mutual and balanced negotiation for an effective functioning of MLS and efficient mechanisms of benefit sharing from the MLS. Malaysia supports continuous discussion and consultation to enhance efficient implementation of multilateral system with establishment of open-ended contact group to promote discussion and transparency among contracting parties. Malaysia also agrees and supports with the proposal on the discussion of enhancements of the MLS with priorities on measures or mechanisms to raise monetary and non-monetary benefits that arises from the current MLS involving the current Annex 1 crops. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. I have in my list Lebanon, India, Burkina Faso, and I encourage parties who are requesting the floor to show their flags. So, Lebanon.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. نأخذ الكلمة بالنيابة عن إقليم الشرق الأدنى. إضافة إلى ما ذكره مندوب سوريا، يشكر إقليم الشرق الأدنى الميسرين المشاركين من سويسرا والهند على تيسير المناقشات غير الرسمية التي عقدت في جنيف، ويعتبر الإقليم أن تقريرهم يوفر أساسا جيدا للمناقشات، ويؤكد الإقليم على أنه من دون مناقشات رسمية لن يكون من الممكن تحقيق تعزيز أداء النظام المتعدد الأطراف، وأنه سيكون من المهم أن تناقش الGP9 الخطوات الأخرى المحتملة، كما أن إقليم الشرق الأدنى منفتح وميسر لأي مناقشات بناءة وجدية، وإن كانت في البداية غير رسمية، لبناء الثقة بين الأطراف المتعاقدة من أجل تحسين الفهم المشترك للمقترحات وتأثيراتها كمعلومات التسلسل الرقمي. كما أننا نشجع على إنشاء مجموعة بين الدورات للانتهاء من عملية تعزيز هذا النظام ضمن جدول زمني محدد وبتفويض جديد وباختصاصات منقحة، والتي تستند إلى الدروس المستفادة من العملية السابقة. شكرا.
شكرا لبنان. إنديا.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition of Asia region statement, I want to make following interventions from India side. First of all, India appreciates the initiative by Switzerland in organizing the informal meetings. As GB9 host, India co-facilitated the deliberations in order to provide a base document upon which the governing body can discuss. Without the full commitment of the contracting parties to the process, by making it a formal one, we don't expect any progress. India supports the possible parameter listed in the co-facilitator report. Number one, the process must be inclusive by being regionally balanced and including all stakeholders group. The process must be open-ended so that any contracted party may attend. Third proposal, the proposed process must include robust regional consultations. Fourth, and we may explore the potential of virtual meeting or hybrid consultations. I believe that my colleagues in this hall will agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Burkina Faso.
Okay. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Alors, je joins ma voix à celle de Ouganda pour la région Afrique, où nous reconnaissons que ce point est essentiel pour nous autres Africains. Il faut dire que à la 8e session, nous avons été frustrés de voir que nos pays qui sont venus avec beaucoup d'espoir de faire vivre le traité et d'en bénéficier en retour, eh bien, nous avons été séparés à la 8e session sans pouvoir trouver une solution efficace à ce grand problème. Effectivement, il faut que le système multilatéral et multilatéral soit fonctionnel, soit innovant, puisse mettre ensemble les utilisateurs et les fournisseurs de matériel. Nos pays se demandent parfois, vous êtes invités à donner des gènes à des banques internationales de gènes qui sont utilisées par des utilisateurs. Qu'est-ce que nous gagnons en retour? Nous n'avons pas de technologie, nous ne pouvons pas transformer. Et aujourd'hui, on parle de séquençage, de données de séquençage numérique où l'Afrique, les pays africains n'ont aucune technologie pour les faire valoir. Est-ce que nous pouvons garantir la traçabilité des codons, des gènes que nous donnons, des séquences? Est-ce que nous pouvons en retour avoir des bénéfices? C'est pourquoi nous pensons que toutes ces questions sont intégrées. Si nous voulons résoudre de façon durable la question d'un système multilatéral où il y a effectivement du multilatéralisme, où chaque participant au traité trouve effectivement son compte et que ce compte-là ne soit pas déséquilibré, eh bien nous pensons qu'il faut intégrer les questions de DSI, de l'ouverture de l'annexe 1, de droits des agriculteurs pour fonder, inventer un système très performant dans lequel nous nous retrouvons. Alors, on nous dit qu'il faut élargir l'annexe 1. Est-ce que c'est parce que les 64 espèces qui étaient dans l'annexe 1 sont illimitées, sont en nombre limité, que le système multilatéral ne fonctionne pas? Je ne crois pas. Mais nous ne sommes pas contre l'élargissement de l'annexe 1, Cependant, il faudrait nous garantir que, en retour, eh bien, il y aura un système enfin fonctionnel. Alors, dans cette problématique, nous pensons qu'il faut tenir compte réellement des droits des agriculteurs. Alors, tout à l'heure, nous avons discuté, les agriculteurs, surtout les petits agriculteurs, sont les gardiens, c'est bien, de la biodiversité mondiale. C'est eux qui fournissent les gènes. Il ne s'agit pas de ceux qui font de la monoculture, il ne s'agit pas de ceux qui font de l'agriculture, si vous voulez, vraiment intensive, mais c'est ceux qui, dans des micro-écosystèmes, arrivent à faire pousser des graines et à investir leur savoir et leur savoir-faire pour qu'on puisse avoir une diversité qui nous est utile aujourd'hui. Je pense qu'à ces agriculteurs-là, il faudrait donc vraiment faire en sorte que le nouveau système qu'on est en train d'inventer, les technologies, les avantages tels que les technologies puissent leur être en tout cas apportés afin que tout le monde gagne dans ces systèmes. Nous souhaitons que les consultations puissent se poursuivre et qu'on puisse inclure les pays en développement avec leurs organisations afin qu'on puisse avoir des résultats en tout cas tangibles. Merci.
Merci. Le Burkina Faso, Philippines.
Again, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for acknowledging the Philippines. I will be giving the statement on agenda number 9. The Philippines is grateful to the Secretary and Switzerland and the Government of India for the informal consultations on how to identify measures to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system on access and benefit sharing. We agree with the proposed resolution, but express our reservation on the expansion of crops in the multilateral system and the availability of Annex I crops conserved by the contracting parties. While there has been increased access to Annex I crops, there should be already in place a functional MLS to achieve one of the objectives of the treaty as regards fair and equitable sharing arising from the use of PGRFA, 20 years after the treaty has been in force. The Philippines supports the establishment of the intersessional group, particularly with the aim of making the multilateral system more dynamic to take into account developments and emerging issues in science, innovation, plant breeding, and global policy environment, such as digital sequence information and payment rates, as well as the issue of the impact on the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA under Article 5 and 6 of the Production of Ultra-Processed Food and Beverages, UPFDs, with the use of PGRFA. We also suggest that this intersessional group guide the contracting parties to consider modalities of voluntary benefit sharing, whereby food processing industries that benefit from plant genetic resources for food and agriculture shall contribute to the multilateral system in accordance with Article 13.6 of the Plant Treaty. We understand that a food processing engagement strategy has been drafted in line with Article 13.6 of the Plant Treaty. Furthermore, we support the establishment of an intersessional group that is inclusive by being regionally balanced and including all stakeholder groups, open-ended, so that any contracting party may attend, supported by robust regional consultations and maximize the potential of virtual meetings and/or consultations, including hybrid meetings. We have incorporated these suggestions in the draft resolution and will provide a copy of our suggestions to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Kuwait.
شكرا سيدتي. باسم إقليم الشرق الأدنى أؤيد على ما أدلى به مندوبنا من الشرق الأدنى بخصوص تعزيز نظام المتعدد الأطراف، ولكني أضيف بما يخص اقتراح إجراء تعديل في المعاهدة الدولية، فإن الإقليم لم يتخذ قراراً نهائياً على توسيع نطاق المحاصيل لتشمل جميع الموارد الوراثية النباتية للأغذية والزراعة قبل التأكد من نجاح استخدام الاتفاق الموحد المراجع في تدفق الأموال اللازمة في هذه المرحلة لصندوق تقاسم المنافع. ولكننا لا نمانع في هذه المرحلة على توسيع الجزء للملحق رقم 1، وذلك بزيادة عدد من المحاصيل على هذا الملحق. شكرا سيدتي.
شكرا دولة الكويت. إكوادور.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Ecuador avala, está de acuerdo con lo mencionado por Argentina en nombre del Grupo de América Latina y el Caribe. Consideramos que el mejoramiento del sistema multilateral es de suma importancia. Ecuador está de acuerdo que se retome las negociaciones sobre el mejoramiento de este sistema multilateral y consideramos que la mayoría de elementos que se indican en el apéndice y otros pueden ser trabajados por un grupo entre reuniones. Entonces será importante generar el mandato para el trabajo de este grupo. Sin embargo, Ecuador, ustedes perfectamente conocen, las partes contratantes, la posición de Ecuador no ha cambiado desde la 8ª reunión. Ecuador todavía tiene muchas dudas en el sentido de que la apertura del anexo 1 lo que produzca es que exista mayor disponibilidad de fondos al Fondo de Distribución de Beneficios, y hemos dado nuestros argumentos claramente sobre el tema. Si ustedes ven, en el sistema multilateral existen 2 cultivos, maíz y trigo, que es el 70% de venta de semilla a nivel mundial. Y como dijo Grula, en este tiempo no ha existido recursos para el Fondo de Distribución de Beneficios, o muy pocos, y siendo 2 cultivos que abarcan el 70% de ventas a nivel mundial. ¿Quién nos hace pensar, o creo que es muy probable, que aumentando la lista haya mayores recursos para el Fondo de Distribución de Beneficios? Por eso, para Ecuador es una línea roja la apertura del apéndice 1, y esa línea roja lamentablemente va a seguir. Sin embargo, Ecuador, en el ánimo de unir puentes, podría analizar la posibilidad de una propuesta de apertura del anexo 1 a un cultivo o grupo de cultivos bajo una negociación donde impere un balance entre regiones. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. I don't see any flags from the contracting parties. Yes? Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan welcomes the report by the co-facilitators of the informal consultation in July, and thanks the government of Switzerland and India for sponsoring this valuable exchange of views. Japan supports the enhancement of functioning of the multilateral system and believes an expansion in Annex 1, as called for under the Swiss proposal, is indispensable to ultimately widening the net of benefit sharing from all sources to the treaty. Japan supports the idea of addressing a balanced, simple, user-friendly package of measures in an inclusive and open-ended process, building on work done thus far, as mentioned in the report, if there is a decent chance of a productive and successful outcome. This process should achieve regional balance inclusive of relevant stakeholder groups and be fully accountable to all parties. Japan requests the Secretariat to ensure such arrangements. We acknowledge the still wide-range views with regard to the issues involved and support establishing a contact group. It's important for this treaty to be fully functional for us to claim to be the authority on all PGRFA matters. From that standpoint, we'd appreciate seeing the inclusion in the draft resolution, paragraph 1 of Resolution 12/2019 again to emphasize this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The United States of America aligns itself with the North American regional statement provided by Canada. As the United States, we're taking the floor to provide an opportunity to highlight how the MLS is currently functioning. We do recognize that it's a functional system, but that there are potential to improve the functioning. The extensive data presented in Agenda Item 9.1 report documents unambiguously tells that the primary providers of PGRFA are international agricultural research centers, and that recipients are located in all regions of the world. Most of PGRFA provided are from crops where the national and international public sector research and breeding dominate. This is critical from the standpoint of working to ensure global food security, but it may not be sufficient to contribute significantly to generation of monetary benefits. If the objective of enhancement is to establish more predictable revenue flow, then it would be necessary to amend the SMTA to be in line with commercial practice and to expand Annex 1. We support the proposal from Switzerland to establish a contact group, and would look forward to contributing constructively to the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Kenya wants to align itself to the African region, the position taken by the African region, and the many other contracting parties that have supported the enhancement of MLS. Indeed, this is what we had set out to do. Well, Kenya is encouraged to hear many voices from the floor that are in support of enhancement of the MLS. My proposal is that let's start up the process, finish what we had set out to do, and then we can expand the Annex 1. No businessman who sees his enterprise working well will refuse to invest more into it. That's exactly what we are requesting for. Let us get the enterprise working, then we can invest any need further. We can put more resources. That's expanding Annex 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to thank the hard work and hospitality of India government as a host country, also the Secretariat that has prepared all the documents, and not forget the Madam Chair rules as chair of important meeting. Madam Chair, Indonesia would like to take opportunity to make statement in Agenda 9.1 and Agenda 9.2. The first, Indonesia support the implementation and operation of MLS. The application and operation of MLS has been reported by 2 activities from BSF 3 program. Second, through these 2 projects, also encourage the MLS implementation to stakeholders in national level. 3, encouragement also subjected to other contracting party in Asia and Africa, 13 countries. For Agenda 9.2, Indonesia would like to inform that increased awareness of public on multilateral system are needed. We carried out several times public consultation and also collect survey on stakeholders. We address reasoning the importance of ITPGRFA for building global food security and also address benefit for the country. Certainly, it is included several options related to enhancement of MLS. For multi-purpose crop, it is necessary to have a guideline regarding the use of food, production of carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamin, and mineral. If utilization is other than food, medicine, health care, industry, bioenergy, and others, then notification is needed if it is for non-commercial activity, including research. However, if it is intended for commercial purposes, it needs to be processed following a mechanism outside of ITPGRFA MLS system. For example, Nagoya Protocol. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Niger.
Merci Madame la Présidente et bonsoir à tous. Ça me paraît un peu flou ou bien, sauf si je ne comprends pas, entendre que les centres de recherche sont les fournisseurs des ressources phytogénétiques, mais plutôt le contraire. Les centres de recherche, les banques de gènes nationales sont plutôt les bénéficiaires. Les fournisseurs de ressources phytogénétiques, tout le monde le sait ici, c'est les petits agriculteurs. Le Burkina Faso a bien expliqué ça. Donc, pour dire que ce n'est pas qu'on est contre l'ouverture de l'annexe 1, mais il faut un équilibre. L'équilibre, c'est quoi? L'annexe 1 est liée directement aux droits des agriculteurs. L'annexe 1 encore est liée au système multilatéral. Donc, s'il faut ouvrir ça, donc il faut encore revoir les autres points au niveau des agriculteurs, le système multilatéral, pour avoir un équilibre là-dessus. Merci.
Merci le Niger. Je ne vois pas de drapeau des pays partis. Are there any? No? We will continue with the observers. CGIR.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The multilateral system of access and benefit sharing provides critical support for the CGIAR centers acquiring, conserving, using, and distributing plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, both by the CGIAR gene banks and by the breeding programs. And while we are convinced, and our experience has been to date, that in many respects the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing is working very well, we also do have concerns about some aspects of its functioning. First, of course, we recognize concerns about levels of payments from users to the benefit sharing fund, and we recognize that those concerns should be more or less the same today as they were when the original process was launched in 2013. Furthermore, we have concerns about the fact that, of course, a wide range of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture are not subject to facilitated access under the multilateral system. Therefore, of course, we think it's important to engage in a formal process to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system based on common objectives that we hope can be agreed upon at this meeting by a contact group. In this context, we note that there was excellent work and exhaustive work done by the Working Group to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system between 2013 and 2019. And clearly future work to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system should take advantage of all of the work of that previous process where relevant to the commonly agreed objectives by this contact group here. So for us, important components and objectives of this process would be to increase payments to the benefit sharing fund based on approaches that are as low as possible in terms of transaction costs for users, for providers, and for the administrators of the system. It should increase the scope of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture currently included in the multilateral system. There should be complementary components and investments in capacity building for users, particularly users in developing countries, to be able to implement the multilateral system and to be able to take advantage of it. We also think there should be a monitoring and evaluation framework that complements the system to be able to keep track of monetary and non-monetary benefits and amounts of material available in the system and that which is exchanged. And finally, we think that all of the work that we engage in over the course of whatever period is set for this activity should be conducted with a keen eye towards developments under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Because ultimately, of course, these systems have to speak to one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CGIR. I give the floor to ISEF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking in the name of the entire seed sector here. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to renew our commitment to the objective of the international treaty, as the seed sector considers it to be the most suitable tool for access to and benefit sharing of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. We were a major contributor to earlier efforts to enhance the multilateral system of the treaty. We made important, practicable proposals to improve the standard material transfer agreement, including a full expansion of the list of crops in Annex 1 of the treaty, a workable subscription system as a fundamental prerequisite for companies to become subscribers, and a reasonable payment at commercialization as a prerequisite to maximize potential users to use the system. We were very disappointed when the negotiations failed in 2019. However, we remain committed to dialogue with parties to make progress toward a workable, fair, and equitable MLS that creates legal certainty, is administratively simple, and reduces the administrative burden of tracking and tracing. Such a system will enable users to comply with all the treaty and related ABS obligations, result in realistic monetary benefit sharing, advance efforts to conserve and sustainably use PGRFA, and contribute to agriculture and food security, as well as indirectly to human well-being. The seed sector is willing to work with the parties to find effective solutions for a comprehensive and meaningful enhancement of the MLS.
Thank you, ISF. I see no request for the floor. Thank you very much. There is. Yes, take the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Soy Gisela Illescas Palma, campesina, productora de café de México, represento al Movimiento Agroecológico de América Latina y el Caribe y hoy hablo en nombre del CIP, una plataforma global de pequeños productores y productoras de alimentos y pueblos indígenas que luchamos por la soberanía alimentaria. Para nosotros los agricultores, es inaceptable que el sistema multilateral de acceso y distribución de beneficios no esté funcionando. Es la base de nuestro compromiso con el tratado. En las condiciones actuales, la biopiratería es una gran preocupación para nosotros. No tenemos trazabilidad de las fuentes parentales del material patentado. Los receptores nacionales de algunas partes contratantes no están obligados a presentar un acuerdo normalizado de transferencia de material para acceder al material. Y mientras aquí estamos hablando, las industrias de semillas siguen utilizando la información genética de nuestras semillas para duplicarlas y superar las reglas del tratado. Además, los pagos a la distribución de beneficios siguen siendo voluntarios y muy pocos estados se han comprometido a ello. Por eso es importante llegar a un acuerdo sobre un sistema de pago obligatorio. Es muy urgente actuar. La efectividad del tratado está en riesgo por ese bloqueo. No podemos aceptar ninguna propuesta de ampliación del anexo 1 hasta que no esté listo un sistema efectivo del sistema multilateral. Seguiremos compartiendo nuestras semillas en el sistema multilateral solo si nuestros derechos se aplican en su totalidad, incluyendo un sistema efectivo de trazabilidad de las semillas convencionales y de las semillas de nosotros los agricultores y agricultoras, y el reconocimiento del acceso a los DSI como acceso al material físico. Obviamente, si los derechos de propiedad intelectual se utilizan sobre rasgos nativos, dejaremos de poner semillas en el sistema multilateral. Por lo tanto, parece una obligación importante reabrir un grupo de trabajo sobre el funcionamiento del sistema multilateral. Será muy importante asegurar una participación efectiva de todas las regiones, pero sobre todo también de las organizaciones campesinas en el grupo de trabajo, con el fin de dar espacio a las necesidades de los agricultores y agricultoras para mejorar un sistema efectivo para nosotros. El grupo de trabajo tendrá que abordar el tema de los pagos obligatorios, pero primero habrá que discutir la DSI para tomar una decisión como tratado y no esperar que otros foros tomen esta decisión. Necesitamos urgentemente un sistema multilateral eficaz que garantice los derechos de las y los agricultores y asegure nuestra protección frente a la biopiratería, las patentes sobre nuestras semillas y otras violaciones de nuestros derechos a la conservación, uso, intercambio y venta de nuestras semillas. El tiempo se ha acabado. Es momento de actuar ahora. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, SIP. Third World Network.
Hello, Madam Chair. If it is allowed, I would speak after the collective statement of civil society organizations. Would that be fine?
Yes. I see a flag there, but I can't see what is written. You can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair, for giving us the floor. I'm speaking on behalf of the CSO present at this meeting, under the flag of Pro Spezia Rara. And we support the intervention made by IPC before. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the same point as 2013 when the ad hoc open-ended working group to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system was launched. There are still no predictable and significant user-based payments into the benefit-sharing fund. But the treaty is very clear. The fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of their use is the first objective of the treaty. In our view, the contracting parties have no choice but to fulfill the mandate of the treaty text and to set up a formal process to fully implement a fair and equitable benefit sharing with farmers. If the governing body decides to draft terms of reference for a formal process, we will be happy to comment more in detail on these later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see Peru.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Nuevamente tomo la palabra y quiero manifestar que Perú está en línea con la declaración del GRULAC en el aspecto de continuar con los debates sobre el mejoramiento del sistema multilateral, con el fin de alcanzar los objetivos que se señalan en los documentos que nos han hecho llegar. En lo que se refiere a la ampliación del anexo 1, mi país realmente hay que dejar en claro que no se opone a que la investigación sea facilitada y que acelere procesos. Sin embargo, tiene aún sus reservas por la ampliación de este anexo, principalmente mientras no se mejore o se garantice la mejora del sistema multilateral y se tenga ya clara de que va a haber una distribución justa y equitativa por el uso de estos recursos fitogenéticos para la agricultura y la alimentación. Sin embargo, al igual que otros países, aún estamos en evaluación para ver la posibilidad de ampliar algunos de estos cultivos que son de importancia para la agricultura y la alimentación. Hay que tener en cuenta que Perú tiene algunas especies que realmente son endémicas y que aún todavía necesitan ser investigadas dentro de nuestro país, y es así que algunas instituciones con las cuales hemos tenido reuniones han creído conveniente aún tener un poco de reserva en esto, pero no nos oponemos a que se amplíe para un grupo de cultivos que podría ser de importancia para la alimentación y la agricultura. Gracias.
Gracias, Perú. Third World Network.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. Usually, civil society organizations take floor collectively, and individual statements are not generally warranted. Nevertheless, as an observant in multiple forums where issue of digital sequence information has become a deal-breaker concern, including in World Health Organization, where a decision on DSI is super pertinent for protecting lives from the scourges of epidemics, pandemics, and endemics, TWN would like to exercise its right to speak in the plenary, calling for an early resolution to challenges associated with the use of DSI in the multilateral system. Madam Chair, enhancement of multilateral system is the need of the hour. While a package deal is playing out its role in the negotiations, it must be understood that a step-by-step approach is necessary in developing measures to enhance the functioning of multilateral system. An early consensus solution to challenges created by the use of DSI to the functioning of multilateral system needs to be recognized as a prerequisite for taking any decision so as to expand the scope of Annex 1. This is because while states delay a decision in treaty governing body, as well as in other international forums like Convention on Biological Diversity and in the negotiations for biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, the use of DSI is increasing without any legal checks, ensuring fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of DSI. It is a matter of common knowledge that it is benefit sharing handle of the multilateral system which requires priority attention of the contracting parties. Without enhancing the benefit sharing, it would be premature to expand the Annex 1. Expanding scope of Annex 1 without addressing the gaps will put more plant genetic resources into a system which has underperformed historically. We therefore invite contracting parties to initiate a formal working group to consider measures for the enhancement of multilateral system in a step-by-step manner and with clear terms of reference to find an early solution to the challenges created by the use of DSI. This will not only be a logically correct process, but also a way to build trust among developing countries and farmers. Lastly, Madam Chair, as a citizen of India, let me express sincere gratitude to the Government of India for hosting 9th GB of the treaty, permitting various stakeholders from India to participate in the meeting and listen to it in a language familiar to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Third World Network. At this stage of negotiations, I would like to call for the establishment of a contact group on the enhancement of multilateral system and its mandate. I propose that it will be chaired by the co-facilitators who earlier reported on their informal consultation, Mr. François Pitou, Switzerland, and Mr. Sunil Arshak, India. I would suggest each region has 4 spokespersons, but that it will be open to all contracting parties. Other delegates may attend as observers. The contact group will have interpretation. I open the floor for comments on my suggestion. It is accepted, then. Thank you. I will establish the contact group according to this discussion, the time and place of its first meeting, and further details will be announced in due time by the Secretariat. Thank you. Let's move now to the item 9.1. I open the agenda. Item 9.1, implementation and operations on the multilateral system. I request the Secretariat to present the documents in 3 sections. It is the same order you find in the annotated agenda. These sections deals with 1, the general operation of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. 2, the reviews and assessments. 3, the third-party beneficiary. We will discuss 9.1 points little Roman, like little e, I, after 9.1, after the 3 sections of 9.1. The Secretariat has the floor to introduce the first section on general operations and implementation of the multilateral system. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Working document 9.1 provides an overview of the developments in the implementation of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing since the 8th session of the governing body. It contains an update on material available in the multilateral system as communicated to the Secretary and an analysis of year plans transfer within the multilateral system. Based on the analysis of the information contained in the various databases and information systems, communications to the Secretary, national reports on implementation and other sources, the Secretary has updated a list of materials available in the multilateral system per country and CGR center as contained in Appendix 2. In particular, data has been put together from GLIS, Views, Eurisco, and Genesis, as well as direct communication to the Secretary. The analysis of the data in Appendix 2 shows a 5% increase in the PGRFA available in the multilateral system from contracting parties compared to the report provided in 2019, with 1.4 million materials available. The detailed figures of year plan flows under the multilateral system are contained in Appendix 1. As of 10 June this year, the data store has recorded 90,000 SMTAs, with an increase of 20% since the last report. The data related to providers located in 56 countries distributed material to recipients in 181 countries. Despite the limitations imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic on training and capacity building activities, the document also reports some advances in the development of new training and support material. In particular, the new educational module on the multilateral system. The document also refers to the report that, following a request by the governing body in 2018, the CGR made available on the status of implementation of the CGR principles on the management of intellectual assets. As the request by the governing body in 2019 referred to general plans managed under the framework of the international treaty, the report clarified that all planned year plans or information generated from the use of such year plans that is subject of restricted use agreement, limited exclusivity agreement, or IP application as reported in the annual CGR Intellectual Assets Management Report were developed, at least in part, through the use of PGRFA held in trust by the Center or from PGRFA acquired by the centers under the SMTA. Madam, the document further highlights collaboration with national focal points and partner organizations in the preparation of reports and analysis, in the provision of support for the implementation of the multilateral system at both regional and national level. The governing body, is invited to take note of this report on the implementation and operations of the multilateral system and provide guidance for further implementation of the multilateral system, taking into account the draft elements contained in Part 1 of the resolution, Appendix 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I now open the floor for interventions on the document 9.1. United States of America.
Thank you very much. I'm making this statement on behalf of the North America region. We thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive and useful information provided on the operation of the MLS. The report has significantly improved over the last several GB sessions, and we very much appreciate the Secretariat's work to provide key information in useful formats. There are several aspects that caught our attention in reading the report, and we would like to highlight a couple. Figure 3 and paragraph 60 highlight that national collections encompass about double the number of accessions as the CG centers, but the centers distribute by far the greatest volume of accessions, almost 90%. We commend the CG centers for this and hope that national programs will be able to step up distribution from their collections. We appreciate in Appendix 2 seeing the data on the availability of materials by some contracting parties. We note that only 86 countries are profiled out of almost 150 contracting parties. We recognize there may be gaps in capacity or reporting. Nevertheless, we encourage all contracting parties to meet their obligations to include their collections in the multilateral system in accordance with Treaty Article 11.2. The United States and Canada have made all germplasm that is in the public domain and under the management and control of the national germplasm systems available to users worldwide through the MLS. Currently, the U.S. collection includes more than 600,000 samples of PGRFA, and those from Canada, about 115,000, including both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 listed species. For specific text in the resolution, as contained in Appendix 3 of document ITGB 9/22/9.1, we have a small number of targeted edits. Regarding operative paragraph 1, we would like to clarify that we understand that the request to identify material at the accession level should apply to reporting the total number of accessions. For collections in the U.S. and Canadian systems, extensive accession-level information is already freely available via Green Global website, and for the U.S. also through Genesis. In paragraph 2, we recommend referring to the importance of having collections that are adequately characterized as opposed to fully characterized. In paragraph 4, we suggest adding language that captures some of the items requested at GB8 related to identifying difficulties and capacity development needs related to national implementation. We request that paragraphs 7 and 8 reflect that the request for additional activities by the Secretary are subject to the availability of financial resources. In addition, this language in paragraph 19 should be placed earlier in the paragraph to clarify that it applies to all of the activities. For paragraph 21, we support undertaking the assessment at the 11th session and suggest modifying the language to read, consider any decisions foreseen under Article 11.4. We will also submit these edits in writing to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Statement by Africa on the report on operations of the multilateral system. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates to the 9th governing body, ladies and gentlemen. Namibia takes the floor for the first time and congratulates Madam Chair in her commitment during this challenging time to actively support in the preparation of the GB9. Namibia takes the floor on behalf of the African Region delegation. First, the Namibian delegation joined voice to thank the government of India for the warm welcome and hospitality to the Namibia delegation and Africa Region delegation since we arrived. The African Region delegation thanks the Secretariat for preparing the reports on operations of the multilateral system. Africa Region delegation takes note of the reports and supports the resolution made by the Secretariat to the GB9 under each part of the report. We particularly note the challenges that inhibit increased availability of the material in the MLS, in particular the difficulties the contracting parties are facing. We also note the positive and significant increase in the use of SMTA of 20% and an average of 16 SMTA per day. The Africa Region delegation further observes a fair percentage distribution of SMTA for material under development across the regions when compared with regional population, but we note the absence of important crops for Africa like maize, sweet potato, and yam. Madam Chair, we accordingly propose emphasis on availing resources to remove impediments to inclusion of material into the MLS. The Africa Region delegation recommends that the Secretariat should be requested to prioritize continued support and capacity building through regional workshops and technology transfer for contracting parties to fully characterize their PGRFA, as well as the use of digital object identifiers and the SMTA to make their PGRFA available to the MLS. The Africa Region delegation acknowledges achievements of the CGIAR and proposes that it should enhance its systems for reporting and the application of the principles on the management of intellectual assets to germplasm, as well as information generated from the use of this germplasm, including DSI. Madam Chair, the Africa delegation also recommends for the Secretariat to start exploring mechanisms that will enable the third-party beneficiary procedures to embrace the proposed measures to enhance the MLS. I thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor.
Brazil praises the increased transparency and the enhanced reporting efforts that have been made within the CGIAR. We especially appreciate the due diligence applied by CGIAR centers in order to identify the contracts that impose the application of benefit sharing rules in the implementation of CGIAR principles on the management of intellectual assets. Brazil reinstates the comments that informed our response to notification NCP GB9011, namely about the absence of a legal framework that allows us to obtain a precise conclusion on the inclusions of germplasm in the multilateral system made by private institutions and individuals. We understand that this kind of challenge is recurrent among contracting parties, and that is one of the reasons why we believe that paragraph 21 of the draft resolution presented by document 9.1 lacks feasibility. Apart from the aforementioned gaps in national frameworks, we must bear in mind that the MLS is regularly used by corporations outside the jurisdiction of any contracting party, which poses an additional challenge for the envisaged assessment. Furthermore, Brazil has concerns regarding paragraph 22 of the resolution, postponing, once again, the reviews of Article 13.2d, small Roman 2. In our view, the preferred course of action would be to include language that establishes a correlation between the decisions and reviews of Articles 11.4 and 13.2d, small Roman 2, and the possible re-establishment of formal discussions on the enhancement of the MLS. We therefore suggest that paragraphs 21 and 22 should remain bracketed in order to be redrafted once we conclude discussions on item 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Germany.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm talking on behalf of the European Regional Group. The European Regional Group wishes to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documentation and providing the analysis on germplasm flow and availability, and the CGIAR for the second report on the status of implementation of the CGIAR principles on the management of intellectual assets. We welcome the stable trend in the use of the SMTA and in transfers of PGRFA, as reflected in the report on the implementation and operations of the multilateral system, with more than 6 million PGRFA distributed to recipients in 181 countries. In addition, we consider it would be useful to receive more detailed information on the transfer of PGRFA and SMTAs per country and per year, including on domestic transfers. We welcome the support and capacity building activities carried out by the Secretariat and the publication of the educational module on the MLS, and agree to its translation and conversion into an online training tool. We also appreciate the new website section on the MLS. We welcome the very positive trend of information in the global information system about availability of accessions within the multilateral system. We note, based on the data presented in Appendix 2 of the report on the implementation and operations of the MLS, that over 40% of contracting parties appear not to have included any material in the multilateral system. We would welcome a systematic analysis on the reasons for this lack of material inclusion and propose to include this aspect in the update of the report about global availability and transfer of material in point 4 of the draft resolution. We consider it important to further analyze the impediments, difficulties, and gaps related to the inclusion and availability of material in the MLS in order to improve the system, as well as to identify the specific needs that contracting parties may have, and therefore how they could be supported to effectively include their materials in the multilateral system, including through the upcoming capacity building strategy. Based on national experiences, we would also suggest that the Secretariat consider to what degree collections of vegetatively propagated material are well documented and identified and included in internationally available databases, in order to provide advice on how to enhance on the domestic implementation of the multilateral system. We welcome the assessment about inclusion of material in the MLS by legal and natural persons and related measures. We agree that awareness raising is important and support the preparation of a briefing note. As it became clear from the information provided by the contracting parties and stakeholders, in particular, awareness about the advantages of including material in the MLS is lacking. The briefing note, as per point 19 of the resolution, therefore, should include this aspect explicitly. We agree with all other points in the draft resolution and will provide our above suggested additions to points 4 and 19 of the resolution in writing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Lebanon.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة لإعطاء الكلمة. ناقشت دول إقليم الشرق الأدنى الوثيقة العائدة لتنفيذ النظام متعدد الأطراف للوصول وتقاسم المنافع، حيث رحبت بالمعلومات المقدمة بشأن توافر المواد في النظام متعدد الأطراف، وشكرت الأطراف المتعاقدة التي حددت المواد المتاحة في النظام متعدد الأطراف، وتحثها على مواصلة تحديث هذه المعلومات بانتظام، وتحث كذلك الأطراف المتعاقدة التي لم تفعل ذلك بعد على تحديد المواد التي لديها والتي تشكل جزءا من هذا النظام. بالرغم من غياب الإطار القانوني لتوجيه الأشخاص الطبيعيين والاعتباريين لإدراج المواد في النظام متعدد الأطراف في أغلبية دول الإقليم، إن إقليمنا يشجع الأشخاص الطبيعيين والاعتباريين بإتاحة موادهم من خلال التبرع بها لبنوك الجينات الوطنية التي تعمل مع الموارد الوراثية النباتية بموجب إدارة ورقابة الحكومة وفي المجال العام، وعندها تصبح هذه المواد الوراثية النباتية متاحة في البنوك الوراثية الوطنية، ستصبح تلقائيا متاحة في النظام المتعدد الأطراف. ويؤكد الإقليم على نجاح النظام المتعدد الأطراف للمعاهدة الدولية بشأن المواد الوراثية النباتية للأغذية والزراعة في توفير الحصول الميسر للموارد الوراثية النباتية المدرجة في الملحق رقم 1، حيث أشارت الوثيقة بزيادة نسبة 20% من التقرير الأخير. ومع ذلك فإن تقاسم المنافع النقدية الناشئة عن تسويق الموارد الوراثية النباتية التي تشمل المواد التي تم الحصول عليها من النظام متعدد الأطراف فهو ضئيل جدا. ومن هنا أكد المجتمعون أن وجود نظام متعدد الأطراف يعمل بكامل طاقته وسهل الاستخدام وبسيط هو أمر محوري لأداء المعاهدة الدولية ونجاحه. شكرا.
شكرا لبنان. إكوادور.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Para Ecuador el Tratado Internacional es muy importante y Ecuador cumple con sus obligaciones. Y en este tema no es la excepción. Ecuador ha puesto a disposición del sistema multilateral materiales del Banco de Germoplasma. Ecuador comparte las preocupaciones sobre dificultades para poner material en el sistema multilateral también, principalmente la falta de germoplasma en los bancos nacionales, que es la principal limitación para notificar a la Secretaría acerca de los recursos fitogenéticos que están disponibles en este sistema multilateral, debido a las limitaciones presupuestarias para los procesos de regeneración y multiplicación. Este es un tema que es un problema no solo en Ecuador, en el Banco de Germoplasma del Ecuador, sino en muchos de los bancos nacionales a nivel mundial y que se necesita una pronta solución. Ecuador está de acuerdo con los elementos de resolución del apéndice 3, sin embargo, consideramos que en el punto 21 la Secretaría debe informar al órgano rector en su 10ª reunión para que éste pueda realizar las evaluaciones y adoptar las decisiones previstas en el artículo 11.4 del Tratado Internacional. Y sobre el punto 22 creemos que se han realizado muchos aplazamientos sobre los exámenes y las evaluaciones previstas en el artículo 13.2d, Romanito 2 del tratado, y que dichas evaluaciones no deben pasar más allá de la 10ª reunión del órgano rector. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking on behalf of Malaysian delegates. Malaysia welcomes the report prepared by the Secretariat regarding the operation and implementation of MLS as in document IT/GB9/22/9.1. As reported in the document, Malaysia has put in place nearly 10,000 accessions of crops under the MLS out of 13,000 accessions under long-term and medium-term storage. This has been the outcome from a numerous collaboration project, mainly with the Crop Trust through the Crop Y Relative Project. Malaysia look forward to collaborating in other initiatives by the Crop Trust, especially in safety duplication of materials in the Bull project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada aligns itself fully with what was said on behalf of the region by the United States. Canada likes, in addition to emphasize, we like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent reporting provided in the document 22 for 9.1, the report on the implementation of the operation of the MLS. The MLS is a key element of the treaty. The Secretariat has met the request of delivering a report distinguishing between germplasm distributions by Article 15 institutions, contracting parties, and non-contracting parties. This helps to much better understand the functioning of the MLS. We congratulate the Secretariat for collecting and summarizing the data and presenting it in such concise form. We see the MLS for access and benefit sharing and such concise reports as a key achievement of the Plant Treaty. Canada also thanks the Secretariat for supporting the functioning of the MLS, in particular also by the technical help Canada receives the National Gene Bank for delivering the requested report on the SMTAs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. As many comments have been done on the second and third parts of the point 9.1 as well, I would ask you if you have any other intervention on these two sections to complete the interventions. On the documents 9.1.2 Rev 1 and 9.1.3 on the third-party beneficiary. Pro specie rara.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. I speak again on behalf of the CSO present at this meeting. There are two issues regarding the implementation of the treaty and the MLS not mentioned in the report at all, which are crucial and to which I would like to draw your attention. There is at least one member state that uses the SMTA only for access of foreign requesters. No SMTA is used for access to PGRFA by domestic users. If, as in this case, this country is a country that owns one of the world's largest national collections and is at the same time home of the world's largest seed companies, then this is a key problem for the implementation of the multilateral system. Since there are countless accessions in these collections that originally came from other countries and are still available in other gene banks with an SMTA, this is a huge loophole of the multilateral system that urgently needs to be plugged. In our view, the wording of the treaty does not provide for a distinction between domestic and foreign private and legal persons when accessing PGRFA. Now, in this meeting, we will discuss the revision of the multilateral system and the SMTA, among other things with the goal to increase user-based payments into the benefit-sharing fund. But if the largest seed companies do not have to sign an SMTA when accessing PGRFA in certain countries, then even the best SMTA will not have the desired effect. Therefore, we like to suggest that in the resolution where in paragraph 4 the Secretary is requested to update the report on the global availability of material in the multilateral system, it should be added that this report should include a legal analysis whether unequal treatment of domestic and foreign natural and legal persons in access to the multilateral system is in line with the text of the treaty and what the effects of such unequal treatment would be. The second point I like to mention is that in the MLS, in its Article 12.3d, as well as in the Standard Material Transfer Agreement, it is required that recipients shall not claim any intellectual property or other rights that limit the facilitated access to the plant genetic resources for food and agriculture or the genetic parts and components in the form received from the MLS. A note issued by the Dutch Gene Bank some years ago argued that patents on native traits may be in conflict with the obligations of a recipient who has signed an SMTA. And just a few months ago, a recent report of the network No Patents on Seeds showed a new wave on patent applications on native traits and corresponding gene sequences. All these patents could be in contradiction with the obligations under the SMTA. However, a violation of the SMTA could only be claimed if an SMTA was signed when accessing the genetic resource. But this potential infringement can in most cases not be proven because the vast majority of patent applications do not disclose the origin of the resource. And there are no inquiries into this matter on the part of the treaty or the third-party beneficiary. Thus, there is a risk of continuous violation of the SMTA and the principles of the treaty without any consequences. It is imperative that this does not happen. Therefore, we like to suggest that, again, in paragraph 4 of the draft resolution, the report should also include an analysis and proposals by the Secretariat on how to address potential violations of Article 12(3)(d) of the Treaty and the SMTA, if necessary, through adjustments to the SMTA. Ladies and gentlemen, all issues mentioned are crucial for the implementation for the MLS and needs to be solved urgently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prospechirara. IPC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Anuka. I present a person from Sri Lanka. I represent Monla, an organization of Lavia Campesina. I am speaking on behalf of the IPC, a global platform of small-scale food producers for food sovereignty. Considering what my previous comrade mentioned about the malfunctioning of the multilateral system, we have a specific comment on the draft resolutions. Paragraph 1 should be modified to stress the need of updating the information of the material available in the MLS to including information on the source of material obtained, the procedures with which it has been obtained, whether free prior informed consent was secured, and details of the FPIC if done so. In addition, an official document should be given the farmers or communities from whom PGRFA are collected at the time of the collection, indicating their names, the place and date of the collection, the numbers assigned of the sample in national and international public collections, and guaranteeing that no intellectual property or other right limiting their rights and those of the farmers to save, use, exchange, and sell seeds or other reproductive material of that PGRFA. Its part of the genetic components will be guaranteed. Article 9.1 of the treaty recognizes the role of the present and indigenous people in the conservation and development of plant genetic resources, which constitute the base of the food and agriculture production throughout the world. However, we are not aware of, about the conditions and manner put in the place to collect the farmers' contribution. Today, indeed, of the protecting farmers' right, some contracting parties are using the treaty as an instrument to violate our right to save, use, exchange, and sell our seeds. The lack of responsibility in facing the issue of DIS in the forum is allowing to the duplication of seed into the National Gene Bank that will be allow patent on native trait, and there will be overcome the equitable sharing of the benefit arising from the use of PGRFA. In this uncertain condition, we strongly demand the clear decision of the constructing parties that our contribution don't end up contributing the curtailment of our rights, but rather they will represent the realization of our rights, which are inalienable human rights, and also to the greater welfare of the society and Mother Earth. Regarding Part 5 of the draft resolution, we have a concern about the validity of the report of the Secretariat, given that the submission received in the response to the notification, there were only 6 submissions received in total. There were no submissions from the Asian among us contracting parties, no from farmers, organization, NOAA, from CSOs among that relevant actors. Therefore, we would like to have possibility to contribute again to those submissions, opening again the call, communicating which every actors and contracting parties that participators at these sections of the governing body. The notification should be sent by emails in all the official language of the treaty, and it should leave enough time to allow proper consultation among different actors. Finally, we would like to reiterate our regard about the behavior of some contracting parties that allows access to the domestic represent of the PGRFA and in the multilateral system without signing the standard material transfer agreement. This is obviously curriculum-vations of any obligations of the treaty, acting as the road of biopiracy of the entire collection in the multilateral system. And this has been the stop now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IPC. No more requests for the floor? Then the Secretariat will compile all the comments under this agenda item and will incorporate them in the text of the draft resolution. The document will be circulated as CRP conference room paper for all the parties to have the opportunity to review it. We will bring it again to the plenary. We will move to the following agenda item, which is 9.1I, implementation of Article 12.3A of the International Treaty, and I will call the Secretariat to present the document under this agenda item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As contracting parties from agenda item 9.1, Roman numeral I, the European Union and its member states had made a submission regarding the implementation of Article 12.3A of the International Treaty. They indicated that there were some issues and challenges with regard to the implementation of this provision by some of their stakeholders. Based on the discussions within the Bureau regarding this agenda item, they are expected to share their views on this item and welcome other views from other contracting parties. So, Madam Chair, that is the basis of this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will give the floor to the European Union to introduce the document of their submission. European region. Germany.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat and the Bureau that you have placed this on the agenda. I'm now going to read our statement, which basically is based on our documentation and introduces the issue. So I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The multilateral system is a core asset of the international treaty. The material contained in the MLS is a key resource for breeders, farmers, and researchers around the world. And the proper implementation and functioning of the MLS is, therefore, fundamental to its success. And we have heard that across the room already in the previous items. The EU has identified, during its informal consultations related to the enhancement of the MLS, a series of aspects which the EU considers important to be addressed in order to enhance the existing MLS. Most of them were included in our statement to agenda item 9.2. One further aspect are the legal uncertainties related to the utilization of multiple-use crops. As we have elaborated in working document IT/GB9/22/9.1.I/Circ1. According to Article 12.3a, the inclusion of multiple-use crops in the MLS depends on their relevance for food security. The term food security is not defined. This provides room for interpretation and leads to legal uncertainties in their utilization when requested from the MLS. These legal uncertainties would further increase through the reinforcement of Article 8 of the SMTA on damages for breaches related to SMTA Articles 6.1 and 6.2, as was foreseen in the draft package of measures for the enhancement of the MLS. We therefore think that a clarification of Article 12.3a, leading to the unequivocal and legally safe inclusion of multiple-use crops into the MLS, will improve the MLS and enhance the use of material from the MLS for the benefit of farmers worldwide. The EU and its member states understand and aim to implement Article 12.3.a based on the consideration that the importance for food security of PGRFA, including multiple-use crops, is determined by their use for agricultural production of food and feed, and/or by their use for generating income through the selling of food and feed products, as well as of selling agricultural non-food feed products. Guidance from the governing body and the Secretariat of the Treaty on means and options for clarification would be appreciated to reach a safe implementation of Article 12.3a and utilization of multiple-use crops, and thus enhancing the multilateral system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany, on behalf of the European Union. I open the floor for interventions on this agenda item. United States of America. Oh, sorry. Uruguay.
Estamos cerca de Estados Unidos, pero no somos el mismo. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. En referencia al punto 9.1 romanito I, como es la primera vez que hacemos intervención en el plenario, quisiéramos agradecer al Gobierno de la India por albergar esta reunión de forma tan brillante. Asimismo, quisiéramos agradecerle a usted por el trabajo realizado y deseándole el mayor de los éxitos en nombre de nuestro país, que es como hago la intervención. Agradecemos también a la Secretaría por todo el apoyo recibido, no solamente en este órgano rector, sino en el periodo entre ambos órganos rector. En referencia a la orientación que se solicita en el documento IT-GB-9/22/9.1 romanito I, sobre el término de seguridad alimentaria y en referencia al documento citado por la Unión Europea IT-GB-9/22/9.1.I circular 1, sobre ampliar el término de seguridad alimentaria. Entendemos que los usos utilizados como ejemplo, almidón de papa, aceite de colza, son a nuestro entender de otros usos industriales, los cuales están comprendidos en el artículo 12.3. O sea que, a nuestro entender, estos usos no estarían comprendidos en dicho artículo. Compartimos con la Unión Europea el término de darle mayor seguridad jurídica. Eso desde nuestro país se comparte. Por tanto, este tema debe estar comprendido en un acuerdo normalizado de transferencia. Por tanto, entendemos que esto también es imperativo para nuestro país, que sea considerado en el grupo de contacto de mejora del sistema multilateral que se ha creado recientemente. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Uruguay. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India supports the deliberation on the submission by European Union and request for more clarity on implementation of Article 12.3a of International Treaty. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, India. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Brazil would like to recall the intense debates marked by a decisive role played by developing countries that led to the drafting and inclusion of Article 12.3 in the treaty. We have reason to be very cautious about the proposal under discussion, especially considering the unusual objective of having the governing body decide on the interpretation of an article. We do not have clarity on the legal validity and possible implications of a decision by the governing body on how to interpret one of the treaty's articles. Article 23 of the treaty is very clear on the procedures to be adopted if a contracting party wishes to propose an amendment, and we believe that would be the correct course of action for the purposes of the European Union. Additionally, since a decision on this subject would alter the functioning of the MLS by expanding the possible uses of crops accessed by means of the system, Brazil sees the issue as closely linked to the enhancement of the MLS. As such, we believe it must not be dealt with separately, nor be given priority in relation to other aspects involved in the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. We note the discussions that we had with the European colleagues prior to GB9 and welcome the opportunity to reiterate our views for European members to consider in how they approach implementation of the treaty. The Southwest Pacific region acknowledges that negotiation of the scope of the MLS was a long process. Negotiations on scope of the MLS started in about 1995, and the criteria of food security and interdependence were endorsed in about April 1999. And they were the basis for negotiation to finalise the list of crops. The Plant Treaty recognises this in Article 11.1 that the criteria of food security and interdependence are the basis for the crop species listed in Annex 1. The treaty requires providers in the MLS to make material in Annex 1 available in accordance with the terms of the SMTA, particularly note Article 12.2 and 12.3 of the treaty. And the SMTA requires recipients to use PGRFA access through the MLS only for research, breeding and training for food and agriculture, in particular Article 6.1 of the SMTA. If there is concern that material from the MLS is being used for purposes not related to actual or potential value for food and agriculture, the SMTA and treaty provide a framework for dispute settlement and ultimately a legal framework to govern the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Con relación a la circular de la Unión Europea, Ecuador está de acuerdo en la importancia del uso de una amplia gama de recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y agricultura, que es necesaria para la investigación, el mejoramiento, para la adaptación de la agricultura al cambio climático y para asegurar los medios de subsistencia y la seguridad alimentaria de las personas, principalmente en países en desarrollo y en países en economía en transición. En relación al artículo 12.3a, sobre el acceso a cultivos de uso múltiple y que su importancia para la seguridad alimentaria sea el factor determinante para su inclusión en el sistema multilateral, consideramos que se debería tomar en cuenta la definición de seguridad alimentaria de la FAO de la Cumbre Mundial de la Alimentación de 1996, en donde se indica que la seguridad alimentaria a nivel de individuo, hogar, nación y global se consigue cuando todas las personas, en todo momento, tienen acceso físico y económico a suficiente alimento, seguro, nutritivo, para satisfacer sus necesidades alimenticias y sus preferencias con el objeto de llevar una vida activa y sana. Así como también la reafirmación en esta misma cumbre de 185 países y de la Comunidad Europea de la Declaración de Roma sobre la Seguridad Alimentaria Mundial, que indica el derecho de toda persona a tener acceso a alimentos sanos y nutritivos en consonancia con el derecho a una alimentación apropiada y con el derecho fundamental de toda persona a no padecer hambre. En este sentido, el Pacto Internacional de Derechos Económicos, Sociales y Culturales de 1996 elaboraron los conceptos de derechos a la alimentación, haciendo hincapié en el derecho de toda persona a un nivel de vida adecuado para sí y su familia, inclusive la alimentación, y especificando el derecho fundamental de toda persona a estar protegida contra el hambre. Estas definiciones pueden incluir elementos contra la lucha contra el hambre para un mejor análisis de la inclusión de de la inclusión o no de estos recursos fitogenéticos en el sistema multilateral. Creo que está bastante claro de qué estamos hablando cuando se habla de seguridad alimentaria. Necesitamos derechos de alimentación al hambre y estos cultivos con los que estamos trabajando en este tratado se refieren a esos cultivos. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Namibia speaks on behalf of Africa. Africa notes the Article 12.3a of the International Treaty facilitates access for the agreed objectives of the treaty, thus utilization and conservation for research, breeding, and training for food and agriculture, provided that such purposes does not include chemicals, pharmaceutical, and/or other non-food feed industrial uses. The Africa region notes that the established mechanisms required that in the case of multiple-use crops, their importance for food security should be the determinant for their inclusion in the multilateral system and availability for facilitated access. The Africa Region Group takes note of the submission of the Presidency of the EU on behalf of the EU and its member states seeking advice in policy direction from the governing body on this matter and possible wide-range use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. The Africa Region Group notes that although implementation of the multilateral system is well advanced in the EU region, the desire to extend access for purposes beyond those provided under the treaty remains limited without the enhancement of the multilateral system. We have several concerns regarding issues of DSI originating from the MLS material and being used for purposes beyond the objectives of the treaty. We are willing to present these concerns for mutual agreement during substantive discussions on enhancement of the multilateral system and the amendment of Annex 1 of the treaty. The Africa Region Group notes the legal uncertainties that will be posed by the inclusion and utilization of the multiple-use crops within the MLS and is willing to find common solutions. We therefore propose that this session adopts a resolution for re-engagement on enhancing the MLS, explicitly including a mandate to resolve the question of DSI benefit sharing. The tasked group should consider this request and make recommendations to the next session of GB. We also call on GB9 to consider sending a strong message to CBD COP15 about the urgent need to agree a global multilateral solution for the DSI benefit sharing issue. I thank you.
Thank you. Namibia, Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. La Argentina toma nota del documento IT-9-9.9.1.1/circ.1, propuesta de la Unión Europea y sus Estados miembros sobre la aplicación del artículo 12.3a del Tratado Internacional. La Argentina señala que, desde su perspectiva, dicho artículo debe ser aplicado en base a la interpretación nacional, caso por caso, de dicha cláusula. En ese sentido, compartimos las reservas expresadas por otras delegaciones en relación a la competencia del órgano rector para interpretar el tratado. Asimismo, coincidimos con Ecuador y otros en el reconocimiento de que el concepto de seguridad alimentaria ya se encuentra definido en el ámbito de la FAO. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. United States of America.
Thank you very much. Regarding the EU submission on Article 12.3a of the treaty, we view this issue as a matter of implementation for individual countries and national collections, as well as determination by individual MLS users according to the terms of the SMTA. As others have noted, we also agree it is not the role of the governing body to offer legal interpretations of treaty provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. I would like to thank the European Union for this, their submission and the information provided, and also thank the different contribution of the parties on the matter. It was a kind of share of information according to this submission, and the discussion will be encouraged to continue on the matter and for the parties and countries to share their experiments. Thank you. Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Speaking on behalf of the European Union, we would like to also thank for all the contributions and information provided by other contracting parties and regions. The EU was seeking exactly that, is seeking the dialogue and exchange of views on the implementation of this very specific article of 12.3a, and thus for any possible guidance from the governing body on in order for the EU to feel safer in terms of implementation this particular part of the treaty. So thank you very much for that, and we are ready to continue our discussion at the MLS group once established. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Let's move now to the item number 13, farmers' rights. And I will first give the floor to the Secretary to introduce the documents related to this item. Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this will be the the first part of the introduction about this agenda item 13, and that will be continued by the co-chairs of the ad hoc technical committee on farmers' rights. So, distinguished delegates, I would like to introduce the document 13 on implementation of farmers' rights. This is a summary of the work, particularly with regard to the policy guidance contained in the Resolution 6/2019. You can remember that at the 7th session, the governing body of the International Treaty, through the Resolution 7/2017, decided to establish the ATEG on farmers' rights, that we call expert group, to produce an inventory on national measures, and based on this inventory to develop options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights. In delivering these tasks in the first biennium, and we are talking about 2018 and 2019, the expert group finalized the inventory of national measures, and the inventory was endorsed at the 8th session of the governing body. The governing body noted also the significant progress made by the expert group in delivering the task, and it decided to reconvene the group to conclude its task as established by the governing body and to continue its work during the last biennium that became 3 years because of the COVID. Since GB8, the Secretariat continued to communicate with the contracting parties and stakeholders to encourage submissions of examples of measures, best practices, and lessons learned from the implementation of farmers' rights. It also expanded and updated the section of farmers' rights on the website, and we received also additional information of the work of other contracting parties, from contracting parties and non-contracting parties. Regarding the online versions of the inventory, the Secretariat launched this inventory in May 2021 in the International Treaty website. And you can find information in the document 13, Information 1, in which there is the up-to-date inventory of national measure, best practices, and lessons learned from the realization of farmers' rights. In addition, an updated version of the educational module on farmers' rights was published in 2021 as part of the series of the educational module. And last but not least, in 2022, the Secretariat convened 5 regional webinars on the Benefit Sharing Fund, conservation, sustainable use of PGRFA, and farmers' rights. The document 13.3 is about the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, and it contains the options developed by the expert group. The options were derived from the experiences of contracting parties and stakeholders, and it followed the structure endorsed by the governing body at its 8th session. As in the previous biennia, the Secretariat continued also to collaborate with a broad range of partners and stakeholders, and details on the work is provided in section 4 and 5 of the document 13. The governing body is invited to take note of the information provided in the document prepared for the agenda item, including the proposed possible future activity mentioned in section 6 of working document 13, and to adopt a resolution taking into account the elements contained in the appendix to this document. Madam Chair, before concluding this speech, I really would like to share the sad news that our dear colleague in the Secretariat, Mrs. Anja Kristing, passed away last month. We were shocked and saddened by her, by this really incredible loss about this great colleague and genuinely warm individual. The Secretariat knew Anja as a very modest woman with a great courage. Her life's challenges and struggles started in July 2021, but her determination to carry on despite her trying personal circumstances demonstrated her commitment to duties and responsibilities and supported the work on farmers' rights until her last days. The expert group, where she interacted very closely, might remember her very well for her dedication and outstanding work supporting the ATEG in developing the inventory of the option. Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I leave the floor to the co-chairs of the ATEG on farmers' rights.
India. We are sorry for this very sad news.
Thank you, Madam. Distinguished delegates, it is with great satisfaction that I hereby present on behalf of my co-chair, Swanil Isabel Batatorhim, and myself, the report of the co-chairs of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights. The GB at its 7th session decided to establish this expert group on farmers' rights to produce an inventory of national measures that may be adopted, best practices and lessons learned from the realization of the farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, and based on the inventory, develop options for encouraging, guiding and promoting the realization of the farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. As mentioned by the Secretariat, the inventory was finalized and presented at the last session of the governing body, while the options were to be considered at this session of the GB. We would like to thank all the members of the expert group for their hard work, dedication and contributions. The expert group consisted of members of all the FAO regions, farmers' organizations, as well as representatives of different stakeholders. When the expert group reconvened this biennium in August 2020, it was the first virtual meeting for most of the participants. Meeting virtually is not as favorable as meeting face-to-face. However, the expert group has still managed to produce draft options for encouraging, guiding and promoting the realization of the farmers' rights. The draft option document to be considered by the governing body contains 32 options grouped under the same 11 categories that are used to systematize the measures in the inventory. We believe that this way of organizing the options clearly shows how the options are developed based on the inventory as requested by the governing body when establishing the expert group. The options range from a wide spectrum of possibilities of administrative, financial, technical or legal options for contracting parties to consider if they like according to their needs and priorities. This includes options of establishing prizes and awards to honor custodian farmers, document traditional knowledge, establish community seed banks, organize farmers' seed fairs, and develop participatory plant bidding programs. The attentive reader might have noticed that the options under category 10 are presented as co-chair's proposal. This is not due to lack of time in discussing legal measures. Rather, to the contrary, the expert group spent time exploring this topic at length at all its meetings, having comprehensive exchanges of views and perspectives on various elements of legal measures. We, as co-chairs, have to our best summarize as short and concise as possible the rich discussions on this topic in 5 options under category 10. As co-chairs, we are grateful for the support of the Secretariat, in particular to the enormous contribution of our beloved colleague, late Anya Krasnik, in preparing the necessary working documents for the expert group. We hope that the governing body appreciate the 5 years of hard work of this expert group, which has now delivered on its 2 tasks, namely to produce an inventory and based on that to develop the options. Thanks again to all experts and particularly to Modester from Malawi, who stepped in on short notice to act as temporary co-chair during the 4th session in May 2021. And finally, I would like to thank my co-chair during these years of hard work for close and smooth collaboration. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, India. I would like now to open the floor for any interventions on this item. Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the working document and the related information documents. We also thank the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights for the report and for the significant progress made in fulfilling its tasks. We welcome the updated inventory of national measures, best practices and lessons learned on the realization of farmers' rights and its online version, as well as the work carried out to develop the draft options for encouraging, guiding and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the treaty. We note that the options under Category 10 are presented as co-chairs' proposals. We have to admit that it is tempting to propose changes to that text. However, we prefer just to take note of the options and request the Secretary to publish them. We agree that the options may serve as a tool for parties and other stakeholders to guide and promote the realization of farmers' rights. Therefore, we encourage the translation, dissemination and use of the document by contracting parties. We welcome most of the proposed future activities to enhance the implementation of Article 9 of the treaty included in the draft resolution. We do not see the need of a major background study as proposed in point 12 of the draft resolution. We suggest that instead the Secretary makes an assessment based on the compliance reports submitted by the end of the second compliance reporting cycle and on the submissions in the inventory. Finally, given the considerable links between Articles 5, 6 and 9, we would like to stress the need to coordinate implementation of the proposed activities and efforts with those to be conducted on conservation and sustainable use proposed under Agenda Item 12. We will submit our changes to the proposed draft resolution in writing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Spain. Cuba.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Como es la primera vez que intervenimos en esta reunión, queremos dar las gracias al Gobierno de la India por su hospitalidad y también deseamos agradecer a la Secretaría por toda la documentación emitida y el apoyo logístico para nuestra posible participación en esta reunión. De igual manera, queremos hacer énfasis y felicitarla por su excelente desempeño hasta el momento y pensamos y le deseamos el mejor de los éxitos durante esta semana. A partir de ahora voy a hacer la declaración del Grupo de Derecho al Agricultor del Grupo de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Hago esta declaración en nombre del Grupo de Países de América Latina y el Caribe. En primer lugar, queremos agradecer el trabajo que ha realizado tanto el Grupo ad hoc de expertos técnicos sobre derechos del agricultor como la Secretaría y los copresidentes para cumplir con el mandato entregado por el órgano rector en su última sesión. El GRULA da la bienvenida al documento sobre las opciones para incentivar, guiar y promover la realización de los derechos del agricultor establecidos en el artículo 9 del Tratado Internacional. A la vez, agradecemos a los copresidentes por la propuesta presentada para la categoría 10, la cual proponemos reducir a las acciones A y E como solución de compromiso a fin de aprobar el documento. Asimismo, solicitamos a la Secretaría que invite a las partes contratantes y a todas las partes interesadas pertinentes, en especial a las organizaciones de agricultores y agricultoras, a que presenten al secretario opiniones, experiencias y mejores prácticas respecto a la aplicación nacional del artículo 9 del Tratado Internacional, a fin de mantener el inventario actualizado. También consideramos que el módulo educativo sobre derechos del agricultor es otra iniciativa que debe ser actualizada, socializada y promovida. El GRULA apoya la propuesta de elementos para la resolución presentada en el documento ITGB 9-22/13. Además, reconociendo que la implementación de los derechos del agricultor, según el artículo 9 del tratado, es responsabilidad de las partes contratantes, tal como hemos manifestado en anteriores oportunidades, consideramos fundamental el trabajo de apoyo y orientación que puedan desarrollar grupos de trabajo ad hoc u órganos subsidiarios. Por esta razón, señora Presidenta, nuestra región está a disposición para trabajar decididamente en el texto de la resolución del órgano rector sobre la materia, a la vez que propone que se incluya la conformación de un comité cuyo mandato sea la elaboración de un plan de acción estratégico y que mediante su trabajo apoye y oriente a las partes contratantes en la efectiva implementación del artículo 9 del tratado. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cuba. Sorry, I will give the floor to India as co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am presenting on behalf of the region. The Asia region recognizes the multifarious benefits of implementing the farmers' rights in the reduction of hunger and in the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and in the achievement of SDGs in 2030. The COVID-19 pandemic and the food supply constraints have further made us realize the importance of the farmers' rights. We support the draft recommendations of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights and commend the group and its co-chairs and the Secretariat for the sustained effort to come up with the options for encouraging, guiding and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, and for the updated inventory on national measures, best practices and lessons learned on the realization of farmers' rights. The Asia region shall continuously update the proposed inventory as it is a rolling document and request the other contracting parties for the regular update. The possible options developed out of this inventory shall be instrumental in making it possible for many contracting parties, farmers and other stakeholders to understand the best practices in implementation of farmers' rights and suitably take measures subject to their own legislations and national policies. We believe that realization of farmers' rights is essential for the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and traditional knowledge as farmers are custodians and innovators of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor, and sincere thank you to the Secretariat, our co-chairs on the ad hoc committee, and all participants. It certainly has been a challenging 5 years, but indeed a lot of work has been accomplished in that period of time. Canada has several points to make on the resolutions. Item number 2, it's just a matter of clarification. We're quite unsure exactly how the process is going to proceed for updating the document. So maybe if the Secretariat had some views on how that periodic update to the rolling document would occur, would there be a call out to members at specific times to provide their submissions? That would be very useful for Canada. On paragraph 3 of the resolutions, Canada does seek amendments to this resolution. We would like to note that the language in the resolution actually deviates from the language that was used in the terms of reference. That was approved by the seventh session of the governing body. Namely, that the inventory should be comprised of national measures that may be adopted, best practices and lessons learned. We've noticed that the scope of the resolution has been widened to include views and experiences, and Canada wishes to see this returned to the actual language used in the terms of reference. With respect to conducting a background study, Canada does not support commissioning a background study at this time. We are of the view that a rolling inventory of national measures, best practices, and lessons learned that has been created as the result of the work of the ATAG really serves this function and will provide periodic updates on the state of implementation as in respect to Article 9. Similarly, although with item 13, although we appreciate the willingness to organize another global symposium on farmers' rights, Canada's position is the last global symposium on farmers' rights was held quite recently, in fact, only 6 years ago. In our view, sufficient time must pass from the last round of consultations so that a symposium can be held that actually measures any changes or differences so they can be properly understood in terms of what has happened over a period of time with respect to implementation of farmers' rights. Finally, with respect to the work that is being conducted on the options document, at this time, Canada is unable to support the proposal presented by the co-chairs. And the reasons for this are several. Canada participated on all sessions of the ATAG, and it became very evident that a significant amount of time was spent on trying to find wording titles for Category 10, something that would be reflective of all the measures, and as evidenced by the fact that the co-chairs had to develop a proposal, no consensus could be arrived at. We think we have a simple solution for this, and that is to simply leave Category 10 without options. We believe this is a very positive outcome and inclusive of the diverse views related to Article 9.3. This would ensure that the Category 10 is reflective of all examples submitted from the various systems that promote farmers' rights. And this wouldn't be unique. We've already seen this proposal for Category 11, which only has one option underneath it. In our view, this represents the best possible outcome for all, ensuring flexibility in the implementation of farmers' rights as per Article 9.3, and recognizing that each contracting party can exercise this flexibility and identify measures based on their individual needs and priorities, appropriateness, while still respecting their own domestic legislation and sovereign decision-making authority. It also remains inclusive of any examples on how to show that Article 9.3 is mutually supportive of obligations under other international agreements. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the floor.
Thank you, Canada. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة لإعطاء الكلمة. وإذ أني أتكلم للمرة الأولى فأرجو أن أبارك لك ولإقليمك رئاستك المجلس، وأن أشكر أمانة المعاهدة على حسن إعداد الوثائق، وأشكر لدولة الهند المضيفة حسن وكرم ضيافتها وتوفير المرافق اللازمة لإنجاح أعمال هذا المجلس. تشكر دول الشرق الأدنى وتثمن المجهود المقدم من قبل فريق الخبراء التقنيين المخصصة المعنية لإعمال حقوق المزارعين، ويرحب الإقليم بإنشاء نسخة إلكترونية على الإنترنت من قائمة الجرد والتي أصبحت متاحة على الموقع. الإلكتروني للمعاهدة، ويطلب من السكرتارية ترجمة قائمة الجرد إلى اللغات الرسمية للمعاهدة الدولية وخاصة اللغة العربية، ودعم إعداد نسخة ورقية مثل كتيب إرشادي سهل الاستخدام من قبل كافة أصحاب المصلحة. ويلفت النظر إلى أن فريق الخبراء لم يتمكن من إنجاز عمله بشأن الخيارات في الفئة 10 بما فيه تقديم المدخلات في مشروع وصف الخيارات لنفس الفئة. ويشجع إقليم الشرق الأدنى الأطراف المتعاقدة وسائر أصحاب المصلحة على البحث في استخدامات الخيارات المدرجة لدى اعتمادها لإعمال حقوق المزارعين وتوجيهه وتعزيزه. ويطلب من الأمانة تيسير ودعم المبادرات الخاصة بإعمال حقوق المزارعين على النحو المنصوص عليه في المادة 9 من المعاهدة، مثل عقد حلقات عمل إقليمية وحملات توعية للمزارعين ومتخذي القرار. ويدعو الإقليم الأطراف المتعاقدة التي لم تفعل ذلك بعد مراجعة وتعديل التدابير الوطنية التي تؤثر على إعمال حقوق المزارعين، ولا سيما التشريعات المتعلقة بإطلاق الأصناف وتوزيع البذور لحماية وتعزيز حقوق المزارعين. ويطلب من الأمانة ومنظمة الأغذية والزراعة الدولية والمنظمات الأخرى ذات الصلة التي تمول المشاريع والبرامج ذات الصلة بالموارد الوراثية النباتية مثل صندوق تقاسم المنافع وغيره بوضع إعمال حقوق المزارعين على النحو المنصوص عليه في المادة 9 من المعاهدة من ضمن المكونات الأساسية للبرامج والمشاريع التي يمولها. ويدعو الإقليم الأمانة إلى تجديد ولاية فريق الخبراء لأهمية ضمان تحقيق ما يقوم به من إعمال متضمنات المادة 9 من المعاهدة الدولية. وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا للأردن باسم الشرق الأدنى. عفوا. نيجر.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, le Niger prend la parole au nom du groupe régional Afrique au titre du point 13 de l'ordre du jour. Permettez-nous d'abord de saluer votre excellence dextérité dans la conduite de nos travaux et de remercier le secrétariat d'avoir préparé cette session et les documents et d'avoir facilité toutes les activités relatives à la mise en œuvre de l'article 9 sur les droits des agriculteurs dans le contexte actuel, période biennale, y compris l'appui au groupe spécial d'experts techniques et les droits des agriculteurs et la mise à jour de l'inventaire des mesures. Nous tenons également à remercier le groupe spécial d'experts techniques sur les droits des agriculteurs pour le travail accompli et pour les progrès accomplis dans l'accomplissement de son mandat. Enfin, nous exprimons notre gratitude au gouvernement indien pour la qualité de l'accueil. Le groupe régional Afrique a pris note des documents de travail suivants. Le document ITGB 9/22/13 sur l'application des dispositions relatives aux droits de l'agriculteur. Le document ITGB 9/22/13.2 sur le rapport du groupe technique d'experts sur les droits des agriculteurs au conseil d'administration. Le document ITGB 9/22/13.3 sur les options possibles pour encourager, orienter et promouvoir la réalisation des droits des agriculteurs comme indiqué à l'article 9 du traité international. Et le document ITGB 9/22/13/info.1 sur l'inventaire mis à jour des mesures nationales, des meilleures pratiques et des expériences dans la réalisation des droits des agriculteurs, comme indiqué à l'article 9 du traité international. Le groupe régional Afrique note ce qui suit. La recommandation formulée à la fin des travaux exhorte le secrétariat du traité à mettre à disposition des ressources financières pour une mise en œuvre plus efficace de l'article 9. Cela comprend des mesures telles que, mais sans s'y limiter, l'élaboration de politiques, de programmes et de projets nationaux soutenant délibérément les droits des agriculteurs en tant que gardiens de la diversité des cultures. Le groupe Afrique demande également au secrétariat de donner la priorité à la traduction de l'inventaire dans les langues officielles des Nations Unies. Au nom du multilinguisme, cet inventaire a été adopté par la 8e session de l'organe directeur avant sa traduction dans toutes les langues officielles. Cela constitue en soi un précédent. De tout ce qui précède et en relation avec le point D du projet de résolution relative à l'article 9 dans le document ITPGRFA 22/13, le groupe Afrique, en plus du fait que les soumissions à l'inventaire n'ont pas été traduites, supposerait que l'inventaire mis à jour selon le document ITGB 9/22/13/info.1, malgré les efforts déployés, n'est pas accessible à la plupart des parties contractantes. Par ailleurs, le groupe Afrique demande d'éventuelles études complémentaires après les travaux du groupe technique pour réexaminer les soumissions qui ne concernent pas les droits des agriculteurs mais uniquement ceux des obtenteurs et qui, pour la plupart, s'opposent ou restreignent ou interdire aux agriculteurs le droit d'échanger et de vendre des semences et des matériels de multiplication de fermes. Concernant la catégorie 10 des options possibles, il s'agit d'une proposition de coprésident. Elle n'a donc pas fait l'objet de discussions et de validations au sein du groupe d'experts. Idéalement, l'organe directeur ne devrait pas approuver un rapport qui n'a pas été entièrement approuvé par le groupe responsable de sa rédaction. Tant que tout n'est pas approuvé, rien n'est approuvé, et le principe de nos délibérations. Les traités et accords sont par nature directifs dans leur application. En tant que telles, les solutions facultatives doivent être adaptées à la mise en œuvre des dispositions pertinentes du traité. Le groupe Afrique demande donc des éclaircissements au Conseil juridique de la FAO sur la portée juridique du traité et en particulier sur le caractère contraignant de son article 9. En ce qui concerne le développement et les discussions dans le forum et processus de dialogue concernant la question examinée dans le document IT/GB9/22/13, le point 24 relatif à l'Union internationale pour la protection des obtentions végétales et la création d'un groupe de travail sur les orientations à l'intention des petits exploitants agricoles concernant l'utilisation privée et non commerciale et liée au projet des questions fréquemment posées sur les relations entre les traités internationaux, la Convention sur la biodiversité et l'UPOV. Le document a été préparé par l'UPOV et envoyé au secrétariat. Nous sommes convaincus que les commentaires éventuels du traité sur ces documents doivent se limiter à expliquer les objectifs du traité et qu'il n'appartient pas au traité de fournir des commentaires sur un document relatif à un autre instrument. Le texte tel qu'il apparaît dans le document ne peut en aucun cas être accepté et nécessiterait une longue négociation. Sur ces quelques remarques, nous vous remercions, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, le Niger. Due to the time of interpretation, I will take only the last intervention and we will continue with the others during the evening session. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The United States recognizes that there exists a diverse group of farmers across the spectrum of agriculture, and each may have its own unique set of challenges and opportunities. Consistent with Article 9, ultimately, each party must tailor implementations of farmers' rights appropriately for its domestic needs. The United States continues its long support of farmers' rights as evidenced by its submission to the Inventory of National Measures, Best Practices, and Lessons Learned from the Realization of Farmers' Rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. And beyond a domestic focus, we welcome the international exchange of ideas on implementations of farmers' rights that is facilitated by the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights. Regarding the draft resolution, we have some targeted edits to propose in the text. In paragraph 6, we encourage parties to avail themselves of the options, yet at the same time, note that not all options may be possible to be implemented at the same time. Equally, some options may conflict with national aims, and therefore we propose to revise the blanket concept of using the options to applying these possible options in encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, with the addition of subject to national laws and as appropriate. This both conveys that the option should be used, but recognizes the confines of the treaty in which the options exist. For paragraph 12, we support the statement from Canada with regards to this paragraph. We cannot support the commissioning of a background study on the state of implementation of Article 9. In effect, this work has already been done with the development of the inventory. That is, the inventory lists the state of implementation of Article 9, so this work to have a study would seem duplicative of work already undertaken. For paragraph 14, this paragraph contains the phrase, "to follow processes of relevance to Article 9 of the International Treaty." It is unclear to us what is meant by this phrase. In the absence of an explanation, we would suggest to delete the phrase. For paragraph 15, we note paragraph 15 calls for the adjustment of certain national legislation. This is beyond the authority of the treaty, and we would move to strike this language. We have provided the specific line edits to those paragraphs in email to the Treaty Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. I will close the session of this afternoon. Thanks to the flexibility of the interpreters, we will be back at 7:30 this evening. Thank you. Okay. Dear colleagues, we're going to start our evening session. Chers collègues, je voudrais qu'on commence cette session par une minute de silence à la mémoire de notre regrettée collègue du secrétariat, Ania Christing. On se met debout pour une minute de silence, s'il vous plaît. Thank you very much. We will continue with the list of the parties who are requested the floor, and we will start with Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables délégués, comme c'est pour la première fois que ma délégation prend la parole, la République du Congo tient à remercier le gouvernement de l'Inde pour son hospitalité et le secrétariat du traité pour la préparation des documents de la présente session. Nous tenons à vous féliciter, Madame la Présidente, de la manière avec laquelle vous dirigez nos travaux. Nous exprimons également notre gratitude au groupe technique d'experts qui a travaillé pendant la période d'intercession et au gouvernement des pays qui ont apporté leur appui financier et multiforme pour la réalisation de ce travail. Le Congo s'aligne sur la déclaration faite par le Niger au nom du groupe régional Afrique au titre de ce point de l'ordre du jour. Madame la Présidente, honorables délégués, la ratification du traité par les États appelle inéluctablement à sa mise en œuvre par les parties contractantes de façon participative avec toutes les parties prenantes sans discrimination. Tel est l'esprit des articles 4 et 30 du traité. En effet, dans son rapport intitulé « Semences, droit à la vie et droits des agriculteurs », présenté devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme à sa 49e session, tenue du 28 février au 1er avril 2022, M. Michael Fakri, rapporteur spécial sur les droits à l'alimentation, reconnaît le progrès notable que représente le traité international sur les ressources phytogénétiques pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture dans la concrétisation des droits des agriculteurs et affirme ce qui suit, je cite, « Les droits des agriculteurs sont des droits de l'homme. Par conséquent, lorsque les États soutiennent les systèmes de semences industrielles et ne protègent pas, comme ils le devraient, les systèmes de semences paysannes, ils déstabilisent les écosystèmes et violent les droits de l'homme. » Fin de citation. Dans les pays en développement en général et en Afrique en particulier, 80 à 90% des semences plantées sont détenues par les petits producteurs, dont la majorité des femmes. À la lumière de cette évidence, notre délégation suggère les amendements suivants à la résolution proposée. 1. Prendre note de la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard des femmes, de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones et de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des paysans et des autres personnes travaillant dans les zones rurales. 2. Reconnaître que les droits des agriculteurs sont des droits de l'homme parce qu'ils touchent au droit à l'alimentation et au droit à la vie. 3. Entreprendre une consultation mondiale dans le but de proposer un plan d'action détaillé visant à mettre en place un programme de coopération technique sud-sud et triangulaire en s'inspirant sur des expériences réussies de mise en œuvre des droits des agriculteurs dans les pays en développement où cohabitent de façon équilibrée les systèmes sémenciers, industriels et paysans, tels que l'Inde, l'Éthiopie, la Thaïlande, la Malaisie, etc. Demander au secrétariat de mobiliser les ressources et les partenaires autour de ce programme de coopération technique sud-sud et triangulaire. Sur ce, je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci au Congo. L'Argentine.
Señora Presidenta, la Argentina se alinea con la intervención realizada por Cuba en representación del GRULAC. Al respecto, mi país desea resaltar la necesidad de resolver las diferencias en torno a las opciones incluidas en la categoría 10. En particular, la Argentina destaca su apoyo a mantener solamente las opciones A y E, y esto podría resultar en una solución de compromiso, tal como señaló el GRULAC en su intervención regional. Asimismo, mi país desea compartir que este año la Argentina ha ampliado su marco regulatorio sobre las semillas con la publicación de una resolución, la 317/22, sobre semillas criollas. Dicha resolución ofrece una herramienta para los agricultores de la agricultura familiar, campesina e indígena que se encuentran posibilitados a comercializar o a entregar a cualquier título las semillas criollas en el marco de la implementación de la Ley de Reparación Histórica de la Agricultura Familiar para la construcción de una nueva ruralidad en la Argentina. En este sentido, esta nueva resolución del Instituto Nacional de Semilla contribuye a la realización de los derechos del agricultor y la implementación del Tratado Internacional en la Argentina. Muchísimas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Gracias, Argentina. Philippines. Sorry, I will follow the previous list we have before closing the meeting of this afternoon. So, Philippines, if they are still requesting the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to share our sentiments with respect to the resolution as well as the report of the Secretary. The Philippines appreciates all the hard work that the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights had undertaken to come up with an inventory on the implementation of farmers' rights and for coming up with options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. The Philippines endorses all the 11 options, most specifically Option 10, that encourages parties to adopt legal measures for the implementation of farmers' rights, such as legislative measures related to PGRFA. The Philippines adopts the proposals of the co-chairs marked in gray. These options, with specific mention of Section 10, is in accordance with Article 4 of the treaty, which states, each contracting party shall ensure the conformity of its laws, regulations, and procedures with its obligations as provided in this treaty. Inasmuch as the duty to respect, protect, and fulfill farmers' rights as per Article 9 of the treaty falls on the contracting parties should be given enough opportunity to review domestic laws, including laws on intellectual property rights, plant breeders' rights, and other procedures to safeguard the right that farmers have to use, save, exchange, and/or sell plant genetic materials or seed. Option 10, as well as the other options crafted by the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights, is timely and appropriate in the light of the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas on 17 December 2018 during the 73rd session of the United Nations General Assembly through Resolution 73-IW65. The Philippines strongly encourages contracting parties to adopt Option 10, also in the light of Resolution number 76/300, dated 1 August 2022, whereby the United Nations General Assembly declared that everyone on the planet has a right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Fulfilling farmers' rights is one step closer to fulfilling everyone's right to clean and healthy and sustainable environment. We are pushing for the adoption of all the options, including Option 10. These are sufficient and comprehensive and should not be further discussed to save precious time. We have incorporated these suggestions in the draft resolution and will provide a copy of our suggestions to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippine. Malawi.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving Malawi the floor, and also for the excellent moderation of this GB9 session. Madam Chair, before going into the contribution, Malawi, as a member of the ACTEG, wish to express its deepest sympathy on the sad news of passing on of Ms. Angie, who contributed enormously to the work of the expert group of the farmers' rights. She will be greatly missed, and may her soul rest in peace. Madam Chair, Malawi aligns itself to the submission of the African group on item 13 of the farmers' rights, and we wish to add voice, especially on the binding nature of the Article 9. We trust that by signing and ratification of the treaty, member states have the obligation to fulfill their requirements by implementation of the treaty elements, and this includes Article 9. Therefore, this is not necessarily optional. Malawi thinks it would be desirable to have in place strategic plans for the systematic implementation, including provision for financial mechanisms facilitating the implementation of Article 9 in order to avoid failures in the necessary attainment of the Article 9, which is key for the sustainable conservation as well as food security aspects. Madam Chair, it is in this view that Malawi recommends for the Secretariat, given available financial resources, to commission a baseline study on the progress of the implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, and also ensuring the effective participation of farmers who are the custodians of the agricultural diversity in such a study. We understand that implementation of the farmers' rights as per Article 9.2 rests within the national government. However, it is important still to have guidance on the development and implementation of legal instruments, such as the farmers' rights registrations or regulations, in order to enhance the effective implementation of farmers' rights at national level. As a country, Malawi is making good strides towards the realization of farmers' rights. For instance, we have a draft PGRFA strategy, which has farmers' rights in place, and this is just awaiting endorsement from the authorities. We also undertake various initiatives, such as the community seed banks, the food and seed fair, and capacity building for the farmers, as well as frontline staff, as an effort towards the implementation and realization of farmers' rights as a country. With these remarks, I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Malawi. Madagascar.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Comme la délégation de Madagascar prend la parole pour la première fois pour cette 9e session de l'organe directeur, je voudrais tout d'abord m'associer aux autres délégations pour adresser nos remerciements au gouvernement indien pour la préparation de la 9e session de l'organe directeur et l'accueil chaleureux réservé aux délégués. Ensuite, nos remerciements vont aussi respectivement au secrétariat du TIRPA pour la réalisation des travaux intercession, la préparation des documents et au bureau de la 9e session de l'organe directeur, en particulier à Madame la Présidente, pour les travaux intercession de préparation, l'ensemble des travaux abattus et les engagements pour mener à terme la présidence de la 9e session de l'organe directeur. Mon intervention se rapporte au document ITGB9-22/13, comportant les éléments du projet de résolution sur l'application de l'article 9 sur les droits des agriculteurs en tant que partie contractante, mais je m'aligne, je m'associe et j'appuie les commentaires et positions que la Région Afrique vient de prononcer dans sa déclaration relative au point d'ordre du jour 13 sur les droits des agriculteurs. Je vais énumérer brièvement les modifications et changements que nous voudrions apporter au projet de résolution, tout en espérant de voir les détails et autres commentaires retravaillés et réexaminés pendant les travaux de groupe de contact qui mériteraient d'être créés. Par rapport au paragraphe 2 du projet de résolution, dans le document ITGB9-22/13, on prend note de l'actualisation de l'inventaire au lieu de se féliciter des mesures nationales des pratiques optimales et des enseignements tirés de la concrétisation des droits des agriculteurs. En effet, ce document d'inventaire de mesures sur lesquelles est basée les options n'est en effet disponible que dans les langues dans lesquelles les diverses soumissions ont été proposées et n'a pas été traduit dans les diverses langues indispensables à toute négociation au sein du TIRPA. À cet effet, le document reste inaccessible pour la plupart des parties contractantes. Au paragraphe 5, on approuve les titres, mais on n'approuve pas les options envisageables pour encourager, orienter et promouvoir la concrétisation des droits des agriculteurs, tel qu'énoncé à l'article 9 du traité international, puisque nous pensons qu'il faudrait du temps pour analyser les contenus des catégories des options, en particulier la catégorie 10, mesures juridiques en faveur de la concrétisation des droits des agriculteurs, notamment les mesures législatives relatives au RPGA, les options de 10A jusqu'à 10E, qui, faute de consensus entre les membres de la TEC, ont été finalement proposées et rédigées par les coprésidents et qui restent en suspens et toujours litigieuses parce que l'on a l'impression que toutes les autres mesures contenues dans le document des options de catégorie 1 à 9 sont de nature non juridiquement contraignantes et sont administratives, techniques et financières. Ensuite, au paragraphe 9, on demande au secrétariat de traduire dans les langues officielles de l'ONU, ou du moins dans les langues officielles du TIRPA, le module d'enseignement sur les droits des agriculteurs, ainsi qu'à l'actualiser s'il y a lieu, afin que l'organe directeur puisse se prononcer sur son contenu et éventuellement continuer à les diffuser et à inviter les parties contractantes et les autres parties prenantes concernées à s'en servir. Pour le paragraphe 12, demande au secrétaire, dans la limite des ressources financières disponibles, de commander d'éventuelles études complémentaires. Ce n'est pas une étude de cadre de référence, mais études complémentaires après les travaux de la TEG, avec des termes de référence, cette fois-ci bien définis, bien plausibles, pour réexaminer les soumissions et les évaluer pour concrétiser les mesures pour la mise en œuvre effective des droits des agriculteurs. En d'autres termes, on voudrait demander au secrétariat de remettre en question les mesures qui relèvent de la mise en œuvre des droits d'obtenteur, qui relèvent de l'exception et non pas de la réalisation des droits des agriculteurs. Puisque le comité ad hoc, c'était un comité ad hoc pour les droits des agriculteurs, mais pas pour les droits d'obtenteur. Les droits des paysans sont des droits humains consacrés par la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des paysans et des travailleurs en milieu rural et de ce fait supérieurs aux lois commerciales. Et 14 demande au secrétariat de renforcer autant que faire se peut la coordination et la collaboration entre les instances du traité international et les autres unités et partenaires qui œuvrent pour la promotion des droits des agriculteurs et appartenant à la FAO et ou au système international de l'ONU, et de suivre les processus en rapport avec l'article 9 du traité international afin de favoriser la prise en compte des droits des agriculteurs. Et enfin, pour le paragraphe 15, on invite les parties contractantes que l'on n'a pas encore fait à envisager de revoir, le cas échéant, d'ajuster les mesures nationales ayant une incidence sur la concrétisation des droits des agriculteurs, en particulier les législations relatives à la mise en circulation des variétés et à la distribution des semences, à l'accès à l'utilisation des RPGA et aux droits de propriété intellectuelle, afin de protéger et de promouvoir les droits des agriculteurs, tels qu'énoncés à l'article 9 du traité international, s'il y a lieu, dans le respect dans les législations nationales. Et pour le 17, invite les parties contractantes, selon qu'il convient, à promouvoir des systèmes de production durable, axés sur la diversité biologique et à reconnaître juridiquement et favoriser les approches participatives comme les banques de semences communautaires, les registres communautaires de la diversité biologique, la sélection végétale participative et les foires aux semences qui sont autant d'instruments permettant de concrétiser les droits des agriculteurs tels qu'ils sont énoncés à l'article 9 du traité international. C'est assez long. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Madagascar. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a statement of India, I would like to reiterate and echo the options given by the Philippines, and I would like to support exclusive portion in their legislations dedicated to the farmers' rights. Whichever country wants to do it, we would like to support the point of having exclusive part of farmers' right in their legislations. India also supports the continuation of the expert group for the next biennium. We also propose facilitation of any such initiatives or interactions of contracting parties and any other relevant organization interested in farmers' rights or in having that compliance on the promotion and realization of farmers' rights, either through seminars or workshops or any other communication channels of interaction of one-on-one. India also supports conduct of background study for the state of implementation of farmers' rights, although many countries did say they would not like to do this background study, but it is required to look at different situations and accordingly make impact of such situation translatable to their situations. India proposes to host global symposium or global conference to share the experiences and discuss possible future work on farmers' rights that any country can opt for. These are the important points which I would like to showcase the necessity to have the Article 9 with the option of the national laws to be seen not as if the national law existed or if there was a possibility in their existing national laws, but as Philippines said, to conform in their bring their laws in conformity with the possibility to bring in Article 9 in their national laws. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Indonesia.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to comment on Article 9 related to farmers' rights. We support and implement through several activities under the government and non-government programs, such as Option 1A, give award to farmers who conserve PGRFA. Option 3C, building food sovereignty based on local community in food sources. Option 6.4, development 1,000 self-reliant villages. Option 7B, farmer breeder groups. Report on implementation of farmer rights in each country is very crucial, and it should be updated temporarily. It's 3 to 5 years. The guideline should be improved temporarily in order proper and suitable for implementation of farmer rights in all contracting parties. Therefore, the guideline characteristics should not too complicated, easy to adopt it and apply it, avoid different interpretation and informative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Japan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank the co-chairs and the secretariat members, including Anya, for their hard work to develop options. And I would also like to thank Malawi for highlighting Article 92 of the treaty. The responsibility for realizing farmers' rights rests with national governments, and also 9.2 says that each contracting party should take measures to protect and promote farmers' rights as appropriate and subject to its national legislation. So options are not guidance or guidelines. It gives flexibility for each party to implement measures according to their social, cultural, economic, and any other circumstances. And as a member of the ARTEG, I participated in all ARTEG meetings, and what I learned is there are many diverse legal measures to promote farmers' rights. And my impression is it would be quite difficult to provide specific options under Category 10. Therefore, Japan supports Canada's proposal to leave Category 10 without specific options. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I see a flag of the observers. IPC.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very sad to hear news of Ms. Anya. Thank you for this opportunity to give our statement on farmers' rights on this agenda item. I'm Tanmay, a farmer from Central India. I represent here Indian Coordination Committee of Farmers Movements, a member organization of La Via Campesina, which is International Peasants Movement. I'm speaking here on behalf of the IPC, a platform representing organizations of small-scale producers and indigenous peoples. We are not only guardians of plant diversity. We appreciate that in the special events it was celebrated, but we must say that we are not only the guardians of plant diversity, but we play an important role in the production, promotion, exchange, and protection of this diversity. We co-evolve with this biodiversity through our knowledge. We value it for the food and health of our communities, nations, peoples, and countries. Even today, the seed systems of our peasants and indigenous peoples provide 3/4 of the world's food. But industry seizes these seeds under the pretext of food insecurity in order to take exclusive control of our seeds and profit from them. This plundering of our resources and knowledge must stop. We have been very active in the expert group on farmers' rights. We take note of the efforts made, but we recall that the various examples in the inventory have not been translated into all the official languages of the United Nations. Therefore, contracting parties cannot be expected to welcome it in its current form. Furthermore, we note that some of the submissions listed in the inventory are contrary to farmers' rights as enumerated in the treaty. We cannot accept that some examples related to breeders' rights are listed in this inventory. It is therefore imperative to translate the inventory and to ask the Secretariat to remove the examples that are contrary to farmers' rights. On the other hand, during the expert group meetings, Category 10 of the options document was the subject of much discussion and could not result in an expert group proposal. The language used by the co-chairs of the group in the description of Category 10 gives the impression that the implementation of our rights, as set out in the Article 9, is optional. This is not acceptable to us. Many experts, like myself, asked the technical expert group for obtaining a legal opinion on the binding nature of Article 9. This opinion was rejected, and we regret this. We now ask the contracting parties to assume their responsibilities by reaffirming the legal nature of Article 9. Let it be clear that for us, the farmers, Article 9 is fundamental for us to engage with the treaty. If its fully legal nature is not reaffirmed here, in each of the rights it guarantees, the treaty is meaningless for the more than 1 billion farmers we represent here. Therefore, on the basis of the reaffirmation of the binding character of the Article 9, we call on the contracting parties to take note of the options document with the co-chair's proposal in grey and including footnote 10 of the paper, create a working group with a new mandate to develop guidelines for states on the implementation of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9. This working group should provide for mechanisms to ensure the effective participation of representatives of farmers' organizations and indigenous peoples concerned. We also want to remind states that today our rights are openly violated by repeatedly postponing the legal recognition of DSI as genetic resources and by accepting that some contracting parties adopt laws contrary to farmers' rights. The treaty becomes a tool of biopiracy that facilitates the confiscation of our indigenous seeds and PGRFA by a few transnational corporations that hold the largest patent portfolios. This violation must be stopped. We recall that as enshrined in United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, our rights to seeds is a human right, an inalienable and imprescriptible right that is superior to commercial laws and cannot be compared to breeder rights or any other rights. Without a guarantee that our rights will be respected, we will be forced to call on the peasants and indigenous peoples of the world to stop surrendering our seeds to the PGRFA collections in the multilateral system. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, IPC. I see Niger requesting the floor.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et pour ne pas beaucoup se balader dans les documents, donc même si on rentre dedans, on ne va pas s'en sortir. Voilà quelques-unes de notre proposition. Par exemple, au niveau de la résolution, donc au lieu de féliciter, donc ça doit commencer par prendre acte de l'actualisation de l'inventaire des mesures, etc. Et ça continue. Parce que si on regarde dans les exemples des options, il y a des options qui ne concernent pas les droits des agriculteurs ou bien qui entravent les droits des agriculteurs. Au niveau du point 5 de la résolution, comme l'avait dit notre collègue de Madagascar, donc on approuve les titres des options envisageables, pas on approuve les options. Maintenant, au niveau du point 9, demande au secrétariat de module. Nous, on voulait formuler comme suit, demande au secrétariat de traduire dans les langues officielles de l'ONU le module d'enseignement sur les droits des agriculteurs ainsi qu'à l'actualiser s'il y a lieu, afin que l'organe directeur puisse se prononcer sur son contenu et éventuellement continuer à le diffuser, etc. Maintenant, le dernier point que j'aimerais évoquer, donc, c'est le point 15. Voilà notre formulation. Invite les parties contractantes qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à envisager de revoir et, le cas échéant, d'ajuster les mesures nationales ayant une incidence sur la concrétisation des agriculteurs, en particulier les législations relatives à la mise en circulation de variétés et à la distribution des semences, à l'accès et à l'utilisation des ressources phytogénétiques pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture et aux droits de propriété intellectuelle, afin de protéger et de promouvoir les droits des agriculteurs, tels qu'énoncés à l'article 9 du traité international sur les alliés et dans le respect de la législation. Au cas des besoins, nous enverrons notre modification ou notre proposition à l'écrit. Merci.
Merci le Niger. Global Seed Savers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Karen Lee Hizola, and I am part of the Global Seed Savers team. I am speaking on behalf of the civil society organizations participating here at GB9. We would like to express thanks to the GB7 for establishing the Ad Hoc Technical Experts Group and thank the Ad Hoc Technical Experts Groups and the co-chairs coming to this stage. The world is on the cusp of planetary destruction. Our ecological systems can no longer support the diversity of life on Earth needed to sustain ourselves and the rest of nature, and everyone's right to life, to food, and to a healthy and a sustainable environment. The treaty recognizes the crucial role that farmers play in fulfilling these very same fundamental rights of the world's global population and the underpinning role of farmers as guardians of crop diversity. Farmers, indigenous farmers, women farmers, the world's peasants are the real guardians of biodiversity, the core accomplishers of the objectives of the Plant Treaty. Yet, the world's farmers continue to be the poorest of the poor. Yet, some sectors only want to access farmers' seeds without benefiting the peasants. Yet, this concept of balance has not worked for the past 20 years because only the access side is highlighted, is urged, is compelled, and is considered mandatory, whereas the benefit side festers as a mere voluntary framework and continues to be dysfunctional. We thus fully support the adoption of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. Though it is far from complete in terms of ensuring that farmers' rights are recognized and implemented globally, it is nevertheless a welcome step towards the elusive realization of farmers' rights. These options are needed now to guide contracting parties in their implementation of farmers' rights. We urge all contracting parties to please establish domestic laws and regulations that fully implement farmers' rights. Contracting parties who afford intellectual property rights to breeders and big corporations should be compelled to review these laws because, as it stands, these only benefit the profit-driven corporations and not all of humanity. And in this critical time, we need something that benefits all of humanity, not just a handful of people. We strongly urge contracting parties to please pass laws that implement farmers' rights in line with the other human rights instruments, such as the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples, and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants. Contracting parties can start by establishing policies, rules, laws, and regulations that, number 1, respect, number 2, protect, and number 3, fulfill farmers' rights. Give what is long due to the farmers and the peasants of this world. It is utterly wrong to delay one more day to make the MLS system functional. Stop prioritizing agrochemical corporations and food processing industries who have raked in billions of profits from the labor of peasants. Start implementing farmers' rights for everyone's welfare because farmers are the key to our survival as a species. Additionally, so that the planned treaty will be relevant to the times and not lose significance, we strongly urge the governing body to address the adverse impacts of new genetic technologies such as gene drives, gene editing, and synthetic biology. We also urge the inclusion of DSI in benefit sharing requirements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Global Seed Saver. I will invite you to be brief in your speech and related to the point, please, just to get benefit from the time we have. I will give the floor now to the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Near East, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the work done by the Madam President and the Bureau. Also would like to thank the government of India for their excellent hospitality. Overall, I would like to say whatever is pro with the farmers' right is being supported by Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Islamic Republic of Iran. Euroseeds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a statement on behalf of the seed industry. And as a member of the ATEG, I would like to say a few words about farmers' rights, the work done by the ATEG, and the documents that are before the governing body at its present session. The seed industry remains committed to farmers and strives to contribute with diverse, well-adapted, high-quality and proper quantity of seed and seed choices, as well as services and support to attain optimal productivity and product quality under local conditions and for each specific need. This has been the mission we pursued over the last centuries and continue to pursue today, what we believe a win-win relationship with the farmers. Farmers' rights, as provided for in Article 9 of the treaty, are subject to implementation by national law in each contracting party as appropriate. In order, however, to assist contracting parties in realizing farmers' rights, the governing body set up the ad hoc technical expert group and charged it with the production of an inventory of national measures, best practices, and lessons learned from the implementation of farmers' rights, as well as the development of options based on the inventory to encourage, guide, and promote the realization of farmers' rights. The documents produced by the ATEG are meant to provide an overview of the wide diversity of measures that contracting parties may consider when implementing farmers' rights in a manner that fits their traditions, needs, and circumstances. After having finalized the inventory of national measures in the last biennium, the ATEG continued its work on the development of the options. The document that is before the GB is, however, unfinished, since important differences of opinion amongst the members of the ATEG did not allow the group to come to conclusions and an agreed approach to Category 10 on legal measures to implement farmers' rights. After several rounds of discussions and numerous alternative proposals made by members of the ATEG on the request of the co-chairs to define options under Category 10 in a way that reflects the diverse approaches that are included in the inventory, it is regrettable to see that the co-chairs' report and proposal submitted to the governing body does not reflect the discussions of the ATEG and does not seek to strike a balance between the diversity of options and approaches. Similarly, it has been agreed in the ATEG that examples of measures would be included in the document for each option, reflecting the diversity of submitted measures. This, however, does not seem to be the case with the examples which are now included in the options document. We would like to reiterate that contracting parties may have different needs, priorities, traditions, and circumstances that may determine the way they wish to implement farmers' rights. And an options document that fails to embrace such diversity of approaches cannot fulfill the goal of guiding contracting parties in their implementation of farmers' rights. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Aerocity. Universidad Católica Boliviana, San Pablo.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I am making this statement on behalf of the academic peasant units of the Bolivian Catholic University. And my intervention consists of 2 comments. The first one is general, to highlight in the context of the current discussion the relevance of promoting biodiverse production and food systems as suggested by the delegate from the Madagascar. This because biologically diverse systems such as agroecology and agroforestry, among others, contribute to the restoration of ecosystem functions and the preservation of biocultural richness, including traditional knowledge associated with plant genetic resources that contribute to the realization of farmers' rights and other human rights, such as the right to food, the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, a fundamental right as mentioned by the delegate from the Philippines, and other crucial human rights to sustain biodiversity-dependent livelihoods, many of them included in the UN Declaration of Peasant Rights and other workers in the rural area. My second comment relates to specific text suggestions that, with your indulgence, I would like to put under consideration of contracting parties. And this is in the current draft resolution, paragraph 11, to add the word protection together with promotion, protection, and realization of farmers' rights at the very end of this paragraph, since these 3 are basic wording that reflects actions, needed actions to enjoy and fulfill human rights. In paragraph 14, the suggestion in the last sentence is to replace the word consideration for implementation, since this it would be more consistent with the efforts that imply coordination and collaboration to strengthen the implementation of Article 9. In paragraph 15, once again to refer to, in the second last line, to refer to protect, promote, and add and realize farmers' rights for the reason indicated before, that these 3 are basic actions for enjoy and fulfill human rights. And finally, in paragraph 18, to replace the word appreciates for acknowledges the relevance of, since farmers are right holders, and the suggestion is to recognize the importance of their participation in these discussions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Universidad Católica Boliviana San Pablo, I think. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking on behalf of Malaysian delegates. Malaysia would like to thank to the ATEC group for their hard work and Secretary for the report produced on activities related to the implementation of farmers' rights and welcome the suggestion on resolution pertaining to farmers' rights. Malaysian government protects the rights of farmers through enforcement of the Access and Biological Resources and Benefit Sharing Act 2017 or Act 795. Through these legal measures, in line with Article 9.2 of the treaty, Malaysian government protects the traditional knowledge of farmers, tribes, and communities related to PGRFA. The government also empowers and acknowledges farmers' roles through various monetary and non-monetary initiatives, such as Good Agricultural Practice Initiative and Organic Agriculture Initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Nepal.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the first time Nepal has taken the floor, we would like to thank and appreciate Government of India for their warm hospitality and excellent arrangements. Allow me also to congratulate Madam Chair and Secretary for all the hard works done during the intersession period in times of pandemic. Now, regarding this agenda item, I would like to thank, on behalf of the Nepalese delegate, I would like to thank the ad hoc technical expert group and Secretariat for coming to this stage in terms of developing inventory and options. And for the realization of the farmers' right, we support for the acceptance of this report and also support the background study, the proposed background study and its regular update. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. Argentina.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta, por darme nuevamente la palabra. Quisiera decir que la Argentina apoya las sugerencias realizadas por la Universidad Católica Boliviana San Pablo. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Argentina. Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Es para apoyar las propuestas de texto presentadas por la Universidad Católica Boliviana San Pablo. Gracias.
Gracias, Chile. Semai.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Permettez-moi de remercier le gouvernement indien pour son hospitalité et de vous remercier, ainsi que le secrétariat, pour le travail que vous accomplissez. Je parle aujourd'hui au nom d'une organisation qui regroupe toutes les parties prenantes, des sélectionneurs jusqu'aux agriculteurs qui utilisent les semences. Je parle aussi au nom d'une organisation qui pense que le système multilatéral du traité est le seul moyen de garantir l'accès facilité et équitable des sélectionneurs, y compris les petits sélectionneurs, aux ressources phytogénétiques dont ils ont besoin pour créer les variétés qui répondent aux défis que nous avons en face de nous. Je parle au nom d'une organisation qui a décidé il y a 5 ans, modestement mais durablement, de donner chaque année 175 000 € au fonds de partage des avantages. Je parle enfin au nom d'une organisation qui développe depuis de nombreuses années des coopérations, en particulier en Afrique et en Asie, avec les acteurs privés et publics des filières semencières. Les droits des agriculteurs sont incontournables, que ce soit en matière de ressources génétiques ou d'amélioration des plantes ou de semences. Ces droits se concrétisent d'une manière différente selon les pays, leur histoire, leur culture, et c'est pourquoi le travail d'inventaire réalisé par le groupe d'experts a été si utile et sans doute beaucoup trop riche puisqu'il n'a pas permis de se mettre d'accord sur les options qui auraient été censées les refléter. Nous attirons cependant l'attention des parties contractantes sur le fait que les droits des agriculteurs ne devraient pas disparaître quand ces derniers travaillent si durement à améliorer les plantes et deviennent des sélectionneurs. Le droit des agriculteurs sélectionneurs et de l'ensemble des sélectionneurs à la protection de leurs intérêts moraux et matériels découlant de leur création, y compris la création de nouvelles variétés végétales, est un des droits de l'homme affirmé à l'article 27 de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Et il y a eu beaucoup de références des parties contractantes ou d'un certain nombre d'organisations de la société civile aujourd'hui à d'autres déclarations, et je suis troublé qu'on oublie la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Semai. Third World Network.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. Adding to the suggestion from delegates from Malawi, India, and many other countries on having a background study on the implementation, on the state of implementation of Article 19 of International Treaty, there is a request from us to include the implications of use of DSI on the implementation, in the implementation of Article 9.2.b, specifically in the study. And if a language is required for paragraph 12, we are willing to submit. It depends upon your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Third World Network. Libya.
لكوني أول مرة أتحدث أشكر الحكومة الهندية على حسن الضيافة وأشكر الأمانة العامة والسيدة الرئيسة. أضم صوتي لإقليم الشرق الأدنى في ضرورة ترجمة جرد التدابير الوطنية للغات الرسمية، وكذلك تجديد ولاية مجموعة الخبراء التقني المخصص المعني بأعمال حقوق المزارعين. وشكرا.
شكرا. ليبيا. نوروي. Norway, you asked for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway would just like to thank the government of India, who just announced that they were willing to host a next global consultation. And given their hospitality and skills of organizing, I'm sure many could look forward to that offer being realized. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it is my first time to take the floor, I would like to congratulate the Government of India for the splendid organization of this GP9 and for the hospitality we are enjoying here in New Delhi. I also thank the entire Bureau and the Secretariat for who are working so hard with the Government of India in the successful preparation of this GP. May I also, Madam Chair, align myself with the African group position and also all the interventions that support the realization of farmers' rights. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Eswatini. Thank you, colleagues, for your interventions. I suggest the co-chairs to address the comments received in a small informal group. If the issues are not resolved, I would propose later on to establish a contact group. The time and place will be announced in consultation with the co-chairs. Thank you. Before moving to our following item, which is item 11, the GLIS, I will get back to the item 6.1, capacity development strategy. If we remember, several countries have taken the floor, and 3 of them suggested new text of the resolution. They are Brazil, Canada, and Czech Republic. The Secretariat collected all the statements submitted, and prepared a new version of the resolution. I would invite the countries that made the suggestions of the new text to meet with the update version prepared by the Secretariat and to find a compromise for a final endorsement at the GB 9. Thank you. Oh, yeah. The Secretariat will inform in due course of the modalities of the meeting of this small group. I open now the item 11, the Global Information System, and I will give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the documents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under this agenda, the Secretariat is introducing Working Document 11, which provides an overview of developments in the implementation operations of the Global Information System in the last session of the governing body. The document reports on the development and adoption of digital object identifiers, the GLIS portal, on the support for the documentation of in situ crop wild relative, on the development of partnerships, on mobilization of resources, and provides also the draft for the revision of the program of work on GLIS. The Scientific Advisory Committee held its 4th meeting virtually on 20 and 21st April 2021 and advised the Secretary on the operation of the GLIS and the review of the program of work. The report of the committee has been also made available to this session. Section 2A of the document offers information on the process of assignation and promotion of digital object identifiers. At its 8th session, the governing body requested the Secretary to continue efforts to use DOIs as an element of GLIS, linking existing information systems and thereby providing pointers for GLIS to PGRFA-related information systems. As of 15 May 2022, a total of 1,228,000 PGRFA had been identified and linked with the related dataset in other systems through the registration of DOIs on the GLIS portal. This translates in an increase of 32% since the last report. Of those, 1,095,000 were PGRFA available in the multilateral system. The document provides information and figures by major genera. It also summarizes some critical collaboration in support of users and relevant research projects. Section 2B reports on the changes introduced in the GLIS portal since the last session. This includes the publication of a new homepage, a new directory of links, which is still growing and needs further development. The search function has been also expanded with the integration of the green taxonomy, and the collaboration with other relevant portals has also been strengthened. The statistics section has also been expanded since the last session of the governing body. Section 2C of the report talks about the publication by the Secretariat of the descriptors for crop wild relative conserved in situ to facilitate the compilation and exchange of data. Its publication was preceded by an online consultation involving more than 107 experts from 87 institutions in 48 countries. Through a project funded by the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture of Germany, the Secretariat also supported selected countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and GRULAC with the testing of these descriptors. The document reports also on other 6 strategic sets of characterization evaluation descriptor lists published jointly with ICRAF in 2021 on the occasion of the International Year of Fruit and Vegetable. The analysis of gaps and possible options for providing support to countries through the development of national inventories on in situ crop wild relative is contained in the information document 1 under item 11. The title is Towards a Strategic Approach to the Development and Implementation of National Databases of Crop Wild Relative. Section D reports on advocacy, training, and capacity strengthening activities. Section E, in particular, makes reference to the finalization of a memorandum of understanding with this SIG, which is provided also in information document 3. Section F provides some updates on genetic sequence data with respect to PGRFA. Section 3 introduces the draft for the revision of the program of work elaborated with the inputs of the GLIS committee. Section 4 recalls that most activities identified by the Scientific Advisory Committee for the program of work on GLIS, including by the way of example, support to gene banks in developing countries to digitize valuable characterization evaluation information about PGRFA remains largely unfunded. Chair, the governing body is invited to take note of the progress report and provide any guidance that it considers appropriate for the further implementation of the program of work on GLIS. It is to be noted that Appendix 2 of the working document 11 contains elements for a draft resolution, including the revised program of work for the period 2023-2028. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will now open the floor for your interventions. Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidente. Nuestra intervención es en nombre de la región del Grupo Latinoamericano y el Caribe. Primero, el GRULAC aprecia el importante avance en la implementación de las operaciones y del programa de trabajo presentado en el documento IT-GB-9-22-11 en relación al avance en la asignación de identificadores de objetos digitales, desarrollo de descriptores para la conservación in situ y la estandarización de descriptores de cultivos. Herramientas importantes para poder compartir información y potenciar el uso de los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura. Teniendo en cuenta que el uso de estas herramientas es voluntario y, por lo tanto, dependiente de su utilidad para el éxito en su adopción. 2. GRULAC considera que los identificadores de objetos digitales asignados a los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura ayudan a los usuarios a identificar de forma permanente y precisa los recursos e informar a los usuarios potenciales sobre estos recursos fitogenéticos disponibles en el sistema multilateral de acceso. Además, deben constituir una herramienta para el monitoreo y la transparencia que pueda apoyar a la tercera parte beneficiaria y, por ende, a la participación en los beneficios. Tercero, GRULAC acoge con beneplácito la nueva versión de la página de inicio y el nuevo directorio de enlaces y servicios del portal GLIS, tomando en cuenta el potencial del sistema para lograr análisis de las zonas de agrobiodiversidad. Por lo tanto, GRULAC alienta a la Secretaría a continuar desarrollando el portal y su directorio, así como incrementar la creación de capacidad sobre el sistema en las distintas regiones. Cuarto, GRULAC reconoce el valor de la cooperación del GLIS y la Secretaría con diferentes iniciativas y las bases de datos disponibles como Génesis y la de los bancos de germoplasma nacionales. Consideramos que el apoyo a los bancos de germoplasma nacionales en la creación de capacidad y el desarrollo de las bases de datos nacionales es crucial para alcanzar los fines señalados en el artículo 17 de este tratado. Quinto, GRULAC agradece a la Secretaría del Tratado por el apoyo al Comité Científico Asesor y reconoce que la reunión virtual ha sido útil en el contexto de la pandemia. No obstante, GRULAC señala que las reuniones virtuales no reemplazan completamente a las presenciales debido a las limitaciones intrínsecas de dicho formato. Sexto, GRULAC solicita a la Secretaría que en el proceso entre sesiones se puedan incluir actividades científico-técnicas que contribuyan a la priorización de objetivos y funciones como insumos para el trabajo del Comité Científico Asesor en línea con el artículo 17.1 del Tratado. Por último, GRULAC está de acuerdo en que se adopte la resolución sobre la implementación del Sistema Mundial de Información para incluirla en el programa plurianual para el periodo 2023-2028. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Uruguay. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am making this statement on behalf of Asia region. Members of the Asia region appreciate the work carried out with respect to global information system and thank the Secretariat for the well-prepared documents. We compliment the efforts made in project mode for developing checklists and priority lists of crop wild relatives in selected countries. We note with satisfaction the excellent work being carried out in developing and testing crop wild relative descriptors. Asian contracting parties agree in principle with the draft POW GLIS 2023 to 2028, particularly emphasizing on the need for capacity building, not only in strengthening the GLIS, but also using the GLIS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. India. Qatar.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. نظرا لتحدثي لأول مرة أتقدم لحكومة الهند بالشكر الجزيل على حسن الاستقبال والتنظيم. سعادة الرئيسة، أتحدث لكم باسم الشرق الأدنى. بعد الاطلاع على تقرير تنفيذ نظام المعلومات العالمي الوثيقة رقم ITPGRFA من قبل دول إقليم الشرق الأدنى، نوهت الدول بعمل اللجنة الاستشارية العلمية وأكدت على أن نظام المعلومات العالمي وكذلك تطوير معرفات الكيانات الرقمية لهما أهمية كبيرة للموارد الوراثية النباتية للأغذية والزراعة، بما فيها من معلومات عن قوائم وصفات المحاصيل وغيرها من معلومات. ولذلك فإن إقليم الشرق الأدنى يحث على تطوير معرفات الكيانات الرقمية والتوسع في استخدامه للموارد الوراثية خارج الموقع فقط. كما يحث إقليم الشرق الأدنى على وضع نظام لتتبع DOIS مما يتيح للدول المالكة للموارد الوراثية من تتبع مواردها الوراثية ومعرفة المنافع الناشئة عن استخدامها. كما نوهت دول الإقليم للتقدم الملحوظ للGLIS، حيث أن بعض دول الإقليم أدخلت الكثير من المدخلات المحفوظة في البنوك الجينية الوطنية والتي هي تحت نظام المتعدد الأطراف في الGLIS والتي أخذت رقم DOI. كما نحث على ربط نظام المعلومات العالمي بنظام الإنذار المبكر بهيئة الموارد الوراثية واستخدام أو نقل بيانات الموارد الوراثية التي تم تحميلها عليه لنظام المعلومات العالمي، مما يوفر كثير من الجهود المبذولة في إعادة تحميل هذه البيانات. أما ما يخص استخدام معلومات التسلسل الرقمي في النظام العالمي للمعلومات، فإننا نتحفظ ولا ندعم إتاحتها في المواقع الخاصة بقواعد البيانات على منصة شبكة الإنترنت حتى يتم تضمينها في النظام المتعدد الأطراف وأن يكون لها تقاسم منافع ناشئة عن استخدامها. وأكدت دول إقليم الشرق الأدنى على أهمية نقل التكنولوجيا للدول النامية لتكون باستطاعتها أن تقدم وتستعمل هذه المعلومات بشكل متساوي مع الدول المتقدمة. شكرا سعادة الرئيس.
شكرا قطر. United States of America.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your time, and good evening to everybody. North America welcomes the progress made by the Scientific Advisory Committee to helping and strengthening the capacity of contracting parties, especially with regard to keeping their PGRFA records up to date and making them accessible using publicly available gene bank databases such as GRIN Global. To the extent possible, we believe treaty parties should freely share non-confidential information and material in order to stimulate research and development that support finding solutions to our major agricultural challenges, such as climate change and food security. Regarding the Scientific Advisory Committee's future work, we believe that going forward, the Advisory Committee should prioritize its focus on providing technical advice and guidance on developing and deploying the GLIS. Where the committee does end up having discussions on criteria such as national legislation, these discussions need to be scientific and technical in nature, and the committee should remain within its mandate and area of expertise as a scientific committee. We commend the committee on the amount of technical advice it has given. A lot of emphasis has been placed on digital object identifiers. However, we believe that the committee's primary focus should shift toward providing easier access to PGRFA that is available under the treaty. Regarding the role of digital object identifiers, the program of work for the GLIS appears to assign two different roles to DOIs. The first role is ensuring ascertaining biological identities of gene bank accessions. The biological identity, that is, the degree of genetic similarity of individual accessions undergirds the effective management, such as duplication or misidentification. It also undergirds the utility of PGR, such as consistent and reproducible experimental materials. As it is stated, however, the procedures for issuing of DOIs within the GLIS are neither transparent nor consistent. The basis for ascertaining accession-level identity should be based on corroborating or confirmatory genetic characterization data. Otherwise, associating different DOIs within a relational database network may not accurately represent genetic relationships and could lead to misinterpretation. Only one persistent, unique DOI should be assigned to an accession, regardless of who or which institution or gene bank holds this accession. The second role for DOIs is recording and tracking SMTAs associated with transfers among gene bank and to researchers, breeders, farmers, and other users. In this role, DOIs could help identify and track global PGR transfers by assigning one persistent unique DOI to each standard material transfer agreement. This could provide the GLIS with an efficient mechanism for recording and reporting SMTAs. In this role, the DOI unambiguously marks a defined transaction. Although the two roles, ascertaining biological identity and administering SMTA records, are not incompatible without a transparent and biologically meaningful rationale, DOIs might better be restricted only to the second role of tracking and recording SMTAs. And as we have said before, the role of the GLIS should be not to assign a DOI once and only once to a specific material and to point to all databases where the DOI appears. It should be to assign once and only once. This enables the GLIS to function as it is expected, to indicate gene banks or databases that hold the material or information associated with a given DOI. A globally applicable persistent unique identifier number, such as a DOI, could help identify all holders and users of an accession independently of the GLIS. For example, by a simple use of a search engine on the internet. It would be desirable to not restrict assignment of such DOIs just to material that falls under Annex 1 of the treaty. We also remind that imposing requirements to apply DOIs is inconsistent with the treaty. It's also impractical and it's counterproductive. In the United States, we use permanent identifiers associated with U.S. germplasm holdings as reliable PUIs for NPGS germplasm in publications and databases. Canada's PGRC has used CN accession numbers in a similar manner. The GLIS function envisioned by the Secretariat and some CGIAR centers for complete traceability for uses of PGRFA via the GLIS is not required by the treaty. It also is not the role of the GLIS, and again, it's not realistic. According to Treaty Article 12.3b, quote, access shall be accorded expeditiously without the need to track individual accessions. Such single accession tracking is, according to the treaty's SMTA Article 6.5b, only required for PGRFA material under development. Adoption of DOIs is voluntary and up to the individual contracting parties and institutions to decide. It is important to recognize that requiring that germplasm recipients request a new DOI for material obtained with a previously assigned DOI would require involving the GLIS in interactions between the germplasm provider and recipient. National gene banks as providers cannot be mandated to require the recipients to comply with this, and they cannot ensure that the recipients do so. Additionally, assigning new DOIs to the same material after each distribution from a provider to a recipient would result in a never-ending series of DOIs assigned to precisely the same genetic material. For example, a single accession of maize from the US NPGS has been distributed to more than 1,000 different recipients during the last 20-plus years. Assigning a new DOI to the same genetic material with each transfer would overload the GLIS with redundant data and will confuse rather than guide PGRFA users. In addition, if the GLIS were to be responsible for maintaining ever-changing DOIs assigned to the same material, the GLIS would become an ever-expanding entity requiring significant and expanding resources to function adequately. Regarding genetic sequence data, we reiterate our position that just like trait data, genomic sequence data generated from MLS PGRFA should not be subject to any regulations or restrictions under the use of the treaty. As a friendly reminder, in the report entitled The Implications for Objectives of the Treaty of the Technologies Underlying the DivSeq Initiative in ITGB-7-1715, includes a final statement that indicates that the impact of genome sequence data generated from MLS PGRFA should not be expected to be qualitatively different than the impact of any other form of acknowledgement generated from MLS PGRFA. And as a practical matter, we would oppose imposing benefit sharing obligations on access to any data associated with or generated from MLS PGRFA. If this were to occur, research, breeding, and development with MLS PGRFA could largely cease. Therefore, we still strongly support free and ready access to non-confidential, non-proprietary information associated with PGRFA. Our PGR, GRIN Global, and crop genomic databases are instrumental for facilitating convenient and unencumbered access to such data. Through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the United States strongly supports the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition Initiative, whose goals are consistent with those of the GLIS. Regarding the program of work on the GLIS and related activities, at the 7th session of the governing bodies, we recall that the Secretariat acknowledged that many holders of PGRFA were not able to provide access to their PGRFA-related information through any existing information system. It seems that much work still remains to address this issue today. Since the last governing body meeting, and I think the Secretariat touched up on that, was that there have been 1.2 million PGRFA that have been identified and linked with relating data sets, and we commend that work. Limited resources available, in our opinion, should be directed to commendable goals in the GLIS of building capacity to record, safeguard, and incorporate into modern information management systems available and non-proprietary data associated with MLS, PGRFA, and building the GLIS on a foundation of existing information systems such as GRIN Global, Genesis, Views, and GPA. We shared our proposed edits with the Secretariat and asked that those be shared within the discussions of the group on proposed edits. We'd also like to just make a comment real quick on the document ITGB 9-22-11, Appendix 2, Draft Resolution, Implementation of the Global Information System. And we go to item number 4, or paragraph 4, that starts with takes note of the limited availability of national databases of CWR conserved in situ, ... all the way to breeding. So we ask whether this proposes that the GLIS should support the development of new national information systems for crop wildlife relatives conserved in situ. To us, that would seem contrary to the role of the GLIS as pointing to existing information systems. And furthermore, constructing such information systems can be complicated because much of crop wildlife relative PGRFA in some nations or regions are not necessarily under the management and control of national governments. Rather, they are controlled by local governments, communities, private holders, etc. Interest in CWR seems to recognize or accept, at least tacitly, that these plant populations in nature are covered by the ITPGRFA rather than the CBD. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States of America, Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the work document IT/GB 9/2211/11 that reports on the implementation of the Global Information System and formulates a draft resolution for the implementation of GLIS in the next reporting period. We welcome the progress made towards the implementation of the program of work on the GLIS, including the promotion and, on a voluntary basis, the registration and use of digital object identifiers, the creation of the first version of the GLIS portal, and the development of various descriptor lists, including the first version of a descriptor list for crop wild relatives occurring in situ. We welcome the start of establishing within GLIS, visualizing the relationships between the DOIs and highlighting the movement and use of germplasm accessions documented in the GLIS. We also thank the members of the Scientific Advisory Committee for their efforts, and we support reconvening the committee in the next biennium, subject to the availability of financial resources, in order to continue to receive its valuable advice. It is important that the Secretary continues to collaborate with Genesis, Views, Green Global, and the other databases. A key task of GLIS is to support the navigation between sources and databases. Madam Chair, in line with these views expressed, we have some amendments to be made to the draft resolution, which we could read out now or provide to the Secretariat in written form. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Kenya.
Madam Chair, Kenya is making this statement on behalf of the African region. Madam Chair, Kenya delegation would like to congratulate the Bureau and the Secretariat for organizing this meeting. We also appreciate the government and the people of India for their exemplary hospitality. Madam Chair, allow us also to appreciate the Scientific Advisory Committee and the Secretariat for working hard to achieve the progress made since the last session of the governing body and preparing the documents for this agenda item. Madam Chair, the role that a powerful and effective global information system can play in facilitating the PGRFA conservation, access, use, and indeed equitable sharing of benefits arising thereof cannot be overstated. It is for this reason that Africa region continues to applaud the investment being made to continually improve the information system. The region thus takes note of the progress report and welcomes the draft decisions thereof. However, Madam Chair, the nexus between a powerful release and DSI in respect to the use of DOIs in release cannot be overlooked as we discuss matters of streamlining access to genetic resources and equitable sharing of benefits accruing from their utilization. Africa holds the view that the DSI is as good as the physical genetic material, and I think that's generally the general consensus. And the continued lukewarm treatment of DSI as it relates to release under the program of work should be addressed. Madam Chair, it is important to note that a lot of progress has been made in other fora, such as CBD, regarding considering use of DSI in equitable benefit sharing mechanisms. Indeed, the current debate is largely about how to integrate the DSI in benefit sharing mechanisms. Africa therefore strongly suggests that the GB9 requests the Secretariat and the Scientific Advisory Committee to work towards enabling release to be a facilitative platform for effecting efficient access to genetic resources and equitable sharing of benefits accruing from their use, including DSI. We have a proposed text for elements to be included in the resolution of this agenda item, and we will forward it to the Secretariat for incorporation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Getting back to Germany, I'm sorry I missed your asking whether you read or you submit directly your text.
you, sir.
Microphone to Germany.
Yes, I think it's switched on now. Well, we can, like the other delegations, provide the written input to you as you prefer. We can also, it's 2 small additions, we can also read them out.
Thank you, Germany. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada aligns itself with a statement made by the United States. Canada likes to add a few items. Canada appreciates the work undertaken by the Secretariat for the implementation of the GLIS. The interactions were all of virtual nature, which saved resources, and yet a lot of achievements were made. The Secretariat and its staff deserve credit for that. Canada appreciates the efforts made by the Treaty Secretariat with the financial support of Germany on crop wild relatives and will assess this work for related activities in Canada. At the first meeting of the Scientific Advisory Committee, this committee said that it advises the Secretariat to prepare a landscape analysis of the database systems used in gene banks. Seeing that the present GLIS portal lists only very few relevant existing databases on which GLIS is supposed to build, it seems that this basic task needs more attention. GLIS should provide a well-organized catalogue of database systems with relevant PGRFA information. This should include databases from gene banks, botanical gardens, in situ locations, crop networks, pedigree databases, and also links to databases with information associated with genetic resources. The technical expertise and resources to develop crop descriptor lists may not be available in the Treaty Secretariat. The Crop Gene Bank's knowledge base is a place that gathered the information generated by ITPGR or IPGRI and Biodiversity International that needs to be built upon in that regard. Biodiversity and other CGIAR centers have formulated these descriptors lists in the past and could continue such efforts. The Breeders' Application Programming Interface, BRAPI, works on interoperability of databases, and that relates to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture and should be linked to GLIS. Creating a GLIS database with accession level information duplicates what Genesis and Views do. In addition, it must be noted that the GLIS is limited to Annex 1 crops, while Genesis and Views are not subject to such restriction. So they are much more useful for those seeking information on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture on the accession level. It's not a good use of resources to establish a GLIS that duplicates what is done by other global information systems and that is at the same time limited in scope because of the Annex 1 restriction. It was clearly articulated by the Scientific Advisory Committee in the report that is quoted under GLIS 4/21 report that a focus should be to strengthen existing systems and, where gaps remain, facilitate the development of new systems. Facilitate, but not develop them by GLIS itself. Also, paragraph 28 of the SAC report demands that countries lacking efficient information systems for documentation and distribution of information on PGRFA be assisted to develop such systems. The Secretariat needs to change the direction of work regarding the GLIS so that it is based on existing information system as requested in Treaty Article 17. The Treaty Secretariat may not be well positioned and lacks the resources and capacity to develop standards. GLIS is meant to be a hub, making it easier to link to other resources and databases. A very important aspect regarding the GLIS is that GLIS cannot be used to publish data that has restrictions for usage. It's very relevant because it may happen that data associated with an accession does not meet the criterion of being passport data or non-confidential descriptive information associated with an accession, according to Treaty Article 12.3. Since the definition of what constitutes DSI is unclear, and since national laws may apply to such information, it is absolutely required that GLIS does not attempt to host such protected information. It must be stressed that GLIS has only the role of pointing to existing databases. That will avoid legal problems. This is also relevant because the access and benefit sharing regulations of the treaty do not cover protected information, and the GLIS cannot go beyond the scope of the treaty. All intellectual property right obligations remain with the hosts responsible for the decentralized national, institutional, or private sector databases to which GLIS points. GLIS should in no way become legally vulnerable by being pulled into arguments that GLIS provides sensitive or protected accession-level data. This can only be avoided by ensuring that GLIS only points to databases with raw data and does not publish raw data itself. Canada supports that the Scientific Advisory Committee continues its work and thanks those engaged in that work. Virtual meetings are effective for accomplishing that. We like to make one comment on the resolution, the draft resolution in Appendix 2, and that is to point number 6. At the end, we suggest to delete everything after and thanks the stakeholders and users who have submitted information on their DOI experiences, full stop or semicolon. The remainder can be deleted because Canada is not aware of submissions on this specific question of using DOIs for linked material, for example, PGRFA with digital sequence information or genetic sequence data. We could not find any such reports on the treaty website or in the governing body documentations. We have also some comments reflecting what Canada stated in the previously on the program of work, which I will send in writing to the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Canada. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. ونثمن عمل الأمانة في هذه الوثيقة. عطفا على مداخلة ممثل قطر بالنيابة عن إقليم الشرق الأدنى، ندعم النظام العالمي للمعلومات ذات الصلة الخاصة بالتسلسل الرقمي للنباتات مع تقاسم المنافع الناشئة من استخدامها وأهمية نقل التكنولوجيا والمعارف الكاملة وبشكل متساوي حيال استعمال تلك التقنيات مع تضمينها في النظام متعدد الأطراف بشرط أنها تكون أساسية في هذا النظام. وأشكركم سعادة الرئيس.
شكرا للعربية السعودية. Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. La Argentina se alinea con la declaración del GRULAC realizada por Uruguay. Argentina recibe con beneplácito los avances realizados en la aplicación del programa de trabajo sobre el Sistema Mundial de Información, resaltando los progresos en el registro y uso de los identificadores digitales de objetos y la mejora del portal de GLIS. En adición a lo señalado por el GRULAC, Argentina considera que es importante que el Comité Científico Asesor continúe su mandato anterior para brindar asesoramiento sobre la posible incorporación del país de origen del recurso fitogenético para el germoplasma accedido a partir de colectas como un descriptor obligatorio para el registro de los DOIs. De esta manera se podría facilitar la búsqueda de materiales en función de este atributo y conocer la cantidad de materiales de cada parte contratante registrados en el GLIS. También apoyamos la continuidad de las actividades de capacitación y desarrollo de capacidades, fundamentalmente para la difusión del GLIS y el fortalecimiento de los sistemas de documentación de las colecciones de bancos de germoplasma, especialmente en los países en desarrollo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Cuba.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Cuba quiere, en primer lugar, apoyar la posición de GRULA, pero también desea hacer hincapié en el uso del listado de descriptores para las especies silvestres afines a las cultivadas, donde fuimos incluidos para utilizarlos y monitorear el uso de los mismos. Consideramos que es muy útil y nos ha permitido o nos va a permitir identificar vacíos y trazar estrategias nacionales en materia de especies silvestres afines a las cultivadas, y reitera y agradece sea incluido en el trabajo que se prevé hacer en esta temática a partir de los talleres que se han realizado en fechas recientes. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Cuba. Japan.
Japan would like to thank the Secretariat for the draft resolution. Japan supports refocusing work away from DOIs to other areas, as suggested by North America. We also have several classifications and minor technical edit suggestions. On paragraph 51, we note mentioning of the financial provision for the maintenance of the help desk and the core infrastructure services, but would like to seek clarity on the amount of resources required. Japan believes that this should be done subject to available resources. With regard to paragraph 10, we think that it is becoming fairly standard for many processes related to science to be conducted virtually. With this in mind, paragraph 10 should be revised as to hold meetings as necessary, especially virtually. Lastly, throughout the conference document, the draft resolution, and in the annex, we took note that the terms DSI has been used across. We would like this to be replaced with genetic sequence data, since that has been the term used by this treaty as shown across GB8 documents, and put in the footnote that this is otherwise referred to as DSI in other forums such as the CBD. In other words, reverse the treatment of DSI with GSD. If they are mentioned together, we request to put GSD first for consistency from past document in accordance with priority set by this treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. The Secretariat will need to compile the intervention and the suggestion of the amendment of the text, and they will get back to the plenary with the new text. IPC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of the IPC, a global platform of small-scale food producers. We appreciate the efforts that are being done towards the traceability of seeds after they are accessed from the MLS. This is fundamental for us. This is fundamental for us as farmers to ensure the accountability of institutions in the struggle against biopiracy. However, we have concerns about the paragraph 11 of the resolution, which considers also digital sequence information. DSI shouldn't be dealt within the GLIS, Global Information System, before a decision on considering DSI as physical seeds will be taken. Most of the work in the GLIS is happening around gathering more information on the genetic characters and other knowledge related to seeds. But seeds are rooted living beings whose identity is incomplete without the knowledge of source it comes from. Therefore, we would like to reiterate the need of focusing on the traceability of the material that is being collected from now on, and also information like from where and how the materials already present in the MLS have been collected. An official document should be given to the farmers or communities from whom PGRFA are collected at the time of collection, indicating their names, the place and date of collection, the number assigned to the sample in national and international public collections. These information could be part of the passport information of the seeds, and it will help avoid any biopiracy. Thank you.
Thank you, IPC. So with this, the agenda item 11 is closed. I open now the agenda item 12 on conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, and I give the floor first to the Secretariat to present the document. Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, under this agenda item, the governing body is invited to consider two main documents. The first one is the document 12, Implementation, Conservation, Sustainable Use of PGRFA. The second one is the document 12.2, Report of the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation, Sustainable Use of PGRFA, to the 9th session of the governing body. I would like to briefly introduce the document 12. This document summarizes activities undertaken implementing both the Articles 5 and 6 of the treaty. Section 2 introduces the work of the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation Sustainable Use, and we will hear in a short time, in a few minutes, the report of the co-chairs. The Section 3 discusses the progress and improvements of the toolbox for sustainable use, and further details of the new prototype of the toolbox are provided in the document 12 Inf 1 about a new prototype, including a communication strategy and visibility plan. Section 4 details the work on establishing a possible joint program on biodiversity in agriculture for sustainable use of PGRFA. which the committee considered at its meeting. As noted by the committee, this program is expecting to respond to the call for a transformation of a contemporary food system to become more sustainable. Section 5 presents a background study on the bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Article 5 and 6 of the International Treaty that was mentioned also in the context of the discussion held in the previous session about the farmers' rights. Section 6 briefly introduces the example and opportunities to support and assist contracting parties and stakeholders in implementing both the article. And the remaining sections highlight the collaboration, partnership, capacity building, and outreach activities during the intersessional period. Going back to the document 12.2, the report of the ad hoc technical committee, the document provides a narrative about the work done by the committee that receive a clear mandate by the governing body. Madam Chair, the governing body is invited to welcome the report of the committee and to provide further guidance for the implementation of the Article 5 and 6, take into account the recommendation of the committee as well as the elements for a draft resolution contained in the document 12. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I invite the co-chair, Teresita Borromeo, to present the work done.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be discussing the report of the ad hoc committee on sustainable use, conservation and sustainable use. At its 8th session, the governing body reconvened the ad hoc technical committee on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture for 2020-2021 biennium in order to, inter alia, recommend further steps on how governing body can assist contracting parties in advancing the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty for the consideration of the governing body during this 9th session. The report on the implementation of conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture is provided in the document IT/GB9/22/12, which also contains elements for the draft resolution for consideration and adoption of the governing body. The committee elected the Philippines and Switzerland as its co-chairs, and the meeting was held, the committee held its 5th meeting from 4 to 7 October 2021 and its 6th meeting on 22 to 23 February 2022, both by virtual means due to COVID-19. During the biennium, the committee focused on the new prototype of the toolbox based on the recommendations of the committee during its 5th session, the joint program, and the bottlenecks and opportunities and recommendations for further steps to implement Articles 5 and 6 by the contracting parties. The committee closely followed the development of the toolbox throughout the last biennia, providing inputs and guidance, and welcomed the new prototype of the toolbox prepared by the Secretariat, including its communication strategy and visibility plan. So the new prototype can be accessed, new prototype of the toolbox can be accessed or can be still available in the treaty website. And to facilitate future development, utility, and visibility, it will be integrated to the GLIS so that there will be only one portal for the information system of all PGRFA. So in the new prototype, the resource descriptions are now translated into UN languages. Users can now propose new resources. Editors can enter new resources or validate those proposed by the public. And new classification of resources with addition of keywords. Also export function for offline browsing. So even without internet, you can browse the toolbox. On the future joint program on biodiversity in agriculture for sustainable use on PGRFA, the committee in its 5th meeting highlighted the window of opportunity for developing and implementing a joint program taking into account the urgency, momentum, and importance of cross-sectoral cooperation for addressing the climate crisis, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, when adopted, and the Sustainable Development Goals, and the outcomes of the joint United Nations Food System Summit. The committee noted that the joint program represents a unique opportunity to promote conservation and use, sustainable use of PGRFA in the context of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework when adopted, and the outcomes of the UNFSS. On the bottlenecks and challenges to implement the Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, in its 5th meeting, the committee expressed strong interest in the possibility of developing tailored intra- and inter-region-based activities on exchange of knowledge and practical technical experiences based on diverse topics to identify the bottlenecks to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 and how to address the identified bottlenecks. The committee thanked the Secretariat in gathering the information and the analysis from the Commission study on the bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, which could be a very good basis for further considerations in the future work of conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. So as part of the committee's mandate, examples and opportunities were identified to support and assist contracting parties and stakeholders in promoting, enhancing, and further developing the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. It identified some of the approaches like development of a collection of examples and opportunities on conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA with a concise structure of categories, building on the different sub-provisions of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty. So it will be more systematic. So also, we have to really update the toolbox so that it would become a repository of examples and opportunities to support and assist contracting parties and stakeholders in promoting and enhancing and further developing the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. And at its 5th meeting, the committee agreed to focus on the possible immediate further steps set out in Section 5 of the document IT/GB9 /AXU-5/21/5, future work on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, particularly on the activities for strengthening and capitalizing on ongoing activities to increase their benefit, impact, and visibility, and also on the possible new activities to further support the contracting parties and stakeholders in the implementation of Articles 5 and 6. I think that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Borromeo, for this presentation. I will now, sorry. Colleagues, we still have around 15 minutes, so I will open the floor. Try to be precise and direct in your intervention. Thank you. United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm making this statement on behalf of the African region. So we would like to express our gratitude to Indian government for their warm welcome and for their hospitality. Allow us to thank the Secretariat for preparing this session and for facilitating all the activities relating to the implementation of Article 5 and Article 6 on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources in the current biennium. We would like to thank the ad hoc technical experts group on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture for the work done and for the progress made in fulfilling its mandate. The African Region Group recognize and appreciate the development of the toolbox on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture as a useful source of information in the implementation of Article 5 and Article 6 of the International Treaty as presented in document IT/GB9/22/12.2. We, however, recommend the need to enhance the visibility of the toolbox, including communication strategy, and to establish a feasible system to monitor its implementation, primarily the preparation of users' manual, and to encourage its operational aspects, use, and effectiveness. The African Region Group commends the work of the ad hoc technical expert group for identifying the impediments towards the implementation of Article 5 and Article 6. And we welcome the recommendation provided. The group further noted that the recommendations are quite generic and thus do not address the specific bottlenecks in the policy, legal, institutional, and technical limitations. The African Region Group recommends that the Secretariat to encourage governments of the contracting parties to visibly allocate funds for implementing the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources in their annual budget. The African Group, therefore, recommends the adoption and implementation of the proposed new program of work for the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, taking into consideration the issues mentioned above. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. United States of America are requesting the floor online. Can we give them the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me. My video is being blocked.
We can hear you.
Oh, here I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of North America, we would like to thank the Secretary and the Ad Hoc Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use for their efforts in advancing implementation of Articles 5 and 6. Regarding this agenda item, we would like to make 3 general observations. We are thankful for the recent efforts related to the toolbox and support its continued refinement and data and evidence-driven optimization. We have reservations about the possible joint program, notably in terms of scope, which seems to us unclear and well beyond the bounds of Articles 5 and 6 and what it may seek to achieve. And we are generally supportive of the importance of future work for conservation and sustainable use, especially building on and around the bottleneck study as articulated well in paragraph 7 of the draft resolution, identifying how this future work can best be streamlined around priorities and the role of the ACSU that it can play to support these processes. Regarding the draft resolution, we have some target edits to propose in the text. In operative paragraph 5, we would edit the text to acknowledge the concept note as we do not believe it is ready for endorsement at this time. At the end of paragraph 5, we also suggest to replace the phrase "for its development and finalization" with the phrase "for progress on its consideration, including external consultation." We recommend deletion of operative paragraph 6. In operative paragraph 8, we recommend adding the words "and streamline" following the phrase "request the Secretary to facilitate," so that the paragraph would read request the Secretary to facilitate and streamline. And finally, in operative paragraph 9, we recommend adding a final bullet or a bullet point that reads, "continuously identify and implement data-driven monitoring and evaluation of future work towards achieving Articles 5 and 6 implementation." Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are making this statement on behalf of the Asian region. While the region recognizes the role of sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture in addressing global challenges, including food security, biodiversity loss, climate change, adaptation, and the fight against poverty. Further, we recognize the sustainable use of plant genetic resources is closely linked to the conservation of plant genetic resources and its role to the realization of farmers' rights. We take note of the activities undertaken to implement this Article 5 and 6 during the program of work of 2019 to 22. We welcome the new prototype of the toolbox as a useful source of information, supporting contracting parties and stakeholders in implementing Articles 5 and 6. Further, the Asia region supports the integration of the toolbox to the global information system to facilitate future development and to increase its utility and visibility. We support the preparation of the establishment of a joint program on biodiversity in agriculture for sustainable use, sustainable conservation use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and to promote the conservation and sustainable use in the context of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework when adopted and the outcomes of the United Nations Food System Summit. Further, the region requests the Treaty Secretariat to continue the discussions with interested partners and stakeholders, including the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the FAO, and relevant units of FAO to prepare an updated concept note on the joint program. The Asian region welcomes the efforts of the Secretariat in gathering information and the preliminary analysis of the bottlenecks and challenges to implement the Articles 5 and 6, which would provide basis for further consideration on future work. The Asia region requests the Secretariat to develop a collection of examples and opportunities on conservation and sustainable use for food and agriculture from contracting parties, other government relevant institutions, organizations, to assess the possible gaps and needs in promoting the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. And we support the future program of work 23-25 and also agreed to reconvene the ad hoc technical committee for its future work. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. I will give the floor for the last intervention, Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the working document and the related information documents. We recognize the importance of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty. In fact, we believe that while the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, when adopted, will contribute to the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, the implementation of these articles will, in turn, contribute to the achievement of some of the framework's goals and targets. We will provide in writing a proposal to include language in the draft resolution in this regard. We thank the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use and the Secretariat for their work on the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 over the last biennium. We also thank the Government of Italy for the generous financial and in-kind support that it has continued to provide towards the implementation of the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, and call on other contracting parties and donors to do the same. We thank the Secretariat for the background study on the bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6. We consider it to be a useful document to inform about additional and future activities on conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. We note that the information submitted by countries to the FAO's Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture with regard to the national implementation of the second Global Plan of Action for PGRFA would have been an excellent additional source of information for the development of such a study. Therefore, we recommend that in the future, better alignment between the implementation of the respective programs of work of the treaty and the Commission is ensured by the two secretariats, and that the information between them is frequently shared. We take note, rather than endorse, the concept note of the proposed joint program. We are in favor of the Treaty Secretariat taking the lead in strengthening the synergies and partnerships between relevant agencies working on the sustainable use of PGRFA. However, we think that further work is necessary. We wish to request the Secretary to develop a detailed plan of action based on the concept note of the joint program for its consideration by the governing body at its 10th session. Given the number of difficulties and challenges still faced by contracting parties for implementing Articles 5 and 6 of the treaty, as it has been highlighted in the background study, we support the regional briefings proposed in the draft resolution. We suggest that they focus on the identified bottlenecks. There is not so much time until the next session of the governing body to accomplish the proposed activities under this agenda item. Therefore, we propose to postpone reconvening the ACSU. The results of the proposed activities could form the basis for discussing the possible next steps next year, including to consider reconvening the ACSU with new terms of reference. For the same reason, we also consider it necessary to limit the number of activities proposed for the coming year. Our suggestion is to focus on developing a plan of action for the joint program and conducting the regional briefings with focus on the identified bottlenecks, as I mentioned before. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Spain. With this, we have reached the provided time with interpretation. Before closing the session, I give the floor to the Secretariat for some announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only announcement is that the Budgets Committee will meet right after this plenary in co-meeting room 11 for a quick introductory meeting.
Thank you. The session is closed. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.